world. You need to make efforts, you need to have your livings and everything, and how can you do that?
This is nice. The same question. When you drive, do you plan every step? Do you raise a word?
There is a practice of driving, so it's over driving. That means
same way, you are trained to be alive.
No, alive is one thing, but you need to earn your living.
Please be very clear.
You need to do efforts.
Alright. Do you know how to breathe?
Yeah.
You are programmed for breathing.
Yes.
Let me be very clear. Again and again Vedic rishis, not only Vedic rishis, I can tell you from my experience, again and again they also say, if your body is trained to program, if your body is programmed to breathe, do you think it is not programmed to make your living?
No, but can I be just sitting here and have my bread and butter?
First thing, you will not be able to sit like that. Try to be unclutched. You will have an intelligence which is simply making your body to move and work. Let me be very clear. Always, the moment I say the word unclutched, you think it's laziness. No. Because you have a deep hatred towards working, you try to go towards the opposite direction of resting or laziness. See, the moment I say unclutched, you think just lying down on the bed. No. One more thing, you can't lie down on your bed. Try to unclutch. Suddenly you will see, so much of creativity expresses through you. So much of intelligence happens through you. You will not become lazy. Let me be very clear. When you unclutch, you will not become lazy. When I say, you see that bird, same bird, understand, if this bird has got little intelligence and flies, relaxes and balances and flies, now this bird knows how to escape from this clutch, this trap. Then the same trap will become hammock for bird. It can come and just swing. It can come and sit and swing on that same hammock. The same trap will become hammock for that bird. Same way, when you unclutch from your identity and fly, now you know how to handle your identity. Your identity will not be prison anymore. It will become hammock for you. Don't think if you unclutch, you will not do your profession. You will not do your job. If you are a doctor, if you unclutch, don't think you will stop doing your doctor's profession. No. If you unclutch, only one difference will be there. You will not have that constant irritation which you carry in your life from morning till night. Now, if you are a doctor, you will carry a constant irritation whenever you have to work. Whenever you receive a call, especially in night time, you know the amount of irritation which happens in you. Not only with the doctor, any profession. As on now, you will be carrying a deep irritation, vengeance, arrogance. That is what will be expressing in your body language, in your words, in every step. That is what is expressing in our body language, in our words, in our questions, every step. If you have little intelligence, if you can be little, I can tell you, try this simple experiment. Just 10 days, try to be unclutched. Surely in 10 days, I don't think you will lose your job. Will you lose all your wealth just in 10 days? Surely you must be having savings for 10 days. Just 10 days, try to be unclutched. Suddenly you will see, not only you are not able to be lazy, the tremendous energy which you are wasting in just worrying and psychological worrying and the irritation will become creative energy. You will not work hard, you will work smart. Understand? Just person works hard and just being work smart. First thing, even your idea, you are doing hard work is a pure myth because of clutching. Hard work means understand what is hard work. If you do a simple work, before doing that, if you plan psychologically 10 times and worry will it happen or not 10 more times, and after doing it, if you talk and brag about that 10 more times, it will become hard work. That's all. work is nothing but, understand, hard work is nothing but doing a small simple work, talking about it 10 times, planning about it 10 times, worrying about that whether it will happen or not 10 times, after doing it, bragging about it 10 times. Then it's hard work. That's all. Otherwise, whatever you talk as hard work is a pure myth out of arrogance. Again and again people ask me, be very clear, I am not sitting quiet. I am not a lazy Swami or a lazy monk who is in Himalayas. I travel for a year 100,000 miles and I run 800 centers in 24 countries. Let me tell you honestly, just because of unclutching, so much of creativity and power is coming out. As on now, you waste 90% of your energy in psychological worrying. When I say 90, I mean 90. I mean 90. When your ego is hurt, you try to defend your philosophy. Let me be very clear. Do not defend. What I say, just because your ego is hurt, have little intelligence and look in, you will be a new being. Just take 10 days, not more than that, just 10 days. Drop your idea, hard work myth. You feel you are important only if you feel you are doing hard work. You do not understand, in the initial level, you have to convince your boss that you are doing hard work. By and by, you yourself get convinced you are doing hard work. That is the ultimate myth. Let me be very clear. We are not doing hard work at all. That's the first understanding we need to understand. We go on telling our kids, I did this for you, I did that for you, I am doing this for you, I am doing that for you, so that we can create a guilt in them and exploit them, make them do what we want. One father and the son came to me. Father goes on saying, I did this for him, I did this for him, I did this for him. He is not obeying me, Swamiji, please tell him. Son asked, Swamiji, who asked him to give birth to me? He did something else as a byproduct, I happened. So after giving birth, he goes on saying he did this, he did that, he did that, he did that. Let me be very clear, we do not do anything for anybody. Not only for others, even for us. Hard work is a pure myth. Let you understand this simple fact and try just for 10 days. 10 days try to be unclutched. You will see the amount of energy, creativity coming out of you and expressing through you. You will see not only you are not able to keep quiet. See, keeping quiet is tamas in Sanskrit, laziness. Doing hard work is rajas, restlessness. Doing smart work is sattva, pure intelligence in Sanskrit. Be very clear. Just unclutch. You will not work hard, you will work smart. Thank you. From moment to moment, in spontaneity, we need to understand one more thing. This technique of be unclutched, it does miracles in your being. In the body level, or in the mental level, or in the being level. In every level, when you understand the truth, by your very nature, you are unclutched. The tremendous quantum transformation. You take a quantum jump. The transformation happens in quantum, not step by step. Just on jump. You take a quantum jump and experience the truth awakening in you. You will have an intelligence which is simply making your body to move and work. Let it be very clear. Always, the moment I say the word unclutched, you think it's laziness. No. Because you have a deep hatred towards working, you try to go towards the opposite direction of resting or laziness. See, the moment I say unclutched, you think just lying down on the bed. No. One more thing, you can't lie down on your bed. Try to unclutch. Suddenly you will see so much of creativity expresses through you. So much of intelligence happens through you. You will not become lazy. Let it be very clear. When you unclutch, you will not become lazy. When I say, you see that bird, same bird, understand night time, you know the amount of irritation which happens in you. Not only with the doctor, any profession. As on now, you will be carrying a deep irritation, vengeance, arrogance. That is what will be expressing in your body language, in your words, in every step. That is what is expressing in our body language, in our words, in our questions, every step. If you have little intelligence, if you can be little, I can tell you, try this simple experiment. Just 10 days, try to be unclutched. Surely in 10 days, I don't think you will lose your job. Will you lose all your wealth just in 10 days? Surely you must be having savings for 10 days. Just 10 days, try to be unclutched. Suddenly you will see, not only you are not able to be lazy, the tremendous energy which you are wasting in just worrying and psychological worrying and the irritation will become creative energy. You will not work hard, you will work smart. Understand? Just the person works hard and just being works smart. First thing, even 10 days try to be unclutched. You will see the amount of energy, creativity coming out of you and expressing through you. You will see not only you are not able to keep quiet. See, keeping quiet is tamas in Sanskrit, laziness. Doing hard work is rajas, restlessness. Doing smart work is sattva, pure intelligence in Sanskrit. Be very clear. Just unclutch. You will not work hard, you will work smart. Thank you.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
The infrastructure which comes out of the ecstatic feeling which you are carrying without hurting yourself is what we call kshetra. Understand? Kshetra is not a city. Kshetra means the whole citizens, the whole group is in ecstasy, working out of ecstasy. That is why those great temples which are built are still standing. It creates kshetra. But if you are doing the same work of creating infrastructure, see the whole thing of human beings kept in the mood of unfulfillment and constantly they are taught you are not complete is a business done by the so-called visionaries of the society to drive these guys crazy to create bigger and bigger infrastructures. That's all. Don't you see the whole fun? Either you listen to the great truths of the masters who came out of the inner world and achieve the truth, or listen to the foolish visionaries who are constantly hurting themselves and filled with irritation and ego and power game and forced everybody to feel unfulfilled or dissatisfied so that they will be constantly running to work and create more and more bigger and bigger infrastructure with which they can satisfy or fulfill and show their ego as a strong. I'm breaking the whole pot. I'm breaking the whole truth. Understand, that is the source from which constantly you are fed the idea that you are not complete. You are not full. You are not as you are supposed to be. And you are not total. These ideas are taught to you so that you will be constantly made to run, to create bigger and bigger infrastructures. Beautiful definition of Kshetra. Kshetra means the cities developed by the Vedic masters. That is why in India we took care, never the leadership was given to a king who is egoistic and constantly mad after expansion of infrastructure. It was all policy decisions was always under an enlightened master, Rajaguru. All policy decisions was under Rajaguru, enlightened master, because he knows how to plan, and he was constantly taking care. Only the fulfillment was expressing. Here, Mahadeva says, as you see many suns in water, from one sun, so see bondage and liberation. So many suns are seen in the water. When you look at the root, you will see only one sun. The source is one. Clearly understand, bondage and the liberation, both words are just relative. They are only relative. They are not ultimate truth. If you think you are in bondage, you need to be taught you are liberated. There is a beautiful example you need to understand. One guy who was standing in the corner of the room, facing the corner, two walls in front of him, corner, he is facing the corner. Suddenly he got into the idea, he is in prison, he is caught. He is hitting this wall, he is hitting that wall, I am bound, I am in prison, save me, God save me, oh Guru save me, oh this save me, oh that save me, release me, liberate me. Master, all he does is, from the behind, shouts, fool, turn. The moment he turns, suddenly he realizes, third side there was no wall. Third side, there was no wall. And he tries to escape. He tries to run. God, I am free, let me run and escape. Master says, fool, relax. You have never been in bondage. Why are you trying to escape? Run. Look around. Then he realizes, not only third side there was no wall, there was no gate anywhere. It was just two small walls meeting in one corner. He himself voluntarily went and started fighting with that walls. Neither the walls bound him, nor they invited him. He went and started fighting with the walls and started thinking, believing he is bound. He is in bondage. Understand, bondage and liberation are relative. They are only two words, relative words. There are so many beautiful truths, revelations can happen in you when this idea awakens the non-mechanical parts of your brain understand one more important example. I always love to tell this story, this example. You are always afraid of unclutching or remembering that you are liberated. You wanted a clear mental setup so that your moral standard and life standard, internal and external lives will be same, smooth, as you think, what you think as order. No. In Indian villages I have seen, they will catch these monkeys if they enter into the city and leave them back in the forest. They have to catch them without poisoning them. So they will keep a small pipe inside which their hands can go. They will keep that pipe, and the other side they will keep a small sweet. This monkey will put the hand in the pipe and catch that sweet. After it catches the sweet, it will try to take the hands out, it will not come out. It will try its best to take the hand out. This fool does not understand, if he lets go the sweet, hands will come out. He will not let go the sweet. He will not leave the sweet. He will be holding on to that sweet or that item, the fruit, and he will be trying to take the hand out. Just because of his own closed hands, he will not be able to take his hands out of the net. And this fellow will be playing and pushing and pulling like this for hours. And that guy who put the net, the hunter, will slowly come and catch the monkey and put in the cage and take it away. We don't understand. Just if you leave the hand, your hands can just come out, come off. There is nobody who is binding. There is nobody who is putting you in bondage. Another one important story, wonderful story. I've seen in Indian forests, hunters catching birds. They'll catch the birds. There will be one small stick hanging in a rope. The stick will be very balanced, just like this, equal, this side and that side, the same weight and length, the stick will be. Like, there will be rope like this tied, and the stick will be hanging. When birds come, they'll try to sit one side. The moment they sit one side, suddenly the stick will become topsy-turvy, upside down, because of one side weight. It will become just upside down. It will just become topsy-turvy. Understand, the moment the stick has become upside down, the bird which is holding will completely get imbalanced and shaken. Now this guy starts thinking, if I leave, I'll fall and break my head and die. If I let go the stick now, I'll fall and break my head and die. He will be just hanging, trying to flutter his wings, trying to shake, trying to move, trying to bring that stick to balance, trying to straighten that stick. No. Nothing will happen. Never it will happen. All our practice, trying to create silence and balance through wealth, or peace and balance through some other practice, everything is equal to the trials and the things which this bird is trying to do. Fluttering the wing, balancing. The fluttering the wing can be having more cars and houses. Trying to balance the stick can be more like some japa or meditation or some spiritual practice, some techniques. Trying its best, nothing will happen. This guy will be hanging. Slowly, that hunter will come and catch the bird very slowly and put it in the cage and go. All you need to understand is you are never in bondage. You will never fall and die. Just let go. If the bird just opens, it can fly. It can just fly. The hunter is death. Till death comes, you are hanging, swinging, trying to balance the stick. All you are fluttering. You always think, if I let go and become so easy, I may die, means I may fall and break my head, means I may lose my wealth, I may lose my mind, I may lose my balanced life, I may lose this, I may lose that. No. There is no history anytime a bird falling and dying. Same way, there will never be a history if you relax from all the things you are holding. You will lose your wealth or health or life or miss anything. You won't miss anything, whatever you have. At the most, when that bird lets go that stick, it takes 2-3 seconds for the bird to balance and start flying. At the most, you may need 2-3 months to balance and start flying. That 2-3 months, having the patience and balancing is what I call tapas. That is what I call tapas. Living enlightenment. Understand, we are all hanging. Just open up. Let go. Whatever you are holding in your mind as bondage and whatever thought you think as bondage, whatever you think is associated with bondage or suffering, as you think, let go. Let go. You may think, I may have to let go my job. Don't bother. Let go. You will never miss your wealth. The moment you are balanced, you will start working out of your creativity. You will start expressing out of your strength. You will start expressing out of your joy. It is not that the person who is flying is not working. No. Paramahamsas are not lazy. They express the honest freedom and creativity. Having the trust that you can express that creativity and strength is what I call bhakti. You need only Atma Bhakti. Means having the trust towards yourself that you can also express that creativity. You can also express that freedom. That is bhakti. And opening, letting go the stick is tyaga, and balancing and flying is courage. That's all need to happen in our system. Anything, if you feel there is nothing really I am holding on, then wonderful, listen to these words. It will go deep and do the work of awakening the non-mechanical parts of your brain. If you are still able to find out you are holding on to something, then relax. If you are holding on to something, relax. If you have nothing to hold on, then imbibe, listen to these words, let the process happen. Understand, all you need to do is just let go and fly. You will be a Paramahamsa. Thank you.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
Mahadeva is giving Very powerful technique. Understand? You can practice this in your everyday life. This is a meditation technique. It's not a teaching. Please do not understand this as a teaching. If it is a teaching, then you will start practicing little by little. You will fix a goal. This is the goal of my renunciation. And from today I will practice little by little, little by little. No. If you take this as a teaching, you will mess up and miss. No. It's a technique. It is a technique to be done as it is. I have seen many people taking this kind of techniques as a teachings. Big difference between teaching and technique. Teaching means lifestyle. Technique means the experience which changes your lifestyle. Teaching is like a coat. You can just put on one more coat and brag about. Technique is your very being. It will change it. It will transform it. Here, he says, when some desire arises, consider it. Whenever a desire arises in you, just see. Don't judge as a right or wrong. See. Give the desire enough inner space. Once you see it, suddenly, before even your mind argues, unclutch. Don't allow any of your arguments. Don't allow mind coming out in the other door and saying, no, little bit. What will happen to this? What will happen to that? No. Don't even allow the mind to come up with some arguments. Understand? Shiva is speaking to a different kind of personalities and different kinds of people. The today's technique is for a true seeker who is serious about enlightenment. I have seen different kinds of seekers who are very happy only to talk about it, never to work for it. Who are little courageous to take one or two steps, but not to go with it. Very few guys, courageous ones. I call them Dhira. Dhira means courage to travel, courage to live it, courage to leave everything else. Today, Mahadeva is talking. Mahadeva is giving techniques for that kind of intelligent, energetic, courageous people. He gives techniques for all kinds of people. First level, who are just interested in talking, but not doing about it. Second level, who are interested in talking and taking one or two steps, but not more than that. And the true seekers. He gives techniques for every level. But this is the technique for the people who are tired of being cunning. If you are tired of being lazy, if you have suffered enough with your dilemma, if you have suffered enough with your mind, then this is technique for you. If somebody is, people come and tell me, Swamiji, what you teach is really wonderful, amazing truth. But how to practice? I am not so mature to practice these great truths as it is. Then I tell them, suffer a little more and come back. The truth as it is, the truth as the truth just transforms, just makes you completely a different being. Whenever some desire arises in you, consider it. see it, witness it, understand it. Suddenly, before your mind is ready with arguments, unclutch from it. It's a very powerful technique. Very powerful technique. When you suddenly unclutch, a quantum jump will happen in you. If you are announcing step by step, you will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. You will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. Step by step, never growth happens. Enlightenment is either now or never. Complete yes or complete no. Never happens step by step. Never point by point. Never like a degree. No. Never like a gradual process. Powerful technique which you can use it every day. Even when you sit morning, if you feel the hunger or thirst, desire to drink water, food, just sit with the desire. Consider it. Don't say right or wrong. Just unclutch before your mind brings up any argument. You may ask, then I should not eat or what? That is secondary. When you are really hungry, when it goes beyond unclutching, you will simply eat. That is different. But this unclutching can surely reduce the number of times and the quantity which you eat. Any desire, whether it is about anger, desire to express your anger, or desire to express your lust, desire to express anything, or desire for some object, just sit, consider the desire, and suddenly, before even your mind is ready, unclutch from it. Unclutch from it. Shiva is giving so many wonderful methods for so many different kinds of beings. The today's technique is for powerful, intense, courageous seekers who are tired of their same way of living, who are really tired of dilemmas, who have suffered enough with their mind, who have lived enough, and who understand the cunningness of their mind. This technique is for them. This technique is for those courageous few living beings. Suddenly decide, when you consider a desire, suddenly decide that you will unclutch over. And do not allow the arguments, and just be with that unclutched space. See what happens to you. See what happens to you. Maybe now for a few minutes we can sit effortlessly and try how we are able to practice this, how we are able to internalize this. Understand, this technique is not even to be practiced every day. No. This is supposed to be practiced effortlessly, internalized effortlessly. Suddenly at one day, you will unclutch. From the very desire of holding on to this body, you will just unclutch. Now, close your eyes for a few minutes. I'll guide you how to consider the desires and how to suddenly unclutch from it before your mind brings any argument. Please close your eyes. Sit in a relaxed way. if some desires are arising in you, maybe desire to open your eyes or desire to move your body, any desire, just see that desire, don't judge. There may be so many desires. Do not witness, do not judge, do not say right or wrong, do not suppress. Just see. Don't say, don't think your desire is right or wrong. Just see it. Let your eyes be closed. Let them come. When desires arise, let them happen.
Let all the desires arise in you. Don't suppress them. Don't judge them. Don't say they are right or wrong. Just let them happen. Consider. Let them happen. Suddenly, before even your mind recognizes, unclutch from all the desire and relax. Do not argue. Do not logically decide. Do not decide based on right or wrong. Just unclutch from all the thoughts. Let your eyes be closed. Just unclutch from all the thoughts. anything comes up, just unclutch. Just disconnect. Don't judge. Don't say it is right. Don't say it is wrong. Just disconnect. Unclutch. relax. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Try, whenever you are caught by strong emotions or strong desires, just sit with it. Don't judge. Don't say right or wrong. Consider it and suddenly unclutch from it without even allowing your logic to question, to come up. When you unclutch, you will see the truth in you. Next few days also we'll have every day evening programs. We will see the different meditation techniques and methods by Mahadeva, Shiva. This book is the ultimate book. Each day, new dimension, new techniques, new methods open up. So, try not to miss it. Let you all experience, achieve and radiate eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Understand? When Patanjali says, he says, for a long time, without interval, without interruption, practice so that you can firmly be grounded. He doesn't mean, actually, when he says this long time, he is not depressing you. People come and ask me, this long time word is misunderstood and responsible for all the confusions which is there in the yoga world. Almost every interpretation has given a meaning, different or wrong meaning to this word. The moment you say long time, they say 12 years, 9 years, 7 years, 10 years. But I am not asking you to practice for long time means 10 years, 7 years, 6 years. No. Decide you will live, you are going to practice eternally. You will achieve it now. You will achieve it now. Ability to convince your inner space, you are going to do this forever, is what you need to learn through this sutra. Let me give you the translation again. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. Dirghakala and Nairantarya means long time and unbroken. Mind is a great accountant. He can play all accounts game with you. And Patanjali is aware of that. That is why he wants you with the right words. He is warning you with the right words. Please understand. Any practice you do, decide with this one attitude. People ask me, this is a FAQ, again and again people ask me, how many years I should unclutch to get enlightened? How many years I should unclutch to get enlightened? Unclutching is the ultimate technique for enlightenment. Whenever I say, continue to unclutch, continue to unclutch, continue to unclutch, they ask me, Swamiji, is it 1 year or 2 year or 3 year, how many years I should unclutch to become enlightened? Understand, decide you are going to be unclutching forever. The moment you decide you are going to be unclutching forever, you will be unclutched this moment. Because your mind knows this is going to be its routine. See, your mind thrives with changes and or hope for a change. If your mind knows for sure, I am going to be unclutching as long as I am alive, it will decide, better let me die now. Then why to be, if it has a hope after 12 years of unclutching, you don't need to practice unclutching. Then it knows, oh, after 12 years there is a change. Because it thrives on change. It thrives on different things. That is why so much of desire for enlightenment, so much of desire for entertainment, even enlightenment you think it's a change. That is why you want it. So much of desire for entertainment. People go on, try to find some entertainment because it's a change. Even inside entertainment, different. Every 3 minutes you change a channel. In 15 minutes you go one full round and come back. Because mind thrives on change. Mind thrives on change. When you know there is no possibility for change, suddenly you will see it just dies. It disappears. It leaves. When you decide there is not going to be any change, suddenly, in an unexpected way, mind is killed. If you decide strongly you are going to unclutch forever, this moment you will be unclutched. This moment you will be unclutched. In a very unexpected way, mind will disappear. I have a story for you. A man goes into a bar and admires the stuffed lion's head mounted on the wall. What a great trophy, says the man to the bartender. That guy says, I would not call it great. The damn lion killed my wife. This guy asks, oh, is it so? You were on a safari in Africa, or you were on a safari somewhere, or hunting in the forest? Bartender says, no, it fell on her head.
understand, many times death comes in an unexpected way. If you decide that you are going to be unclutching forever, the death to the mind comes unexpected way, this moment. And suddenly mind settles all the accounts. See, if it knows it is going to be here forever, it continues to use the credit card. And using the credit card is the best way to be here. And the moment it knows, no, it's not going to be here, it suddenly settles all the accounts. It starts unclutching, relaxing, settling. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. I can say, in the world there are different kinds of knowledge. There are some kind, just by listening to that knowledge, you will have benefit of it. There are some kind of knowledge, if you have access to it whenever you need, you will have benefit out of it. Some knowledge, just by listening, once understanding, you will have benefit. Some, you need to again and again work with it. You need access to that knowledge to have benefit. There are some knowledge, only when you practice, you will have benefit. Spiritual knowledge is the third type. You need to practice, live, practice, no other way. People come and ask me, is there any shortcut, Swamiji? I tell them the one and only shortcut is practice, practice, practice. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The shortest way is being straight. Practice, nothing else. If you want the transformation, practice is the only way. How much ever you hear, how much ever you talk, how much ever you discuss, nothing can be done. Only one way, practice. And clearly telling your mind, you are going to practice eternally. With unclutching, as long as you have a hope, you can stop unclutching at certain point. Your mind will continue to exist, waiting for that point. The moment you decide, no, I am going to unclutch forever, forever, suddenly your mind disappears. It loses its power over you. I have one more story. 2 accountants are in a bar when armed robbers burst in. The robbers line the customers up against a wall and proceed to take their wallets, watches, etc. The first accountant slips something into the second accountant's hand and whispers, "Here is the $50 I owe you." When you know it is going to be taken away, you settle the accounts by yourself. Your mind is also the first accountant. When it knows nothing can be done, it has lost all its grounds, it just settles all the accounts. As long as it has a hope, it can flow, it flows. When there is no hope, it just settles. So all you need to understand is this one truth, only this one truth. Today I don't want to add too many ideas. I want you to understand this one truth. Dirkakala Nairantarya means eternal, unbroken. Decide today, eternally, forever, I am going to practice unclutching.
there is not going to be any gap, whether I am walking or talking or sitting or whatever I may be doing. I am going to unclutch from whatever is happening inside me. Whether I am walking or talking or sitting or sleeping or dreaming or daydreaming, these are the 5 modifications of the mind: right knowledge, wrong knowledge, and imagination, sleep, memory. These are the 5 modifications constantly happening in you. Whatever modification may happen inside me, I am going to unclutch. That clarity, that understanding, if you bring it, suddenly you will see all your negativity will lose its power over you. See, your depression has a power over you as long as you believe it can come again and again to you. If you are very strong, let the depression come. How many times let it come? I am going to unclutch. Suddenly it loses its grip over you. It loses its grip over you. If the depression knows it can really put you in depression, it again and again repeats. If it knows you are going to unclutch again and again, how many times it tries, it struggles, you are going to unclutch. Suddenly it will stop trying. Nobody wants to fight losing war, including your depression. Your whole life is nothing but a war between you and your mind. It's a war between you and your mind. So the moment you know, the moment you are aware, the moment you are awakened to this one truth, understand, please understand this one truth. Decide, whatever may happen, I am going to unclutch. I tell you, that moment is what I call enlightenment. If you decide that this moment, whatever may happen in my life, I am going to be continuously practicing unclutching. Suddenly, you know, then whatever is going to happen, I am going to practice unclutching. Then why should I have fear? Why should I bother about anything else? Why should I have any fear or any idea about anything? You will see, mind just unclutches. Mind just unclutches. So, I want you to fill with this one idea. I want to fill you with this one idea. I want you to be filled with this one idea. Decide today, from this moment, whatever may happen, I will continue to unclutch. I am going to have the constant, intense practice. Tirkakala Nairantarya, committed and intense practice of unclutching. This very decision will unclutch you. After practicing is secondary. This very decision will unclutch you, will solve everything. The moment you take this decision, your mind will start moving, saying, no, 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 if that depression comes, you can't unclutch. If this fear comes, you can't unclutch. If this desire comes, you won't be able to unclutch. It will tease you. If you say, no, I am going to be unclutching constantly. Whatever may come, I am going to be unclutching. Then it will create the fear of death. What will happen? If you die, you think you will unclutch. Who will pay your bills? Who will pay your insurance? Who will pay your this? Who will pay that? If you take a strong understanding, if you bring firm understanding, no, whatever it may be, I am going to unclutch. That one strong will, suddenly mind unclutches. Patanjali explains beautifully in the next sutra a deeper method a deeper layer of the same understanding. Next sutra is about Vairagya, the conscious withdrawal. He beautifully describes the deeper layer of this technique. The conscious withdrawal from the objects of the senses at the body, mind and spirit. He explains about the conscious withdrawal for this eternal unclutching. We'll see about this idea tomorrow. Go to the deeper layers of this idea tomorrow. Let you be filled with this one understanding that decide that committed an intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of consciousness. Only that makes you established in a higher state of consciousness. Many people think they are professional seekers, they don't need to practice. I have seen. No, I practiced all kinds of techniques for 10 years, 20 years. Nowadays I don't practice anything. I just read and go around and listen to some things. Understand? Just because you are senior, don't think without practice things can happen. Maybe in the outer world it will happen. If you are a senior lawyer, you don't have to do anything, just have few juniors, they will do everything. If you are a senior accountant, you don't have to do anything, just your juniors will do everything. It will work in the outer world, not in the inner world. I have a story for you. An accountant goes into the pet store, I'll read it out for you. I don't want to miss a word. An accountant goes into a pet store to buy a parrot. The store owner shows him 3 identical parrots on a perch. The parrot on the left costs $500, says the owner. Why does that parrot cost so much? Asks the accountant. It knows how to do complex audits, says the store owner. The guy asks, how much does that middle parrot cost? Asks the accountant. That one costs $1,000, owner replies. He says, it can do everything the first one can, plus it knows how to prepare financial forecasts. Accountant asks about the third parrot. It costs $4,000. Accountant asks, so what all that one can do? The store owner says, to be honest, I have never seen him do anything. But the other 2 parrots call him as a senior partner. Maybe in the outer world, if you are senior, you don't need to do anything. But in the inner world, practice, practice, practice. Even in our mission, I have seen these guys, the moment they become an organizer or a senior devotee or think that they have become senior devotee, they don't do any meditation. It's okay. Now I have to only teach. Understand, the senior accountant works only in the outer world, not in the inner world. So whoever you may be, practice has to become eternal. Actually, when you decide the practice is eternal, suddenly the whole thing gets unclutched and practice ends there. When practice ends, there will be nobody to practice. As long as there is somebody inside you to practice, practice. As long as there is somebody inside, something going on inside, unclutch. Only where there is nothing, then there is no unclutching. When the unclutcher disappears into unclutching, unclutching ends. Till then, unclutching continues. So, continue your unclutching till the unclutcher disappears into unclutching. Let you all achieve this truth and live, radiate, living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
The thoughts, every thought is independent, illogical, unconnected and unclutched, because the gap between two thoughts is too small. The neutral space between the two thoughts is too small. You think all the thoughts are connected and it is in the shape form. It is not. By your very nature, every thought is independent, illogical, unconnected and unclutched. Between every thought you experience a neutral space. When you change the gear, whether you go from neutral to 1 or 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 or 4 to whatever gears you may change, but every time you have to come to the neutral space. Only then you can go to the next gear. Even if you want to go from 2 to 3, you have to come to the neutral space. Only then you can go to 3. Same way, between every thought you experience a neutral space. You experience a neutral space between every thoughts. Between every thought. That neutral space, that silence is what I call peace or bliss. The peace which exists, the bliss which exists already in you, between every thought, the gap of the thought, the gap between the thoughts, that neutral space is the peace, is the bliss. When you understand you are unconnected, independent, illogical and unclutched, by your very nature, you will start experiencing the neutral space in you, neutral space which exists in you. You will start living from moment to moment in spontaneity. We need to understand one more thing. This technique of be unclutched, it does miracles in your being. In the body level, or in the mental level, or in the being level. In every level, when you understand the truth, by your very nature, you are unclutched. The tremendous quantum transformation. You take a quantum jump. The transformation happens in quantum, not step by step. Just on jump. You take a quantum jump and experience the truth awakening in you.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa, that very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels, why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions, you can't be transformed, is unclutching.
You see, you have 4 levels of organs. Listen very carefully. 4 levels of organs. Organ which is seen by everyone, like a hand, leg. Even these are organs as per yogic physiology. We call it anga, because no other English word I am using the word organ. Then, internal organ, kidney, liver, intestine, brain for some people, heart for very few people. That is a second level, internal organ. Then third, intra-organ, that is vak, the 7 chakras. Third eye. How many of you are understanding, able to catch up what I am saying? Then, the 4th item, this is the main important thing, extraordinary organs. It grows literally like organ. Listen. Lightsaber. How you show, you have that light and play. Literally like that, from your hand you grow 10 feet tall light beam. From your eyes you grow 10 feet, 20 feet light beam. You can physically see, understand. When it becomes strong, you can even physically show to others. Listen carefully. Organ, hands, leg, your eyes, ears. Internal organ, liver, kidney, intestine. Intra-organ, 7 chakras, vak, third eye. Extraordinary organs. The extraordinary organs you have to grow. Growing that extraordinary organs is a conscious process. Two steps are involved in that growing. One, unclutching, means removing all these clusters, coming to the restful awareness, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Second, operating our mind based on integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching as a thought current. Understand? Integrity, when it becomes your thought current, this fourth principle is the foundation of the whole Vedic software, Agamic software. Listen carefully. Thinking in the language of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. Continuously, even internally, is a methodology to grow these extraordinary organs. These extraordinary organs only are used to pass a command, sankalpa, will, and manifest, play with nature, expressing this ashtakanma powers, stambana, mohana, vasya, vidveshana, uchchadana, agrushana, marana, means agitating, stopping, mesmerizing, making it obey, or destroying it, any of this. These powers you can manifest on the nature. Panchatattva means air, water, fire, earth, and space. Just by gestures. Just by gestures. Listen carefully. Your thought current develops your organs. I can give you 1000 evidence for this statement. Your thought currents develops your organs. Continuously, if you think in the language of integrity, for example, even if you missed class by 1 minute, internally declaring to yourself, oh, I am completing for this non-integrity, and I am declaring to myself that I am getting back to my integrity space and making sure I will not do this missing integrity again. Constantly thinking in this language of integrity grows your aura. Understand? Your aura gets constantly abused by your non-integrity behavior. Your non-integrity behavior makes you behave like a completely confused mad. It is like you try to pull your shoes and fly. Where will you fly? Thinking in the language of integrity. Every time you miss integrity, coming back to completion. Understand? Completion is your conscious cognitive decision. Oh, enough. Now I am deciding I'll be integrated. When you get into this software, of integrity and constantly being integrated, not because somebody is watching or not, but because you are watching. Understand? Beware of your thinking because you are listening. Beware of your thinking because you are listening. The higher self in you is listening what you are thinking. That higher self is the decision maker whether to grow your aura body or not. If you feel integrity is a successful thought current, you will feel so much of joy, your aura starts growing up. You can throw it and make sankalpa. Anything you want will become reality. Ability to throw your aura and make what you want as reality is called Ashtaganma Siddhi. Ability to throw your aura and make what you want as reality is Ashtaganma Siddhi. These two steps, unclutching and thinking in language of integrity, means even while you are talking, never use negative words. I am using because I am talking to public who are not initiated. You guys are practically not going to talk to anybody other than who are not initiated. Am I right? At least while you are talking to initiated people, stop using negative phrases even while you are talking. If you see all my early discourses, you will never hear this I. It will always be Sami, 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 Sami. Even when I am talking about me. Because I am talking to mass uninitiated people, media, I have started using their language. Of course, language does not disturb me or corrupt me. My integrity is being level, so. But for all of you, you need to even in the language level pick up integrity. Even in your thinking level, integrity needs to be kept alive. Every time you miss integrity, completing it and coming back to the space of integrity. Whether it is delaying class, or a word you gave it to somebody and did not fulfill, or you committed to do certain volunteer work and did not complete, in every level kept catching you and completing you grows your aura intensely. How many of you are getting what I am saying? Non-integrity reduces your aura size smaller than your body. That is what I call sickness. Integrity expands your aura size larger than your body. That is what I call bliss, exuberance, excitement. When that aura becomes thicker and thicker and thicker, it becomes Ashtaganma Shakti. Understand? Listen carefully. It is Shaktagama only teaches thinking. Vedanta teaches no thinking. Agama teaches thinking is irrelevant, depth is only relevant. Only Shaktagamas teach methodology of thinking. This science is from Shaktagama, Nigamas. Listen carefully. I'll repeat once more. 2 steps required. Unclutching in your inner space. Thinking in the language of integrity for your operation. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? This is a perfect siddha. Perfect integrated being. Shaktis of Ashtaganma manifests in you. Within 24 hours of you start thinking in the language of integrity. Because cleaning Ganga does not need any effort. You just need to stop polluting. That's all. Listen. If you stop polluting, it takes 27 hours for Gomukh water to reach Ganga Sagar. That's a speed from Gomukh, a drop reaches the Ganga Sagar in 27 hours. Because Ganga has an undercurrent, the thought current, not the above will not be fast. The under thought current is very strong in Ganga. It takes only 27 hours for Ganga to reach. So it means 27 hours, if you don't pollute, she will flush herself. For any normal human being, 3 state going and coming out only takes to flush yourself. Means once you need to go to Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, you are flushed. Over. Back to Jagrat, you are flushed. You understand what I am saying? See, if you fall into dream once, deep sleep once, come back to waking state, you are flushed. That's all. Nothing else. Like a Ganga, you start thinking in the language of integrity now, and then fall asleep. It can be even daytime, no problem. You need to dream once, means go to the space of dreaming once. When you come back again to the waking state, you are flushed. After that, you just should not pollute again, that's all. You should just continue to think in the same language of integrity, that's all. How many of you are getting what I am saying? Just like Ganga, if you stop polluting, she will flush herself in 27 hours. If you start talking in the language of integrity now, within 24 hours, you will be flushed. Once falling into waking state, deep sleep state, dream state, you are flushed. Only thing, you should stop polluting it further. Practically, if I speak, within 3-4 days you can stop polluting completely. Because day 1 you may still be left with some blind spot. But by day 3 you will not have it. This, what happens, like every finger will start growing extension, energy extension. You will feel like a balloon growing. Thought current and your ability to feel your organ is very closely connected. That is why when you are fresh, you feel all the fingertips. When you are dull, you feel only this area. How many of you understand what I am saying? Bringing extraordinary freshness to your existence happens by integrated thinking. Please listen. It is one of the most important sacred secret. Akshara is Shakti. The syllables we use and the organs' energy is connected. That is why in Sanskrit the Anganyasa, Karanyasa is done by invoking certain syllables on certain parts of body. Akshara means non-perishing energy of the syllables, and your organs are connected. For example, the Bhuvaneshwari is the goddess of the whole universe, my Ishta Devata. It is through Bhuvaneshwari. She is the first energy, gave darshan, and the formal initiation I received from Arunagiri Yogeshwara is Bhuvaneshwari Vidya. That is what formally I received from him. Tirumular, a great saint, describes the Bhuvaneshwari Vidya. In that only the Brahmanda Bhuvana Yoni Mandala is described, which is given in the Sadashivoham. We have a manual. I have a whole manual translated in Tamil, in the practical Tamil. Listen carefully. That Agama gives, it is actually essence of 4 Agama. That gives the technology of installing sacred sounds on your organs. I am going to install those sacred sounds on your organs, and the Tirumular even says, uttering those bija aksharas and stitching the skin with a lemon. In those days it used to be practiced as a technique, lemon piercing. But unfortunately nowadays the lemon piercing guys do not know these syllables. They do it like a ritual. Originally it was done with that bija. You see, the master who has mastered this science will utter the bija and insert the needle. Utter the bija and insert the needle. So the muscle memory gets the taste of the bija. Bija will be such powerful, muscles will feel the sweetness. But now I don't need to put the needle. You will feel the needle is being put and the taste will happen. I don't need to physically put the needle. All these 700 bijas I am going to recite and instill it in every part of your body. So your organs get integrity. All of you are understanding what I am saying? See, every day in course of our actions, many times we miss integrity and organs get polluted. That is why the Anganyasa and Karanyasa. To cleanse yourself again back. Mantramaya Sharira. Mantramaya Sharira means only the mantra should be vibrating as your core existence. This body is like a gunny bag covering. You are that mantra frequency. This is the original book. It's called Tirumandira Malai Munnooru. In introduction, Tirumular says, a great saint, 4 agama. The essence of 4 agama is translating in Tamil. In this, the whole 700 sounds he beautifully describes. Dhanadanya Tambanam. The page I opened is Dhanadanya Tambanam. Maram Kaikamal Mandirika. Mandirangal. Means if you utter those sounds standing in front of a tree, it will never ever give fruits. You can just program the tree not to give fruits just by the sound. And same way, there is an agrushana. If you utter those sounds, it will shower like if it is supposed to give 100 mango, it will give 10,000 mango. Like this programming, plants, animals, water, fire, earth, all those elements. This whole thing is called Bhuvana Vidya. Bhuvaneshwari Vidya or Bhuvana Vidya. Basically the Nigama component of Hinduism. Nigama means, see, you need to know little fundamentals of Hinduism. Devi, when she merged into Shiva, he becomes Dakshinamurti, and whatever he gave to the world is Veda and Agama. At one point, when Kalabhairava, means Sadashiva became Kalabhairava and cut the head of the Brahma, and that Brahma's skull got into the hands of Sadashiva, after he received food from Annapurani, he got merged into Devi, into the Devi space. That is the time Devi reveals the truths to the world. That is called Nigama. Understand? This is the translation of the Nigama part of Agama. Talking to yourself and others in the language of Agama, integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching. All your thought current aimed at only towards manifesting integrity, manifesting authenticity, manifesting responsibility, manifesting enriching. End of the day, your whole functioning is only for these 4. When you align yourself to this thought current, breaking this old thought current is going to be done by me by installing these sacred sounds in your body. There is a beautiful long 700 verses. Tistambanakanmam means making the fire not to burn. Means it will be there, you can put your hand and play with it, but it will not have any effect on your skin or body. Like this multiple power manifestation methodologies. I want you guys to learn thinking in the language of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching. Means all your actions should be aligned to this, and anything not aligned to this, you will not do it. That's all. All your actions should be aligned to this. Anything not aligned to this, you will not do it. That is sannyasa. Understand? Purifying hands is karanyasa. Purifying organs is anganyasa, purifying everything is sannyasa. Karanyasa means purifying the hand, installing the divine energies in the hand and purifying. Anganyasa means purifying the parts by installing the divine energies in those parts. Sannyasa means installing the divine in everything and purifying. That is what is the Vrajama mantra meaning. Vakpani badam me upastam me viraja vibhapma bhoya saggum swaha antaratma me sudyantam. So sannyasa, purifying everything. Actually exactly that nya dhatu means flowing with the cosmos. Nyaya. So from that dhatu only that nyasa evolves. Flowing with the cosmic shakti is nyasa. Nya means then from that only the jnana dhatu and the nyaya. The whole thing evolves from that. Flowing with the ultimate. Now let me talk about this connection between integrity and sound. Matruka. See, the sounds you constantly create decides your existence. Deha means in which you feel your astitva is deha. It is not that you always feel your existence in this deha. While you are in the dream, in which body you feel your existence? That is your deha. In my case, I always feel my existence in my divinity, that is why it is Divya Deha. Divya Deha, constantly staying in this Deha, makes this as Divya Deha. So your existence is the words you use within you. Now, teaching you to use powerful words within you is integrity. When I am teaching you to use powerful words within you, I am stopping all the pollution of Ganga. When I am installing these mantras into your body, I am just sending a heavy rain and flushing the whole Ganga of the past pollutions. Clear? When you think with the Agama software, anything you think will go on becoming reality, because the Ashtakanma Shaktis will start manifesting in you. Actually, today I gave a thorough compilation. Start as Vedanti, grow as Shaivagami, conclude as Shaktagami. Vedanta is the state of Sadashiva. Saivagama is the space of Sadashiva. Shaktagama is the manifesting powers of Sadashiva. The essence I am repeating. Few statements. First, unclutching. Understanding unclutching is your foundation. Gives you the complete restful awareness. Second, all the extraordinary organs are grown if you think in the language of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. This proper integrity-based thinking. Third, to flush out the old toxic method, I'll install the 720 sacred syllables in your body. And no more blind spots. Don't miss it again. The whole science is clear? Nithyanandeshwar Paramashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. See, for last few days, after Paramashivoham, few days I took to be continuously in samadhi, intensely, and even did nirahara samyama, and for some days dry fasting without even water. And it helped really a lot to download many things. I'll share with you all the things I downloaded in last few days. Whatever Paramashiva revealed. Understand. A ruler tries to make legally right as existentially right for all of you. Listen, a ruler, politicians, legal authority, rulers, they try to make what is legally right to look as if existentially right for you. Even though they know that is not existentially right, it's only legally right. That is why politicians are bound to be hypocrites and corrupt by the system. They are trying to convince you about something which they are not convinced and they cannot be convinced. Same way, the moral policing people, they try to make what is called moral as existentially right. Understand? Whatever they think morally right, they try to make you feel existentially right. Again, there will be tremendous hypocrisy. Then, there is one group, what they think logically right, they try to make you feel it is existentially right. We call them scientists, rationalists. Listen carefully. Each group tries to make what is their right to look like as if it is existentially right for you. That's where the whole problem starts. Scientists try to make logical as right for you. Politicians try to make legal as a right for you. moral policing people, social leaders, they try to make moral as right for you. Understand? Rationalists try to make rationally right as existentially right for you. Only Paramashiva makes truth, Paramasatya, as right for you. Understand? To solve any problem, to get into the ultimate possibility of anything, you need to get into the root of the problem, source of the problem. If you just collapse all of us and get into the root, we are nothing more than just bunch of patterns. Listen. I'll repeat. Lawyers and politicians try to make what is legally right as existentially right for you. Scientists try to make what is logically right as right for you, existentially right for you. Social leaders try to make what is morally right as existentially right for you. Rationalists try to make what is rationally right as existentially right for you. But only Paramashiva makes the Paramasatya, the truth, as existentially right for you. Listen. Some of the Paramasatyas, existentially right, what Paramashiva has revealed to me, I am revealing with you all now. All of us are just bunch of patterns. This universe itself is a huge thought current. All of us are bunch of patterns. This universe is a thought current. And the bunch of patterns we carry need to be just vibrate and in tune with the thought current called universe. The universal thought current. Understand? The bunch of pattern which we carry, if it vibrates with the universal thought current, we live enlightened life. If it doesn't vibrate with the universal thought current, we live a failure life. Or we move towards delusion. Paramashiva's fourth phase, which liberates you from delusion. Understand Paramashiva's 5 phase? One is creation, another one represents maintenance, another one represents rejuvenation, another one represents liberating from delusion, pulling you out of delusion, and the 5th one represents complete liberation. Listen carefully. If the bunch of patterns you carry vibrates with the universal truth, you live enlightened life, liberated life. The bunch of patterns you are, if it is not in tune with the universal truth, you are in delusion. That's all is the life. Fundamentally, you need to know your bunch of pattern, only then the tapas will not be painful. Understand? If you think you are pattern, every pattern you need to complete will be so painful, angry. It will generate so much of anger and vengeance on a person who is asking you to get out of delusion. It will turn towards Guru and God. Poor fellows. They suffer too much from you to give you the real reality. Actually, politicians escape very nicely from you. Everyone who tries to make their truth to your existential truth save themselves from you. But the person who really tries to make the existential truth as existential truth for you only suffers a lot from you. That's the most unfortunate, funny thing. Understand? Because Paramashiva never picks up weapon to hit you. You throw all your anger on him and his representative Guru. Listen. The existential truth is your bunch of pattern. If you remember that, raising yourself to vibrate with the universal truth will be too easy. Deciding to raise yourself to vibrate with the universal truth is tapas. And if you understand and remember continuously your bunch of pattern, tapas will be too easy. Because you know, you don't need to change, your patterns only need to be changed. But if you start cognizing you are your pattern, then you feel the pain. Oh, I have to change. I am being asked to change. I am not accepted as I am. Fool. Even you should not accept you as you are. You are a mess. If you think you are patterns. But actually you are not a mess. If you understand the patterns are separate from you. You are just bunch of patterns. Those patterns can be easily changed. Unclutching from patterns and understanding patterns are yours but not you. Patterns are yours but not you. Liberates you. Liberates you. Patterns are yours but not you. Understand? Whenever Paramashiva makes you vibrate with the existential reality, Paramasatya, it is always an intense joy, excitement, bliss, energy, health, all the auspicious things and auspiciousness. All your patterns loses power over you. You just need to remember your patterns are yours, not you. So you can easily discard them. Align yourself to the cosmic truth. Radiate yourself with the cosmic truth. All the powerful cognitions I have revealed are the cosmic truth, universal truth, ultimate reality, existential truth. Constantly align yourself, vibrate yourself to the powerful cognitions of Paramashiva. Complete with all the patterns which are not in tune with the Paramasatya ultimate. That's the best way of living enlightenment. Even the idea impossibility is just a stupid pattern. If you penetrate one pattern, you will see all the other patterns lose power over you. I tell you, only once if you do Nirahara Samyama, you will realize the most fundamental pattern, food pattern itself, you are able to break. You are able to run riot on food pattern itself. You will have so much powerfulness, you can play with any pattern. Running riot on food pattern is Nirahara Samyama. Running riot on possessiveness pattern is Aparigraha. Running riot on grabbing pattern is Asteya. Running riot on non-integrity pattern is Satya. Running riot on violence pattern is Ahimsa. Running riot on sexual patterns is Brahmacharya. When you run riot on your patterns, you become Rudra. When you run riot on your patterns, you become Rudraganya. Understand? Person who runs riot on their patterns, knowing that patterns are not you, it is just yours, becomes Rudra and Rudraganya. Yogi and Yogini. Embodiment of Paramashiva and Parashakti. I am going to continuously give you my reality, ultimate reality, Paramasatya, the vision, and go on creating sampradayas, sanghas, organizations to spread those visions with this clarity and context. Today, whatever I shared with this truth, just to spread this truth, based on this truth and from this context, yoga, kriya, jnana, power manifestation, enlightenment, science, everything can be shared to the world. This sampradaya, just to spread these truths, I am creating and launching an organization called Paramashiva Sena. Just sharing this truth with the world in multiple ways. So officially I am launching an organization called Paramashiva Sena. If you go to our digital nation, kailasa.org, the page is already available, Paramashiva Sena. You can get involved. This organization is specifically dedicated to leading the world to enlightened Hindu civilization, helping the society with offering free sattvic organic food as per the Paramashiva's words, sharing the yoga from the source Paramashiva, science of power manifestation, reviving Hinduism, preserving the ancient scriptures and rituals, establishing temples and gurukuls and worldwide, creating enlightened Hindu communities, reviving all this and reaching out this science to the world is the only purpose with which this Paramashiva Sena will function. You can enroll yourself to get involved and be part of this conscious movement all over the world. kailasa.org/Paramashiva-Sena. Now it's projected in the screen. kailasa.org/Paramashiva-Sena. I give you a few minutes. You can go and enroll yourself, register yourself, then I'll continue the satsang. Trying to tell you is
This Paramashiva Sena will liberate people from delusion, all delusions. Many delusions are put on you by various deluded people by themselves. They are deluded by themselves, but they put the delusion on you. Paramashiva Sena will be the antidote for all delusions, will continuously liberate you from all delusions. So with this, I'll come back with more and more revelations from Paramashiva soon. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaida Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Bondage or the prison for our joy, for our very being. All that bird needs is little courage to let go. Maybe the 2-3 seconds till that bird turns up and balances. It may have little chaos. It may have little difficulties. The courage to manage that 2-3 minutes is what I call tapas. That is what is tapas. That is what is penance. All we need to know, the identity which we project to the outer world and the identity which we believe as both have no base. Second, trying to relax. You see, when you understand that both have no base, both have no direct use to your life, it does not directly contribute. You can play the game in a much better way without these two identities. The whole game which you are playing now, the whole life, your whole day-to-day routine can be handled, managed, lived without these two identities coming into play, or without these two identities being remembered in your inner space as you. If this possibility is understood, I call that as a right listening, Shravana. And if you are continuously contemplating and trying to live this freedom, I call that as Manana, contemplation. If you are established in that freedom, that's what we call Nididhyasana, living enlightenment. Just these few truths, a little strong. Maybe the truths which I expressed is a little strong, or a straight truth. Maybe when we analyze it with the questions, with the interaction, we may be able to understand or catch the glimpse of what I am trying to express. So instead of me continuously talking, I'll be happy to answer your questions. Whatever I wanted to express, when I answer, I'll try to share.
Emptiness. And prior to this emptiness is a kind of feeling here. Perhaps it's the bird hanging upside down. But how do you explain this emptiness? It's kind of
Frightening.
It's a kind of vast. It's a feeling of you begin to feel you're stupid.
I can say you get updated. Only when you get updated you begin to feel that you are stupid. You understand? Only when your intelligence gets updated, you feel that you are past. You see, whatever you think, nothing but you are past. So whenever you feel that you are stupid, you are nothing, you are nobody, means what you think as you, what you think about you, your past, that is become irrelevant. Your past will become irrelevant only if your present is intense.
if you are getting updated, if you are becoming something beyond what you think as you, only then you feel your past or your old identity is stupid. I feel feeling continuously your past is stupid is the best way to be in the present. If you have a deep respect or dependence on your past, you will never be able to live in the present moment. So the experience which you are going through, I think is worthy. Maybe in the initial level it's little frightening. It's little frightening. See, one thing, we again and again get confused between learning from the past and continuously living in the past. Learning from the past happens only when you unclutch from your past experiences. When you unclutch from your past experiences, guilt, suffering, pain, the essence of your past experience, the teachings which you need to receive from your past experience will become part of your being. When we are continuously clutched to the past, only the pain, suffering, guilt will be reflecting on our being. We will never pick up the lessons or we will never pick up the juice from the past.
Our careers and profession.
Yes.
Now, as you experience this emptiness, this feeling of utter stupidity, like there comes a time when you even feel like I'm speaking to you. There's a voice telling me inside there's no need to speak, because the truth is here and now and in silence. It's not the words.
Yes.
There's a voice that tells you that. Now I have reconciled that with my workaday life. When I have to be a certain, I have to project a certain person. That person is not me. I know I am not that person. Rather, I am witnessing that person.
Two things. One, you know you are not the person you are projecting. But you think you are the person whom you think as you.
Yes.
That is what I am saying. Mamakar is also a lie. You understand? Mamakar is also a lie. Now, unclutched from that being also, you will not have a struggle. See, struggle is between ahankar and mamakar. Either mamakar is working to make the ahankar reality, or the ahankar continuously criticizing the mamakar is not reality. In your case, mamakar is not working to fulfill the ahankar, but ahankar is continuously criticizing you are not reality. That is where the problem starts. No, witnessing state is not mamakar. Witnessing state is beyond this both.
Swamiji, there's times when you feel that the work is being done to you, that you're a puppet. And that
I can say even that idea is nothing from mamakar. When you are beyond this ahankar and mamakar, neither you have an idea somebody is working through you, nor you have an idea that you are working. Both the ideas will not be there. People ask me, how do you know you are enlightened? I tell them, first thing, the doubt whether I am enlightened or not has disappeared. Second thing, the idea I am enlightened is not there. Both will not be there. Neither you will have the doubt whether you are enlightened or not, nor you will have the doubt, nor you will have an idea that you are enlightened. You see, with your case, the moment you have an idea somebody is working through you, it's mamakar. Mamakar playing the game. Actually, the ahankar's game, you will again and again reminded because the society will remind you. The mamakar's game, nobody will remind you. That is the most dangerous game. The most dangerous game is mamakar. I can say, if I have to say based on the percentage, only 10% of the people in the planet Earth suffer with the games of ahankar. 90% of the people suffer with the games of mamakar, especially in India. The religious country, India is a great religious country. Whether you want or not, from the young age, you have to listen. Rama went to the forest, Ravana kidnapped Sita. You have to listen. It's your life. Ramayana and Mahabharata and all these religious scriptures. Here, our suffering is more mamakar, not even ahankar. It's more with the mamakar, trying to continuously chisel you and trying to continuously develop the personality which is not there.
There, will it not be, there's a cessation of activity itself?
No. That is the main thing. See, being focused will be the side effect of dynamic consciousness. The side effect of the dynamic consciousness will never be laziness. People ask me, no, if I just unclutch from both identities, will I not become lazy? I tell them, just sleep for 10 days. Nothing wrong. Have vacation for 10 days. Decide, I am going to unclutch. I am going to unclutch from both the identities. How many days you think you can sleep? How many days you think that a cessation of activity will happen in you? You have kind of a, 33% of your body is sattva, pure silence. 33% of your body is rajas, restlessness. 33% of your body is tamas, deep sleep, the laziness. As on now, the first fear which will happen in you, I may become tamasic. I may become lazy person. Try to unclutch. That 33% of the laziness will be exhausted. It will disappear from your system within few days. Then what will you do? Then naturally, your innate intelligence, you don't have to be driven by fear and greed to live your day-to-day life. Maybe in the young age, some fear and greed is needed to drive your life. But now, the maturity means being driven by inspiration. But the problem is, we are never given that confidence. We are never given that courage. We can live just by inspiration. We always think either there should be fear and greed or I'll become lazy. It is not the case. It is not the case. We call in Sanskrit prarabdha. Prarabdha means the karma or the desires with which you built your body. See, your very body is built with certain desires, karma, the desire or need to have certain experiences. That prarabdha is powerful and intelligent enough to inspire you and to run your life. Sometimes you can see, for no reason, you radiate the excitement. For no reason, you radiate intelligence. Those few moments can become your whole life. It doesn't need to be a part-time of your life. It can become your whole life. That trust, that's what I call bhakti. When you start trusting you that your prarabdha is intelligent enough to play your whole life, when you start understanding, just by unclutching, your very being can run your life. That's what I call Atma Bhakti, the devotion, trust. Maybe in the initial level, first few days, what I call the tapas period, you may have a little imbalance. I feel it's worth undergoing. It's worth just few days, just rest, decide whatever happens, let it happen. Yes. See, two things. That is the question. Still, not only nobody can answer, nobody has answered. Not only nobody has answered, nobody can answer. You are asking how did I fall into the dream? If I ask, how did you fall into the dream yesterday night? Can you answer? You see, you know the possibility that you came out of the dream. You are able to come out of the dream, na? Then there is a possibility. But you can't analyze or understand how did you get into the dream. See, same way, you can come out of this dream, but you can't analyze and find out how did I get into this dream, because the logic which you have now is not capable of understanding. It is not bright enough to understand how did you get into this situation.
Or with your past experience of what you are projecting for the future, will it not lead to thoughtlessness?
I can tell you one thing.
And I think your mind will become silent and it will lead to thoughtlessness, which is meditation according for reaching that unclutching the. That is the part I was thinking.
Two things. First thing, the moment you think about the thoughtlessness or silence, you think that you will be in that same state and your body and your life will not run. Am I right? I want to tell you that it will lead to thoughtlessness. Then you start imagining that.
No, I think automatically it will.
Automatically it will lead, but I can say it will lead to a silence, it will lead to a kind of a peace in the initial level, but I don't say that is ultimate. Then something breaks in you, something happens in you, the regular thought or what you call as a thought or mind, everything is happening, your body moves, your day-to-day life happens, but you never come back as your old personality. Maybe I can use the word Sahaja Samadhi. You never come back as the old personality. You just live. See, maybe I can use this word. The psychological revolution happens in you, the cognition, how you receive information, process it, and give the answers. That whole process becomes different. I don't want to say that you will become thoughtless completely. You understand? The moment I say the word you will become thoughtless, you start thinking that I will become completely silent and I will not be able to do anything. My body will not move, my mind will not move. No, that does not happen.
Because we are unaware, that's why our thoughts keep on connecting it with the past experience or whatever it is. My question to you is how to become aware. How you are saying that you disconnect your thought, but it automatically keeps on happening, that you keep on connecting.
What I am saying, when in the initial level, you may have to sit in the beginning for some time and continuously unclutch. Then it will bring you a kind of a silence. You will settle down. Then after that, continuously whole day, when you walk, sit or stand or do anything, even remembering that idea unclutching. You see, the idea unclutching, this is what I call initiation. That idea is like a stick used to burn the dead bodies. In India, if you see the burning of the dead bodies, after burning, they will throw that stick also into that fire. Same way, this idea of unclutching will burn all other clutches and difficulties. Finally, this idea also will be put in the same fire.
It is actually a portable knowledge, and it may not lead to that what you are saying, that disconnecting the thought. But now you are saying that maybe in the beginning you may have to sit and disconnect your thoughts.
See, in the beginning, I was not saying it is bad or anything. I was saying we have something more to offer.
But japa can be also one of the techniques to disconnect.
Yes, surely. It can also lead in the initial level. See, there are different layers in our being. Physical body which you are carrying. Yoga will help for the physical body. The second, the pranic layer, the prana happening inside you. Pranayama will help to work on that layer. The third, mental layer, inner chattering you are having. The japa, repetition of some word or idea, the mantra, can help you that layer. The fourth, emotions, some visualization can help that layer. That we call it as a subtle layer, sukshma sarira. Then the deeper layers are like anandamaya kosha, or the deep sleep, karana sarira. Those layers can be helped by this method of unclutching. So different techniques or different layer helps. Different techniques can penetrate, can help you at a different level, different layer. What I am trying to say about this unclutching, when you try to experiment this unclutching, a very simple thing, all you need to do, remember that unclutching. Instead of giving meaning, connecting with the old thoughts and allowing that, see, when you create a thought, you are a Brahma. When you maintain a thought, you are a Vishnu. When you destroy a thought, you are Shiva. If you don't do all these three, you are Parabrahma. Unclutching is the method, it's like a self-purifying. As long as you are in the mental layer, now we are talking in the mental layer. This will be like a technique. like a mental layer. The moment you become subtle, actually if you try when you experiment with this technique, suddenly you will see, you don't even have to repeat the word unclutching, that very idea repeats. It becomes subtle. See, any technique which can purify itself, the moment when you become subtle, the technique also should become subtle by itself. Then it's a liberating technique. The technique which does not become subtle by itself, which stays as a grass, at one point, if it is not able to dilute itself, if it is not able to disappear, if it is not able to kill itself, if the technique is not able to commit suicide, it will kill you. Yes, maybe. But I can say, when you emphasize on the initial technique, in the initial thing, then that is where the problem starts. So let the emphasis be on this corner, this side of the shore. This side of the shore, let the technique commit suicide. When you grow, when you become more subtle, let the technique commit suicide and let you become more and more subtle. Let the emphasis be on this side. I can say the difference between the normal mind and living enlightenment. See, the normal mind, it functions, it works, all of us know. And in between there is a space called silence. When you become thoughtless and actionless. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. When there is no thought and no action, complete chitta vritti happens. The chitta vritti nirodha happens. Cessation of the mind, that happens. The next thing happens is, I can give you this example. As and now, if we have 10-acre land, the 10-acre land is our mind. Everything is continuously moving, jumping, restless. But when you live enlightenment, when you come to that ultimate truth, it's not that the activity in the 10-acre stops, suddenly you have a 10 million acre. In the 10 million acre, the activity in the 10 acre is negligible. First state is 10-acre land and all 10 acre is restless. Second state, all the 10 acre is in silence. Third state, what I call Sahaj Samadhi or living enlightenment, you have 10 million acre, the 10 acre restlessness is there, the activity is there, but you are never touched by it. You are never disturbed by it. The day-to-day life is happening. Every day life is running. Every day your life is moving. See, the creation, maintenance and the decision making in your life is continuously happening. But the constant irritation which you carry now is missing. That will be missing. That's what I call living enlightenment. This unclutching, in the initial level you may need to remember as word. Then slowly it will become like a concept. Then it will not even be a concept, it will be just a remembrance. It will become juice of your very being. Every moment, whether you understand or not, want it or not, you are unclutching. Unless you unclutch from the earlier thought, can the next thought come in? No. See, for example, the moment you decide to stand up, you renounce the thought of sitting. The moment you decide to come in, you renounce the thought of standing outside. The moment you decided to walk out, you renounce the thought of sitting inside. Am I right? Only when the earlier thought is renounced, the next thought can come inside your inner space. People ask me, Swamiji, I am suffering with the fear of death. What should I do? I tell them, have a cup of coffee. Now, it may look very funny. How can I have a cup of coffee and come out of the death fear? Understand? The moment you are able to have a thought that let me have a cup of coffee, whatever fear it may be, it has to leave your inner space. Am I right? Unless that leaves your inner space, you cannot have the thought, let me have a cup of coffee. You may say, no, but the fear comes back. Then have one more cup of coffee, that's all. See, if you know once how to get the fear out, apply the same thing second time. You may ask, how many cups of coffee I can have? The next time I have a cup of water, that's all. See, looks very simple. And just because it looks very simple, we are not able to trust it. Let me go a little deeper into this truth. Let me dive a little deep into this truth. continuously, whether you want or not, you can have only one thought. You can have continuously, no doubt, but only one thought at a time. Let me make these few statements. If I am wrong, please correct me. If I am right, please internalize it. First thing, you can have only one thought at a time. Second thing, unless the old thought is moved out, pushed out, the second thought cannot come. Third thing, if somebody can push me out and sit here, he is surely powerful than me. If somebody can push me from here and sit here, he is surely more powerful than me. Means any thought which is coming and pushing the old thought out is more powerful. Means, see, any thought which is coming now is rooted in the present moment. And naturally the old thought is dead. You may be having a worst fear of death or worst greed or lust, whatever it is. The moment new thought has come, it is dead. The old thought is dead. It has no power over your inner space. It has to leave you. See, a cup of coffee can replace your worst fear of death. It happens in you. When it happens in your inner space, just see and understand. You may say, no, it comes back. It cannot be that simple, Swami. No, we live, we know. It's not that you live, I also live. Please understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. I have seen what I am talking. That's the reason I am talking to you. When a thought can come inside and replace the earlier thought, it means naturally this thought is more powerful. The problem, the only difficulty we have is you start thinking, no, it may come back, it will come back. If it comes, you see, once you know how to replace it, why are you afraid of it coming back? Why should we constantly concentrate on it coming back? Somebody came and asked me the other day, a young guy, Swamiji, I am filled with sexual fantasies. Please give me some solution. I told him, just sit half an hour and meditate on those fantasies. He came back and said, no, Swamiji, I am not able to concentrate on it. Understand, your very nature of the mind, your very nature, constantly you are replaced. In mythology, we say Shiva is a destroyer. He is not destroyer. He creates a new space. He creates a new space for many other things to happen. He is a rejuvenator, not destroyer. He creates a new space for many other things to happen. Understand, you are filled with Shiva energy, Shiva consciousness. In Sanskrit, the word Shiva means auspiciousness, causeless auspiciousness. Your inner space is filled with auspiciousness. That is why constantly the new inner space is created so that old thoughts can be replaced. The continuous flow of thoughts proves you are continuously unclutching. All you need to do is remember it. See, now you remember the pain shaft or joy shaft. Am I right? All your thoughts, you give meaning or you process, you live based on pain shaft or joy shaft. You see, your movements are happening either based on the idea of pain shaft or joy shaft. Let your movements happen by the remembrance of unclutching. That's all I am saying. Instead of acting based on the remembrance of joy shaft or pain shaft, act based on the remembrance of unclutching. That's all is the essence. See, when people ask me, no, if I am constantly remembering unclutching, how can I act? If you are constantly suffering with pain, you are acting. Are you not acting? See, even while you carry the remembrance of pain and suffering, you are acting. When you can act with the remembrance of pain, why not remembrance of unclutching? For a simple example, morning 8 o'clock you sit in your car and start driving towards your office. 9 o'clock you reach your office. Suddenly you remember, only after reaching the office, last 1 hour I was driving.
How many of you experienced at least once this in your life? At least once. You would have experienced. See, then 1 hour you took so many decisions. Pressing the accelerator, changing the gear, stopping for red light. So many decisions. But you are not aware. When you can drive with unconsciousness, why not drive with a super consciousness? You can. Your day-to-day life is possible with the remembrance of unclutching. With the undercurrent of unclutching. That's what I call living enlightenment. One thing, this is the only thing you need. Simple courage to experiment in the beginning. Simple courage to experiment in the beginning. The undercurrent, you see, if you have a deep depression, do you stop going to the office? No. You may carry that, but your body moves. You are working. Maybe you may not be productive that much or you may not be efficient that much, that is different. But your body is living. You are actually, instead of living depression, I am saying live enlightenment. But when we live depression, we don't have all these questions. No, if I am depressed, how can my body move? We don't have questions. It became part of our life. Same way, in the initial level, you will have questions, how to live enlightenment. But the constant remembrance of unclutching will not interfere in your mind or body movements. It will interfere only in one thing. It will do only one change in you. You will not carry your constant irritation. That's all. That constant irritation is the product of the fight between the ahankara and mamakara. The identity which you show to the outer world and to the inner world. That fight, if it stops, you are living enlightenment. See, when I express with a simple word, that irritation. But that irritation is the source of all pains and suffering. That irritation is the source of the whole maya, the whole illusion, whatever you call. So in the initial level, remembering that word, unclutching, slowly, you don't even have to wait for years. Within few times when you try, you will suddenly see, if your enemy means if your mind is in the mental plane, means with the words, very powerful, then unclutching also will be like a word. If your mind is in the emotional level, just some subtle memories are flowing, then unclutching also can be just a simple remembrance. If your mind is just neither words nor visualization, just something is flowing which you don't understand, very rarely you will experience that space. At that moment, you don't even have to remember unclutching. Just your very presence, you will see you are unclutched. If your enemy is mind, based on the strength of the enemy, the technique also will change itself. That's what I call the Mahavagya. Mahavagya means the ultimate truth. The ultimate initiation will be such, it will change its position, its strategy, its space, and its strength based on the enemy's strength. All you need to do is add this simple truth, unclutching, and when you work with this technique, you will see by your very nature you are unclutched. That is why you are able to have new thoughts. That is why you are able to have new thoughts. See, any depression can be replaced just by one thought. Let me have a cup of water. Let me have a cup of tea. Over. Trash your emails. You again go back to the trash and bring them back. That is where the problem starts. That is where the problem starts. And you have a clear, very strong belief, no, whatever is said and done, even if I have thrown it, it will come back. It will come back. See, once you know how to throw that, even if it comes back, it's okay. Why are you afraid? Let us throw again. Let us throw again. Give more power to the gap. Empower the gap instead of the thought. Empower the ability to unclutch. Cherish the ability to unclutch. Live the ability to unclutch. Then living the thoughts.
There is only two kinds of life: living thoughts, enlightenment. Simple choice. Where the question is raising, from that level I can say consciousness is playing passive role, but that is not ultimate truth. Maybe it's a fact, but not truth. Trying to use the truth in the day-to-day life without experiencing it creates rituals. By faking it, you can never make it. That is the important truth. See, sometimes by faking, people say that fake it and make it. No, it does not happen. At least in the inner space. Inner space, only if you make it, it can work. Only by experience, it can happen. In the outer world, by faking, you can make. You see, if it is related to ahankar or mamakar, you can fake it and make it. But if it is related to truth, by faking it, you can't make it.
With energy-based healing sciences, could you please throw some light on it, and we'd like to know more about it?
When you completely unclutch, you radiate so much of awareness and energy and intelligence. See, the energy cannot be produced, or it's not like something you create. It's continuously happening in every being. If you take a stand that you are a body, you will be on a matter. You will be in a matter plane of a physical matter, and you will be living like that only. Your desires will be very physical, grass. If you think you are a mind, you will live in the mental plane. Your desires, fears, everything will be related to mind, like a name and fame desire, fear of losing the identity, this kind of desires. If you are based on the physical plane, your desires and fears, everything will be related to that level. Like you will have the fears of basic, like a death fear, or the desires also will be related to body. In the mental layer, the desires and fear, both will be subtle. In the spiritual level, being level, there won't be any desire or fear. You will be radiating the energy continuously. In which plane you are, your existence, your presence will radiate that energy. So when somebody is established in the spiritual plane, deeply, the spiritual zone, there won't be any need for any sankalpa to do healing. Many people ask me, Swamiji, how do you do healing? Do you use any mantra? Do you use any technique? I tell them no. All I do is just relax. Just simple relaxation, unclutching. Simple unclutching and relaxing. Of course, because the enlightenment has happened, there is no need for me to do consciously any unclutching. Just the very being, it's happening. Just the simple unclutching, that radiates the energy. That's all. People feel the side effect of this energy as a physical healing or mental healing or any other benefits. But the core truth is what I spoke to you, the same thing. Unclutching is the same thing. There is no other separate technique or method. To tell you honestly, I don't believe in any other techniques or methods. Those things are a good thing to create a feel-good feeling in the initial inspiration. This unclutching, I can say the straight, strong method. Just a simple remembrance. Whenever a thought rises in you, do not give meaning to it, unclutch. Just remember the word unclutching. Maybe in the initial level, morning half an hour, or every day, if you sit for half an hour or 10 minutes, it will give you a clarity, more and more clarity. And then after some time, you don't need to sit separately. Whole day, whether you are sitting or talking or in the office or driving or watching or doing whatever you may be doing, that itself can be part of your, unclutching will be part of your life. And just see, you will not have a person to command you. You will not have a person to judge you inside. That's all is living enlightenment. Now, you have somebody who commands you. And person who commands you will naturally judge you. Person who commands you, somebody is commanding you inside, you do it, and he is judging you continuously. That person will not be there. That is what is living enlightenment.
that our diseases visit us because of our prarabdha and our past karmas. So if we are going to be healing ourselves in this birth by unclutching, as Your Grace said, then is it that we are writing off that part of prarabdha?
No, I would say that we are, see, karma itself is nothing but energylessness. Please understand, it's like a photograph. See, if a scene is exposed to a film, the light and darkness gets impressed. If you expose the same film to the sun, what will happen? The whole thing will become blank. Means the full sun can't be captured. Full energy can't have karma. The lightlessness is darkness. Energylessness is karma. Wherever there is a less energy, karma comes to play. So, bringing energy does not mean you are, for example, when people ask me also, Swamiji, do you suffer our karmas? I tell them, no. When sun comes, the lotus blooms by itself and the darkness disappears. Does sun eat the darkness? No. Just by the very presence that disappears. The very presence of an intense unclutching, I can say that is the right word. The very presence of a person who is completely unclutched heals. There is no such thing as I take the karma and burn. There is no interaction. There is no bargain. There is no business happens. Here there is no giving and taking. Just the very quality and the presence of the being does the job. That's all. The disease comes from the inner space. Disease comes from outer space. There are two things. As far as Ramana Maharshi concerned, he used the body, like how I used this kerchief, and put it here. Same way, Ramana Maharshi used the body. He saw the purpose is over and he dropped it. When the cup falls from the hand and breaks, it gets disintegrated and goes back to the nature. Same way, he dropped the cup, his body, and it disintegrated and went back to the nature. Naturally, there should be some disease to disintegrate. That is what has happened. I don't think he suffered. See, surely the quality of Ramana Maharshi's cancer, the quality of ordinary person's cancer is different. So you can't call it as a disease. It's like a just body disintegration. You see, when you don't have the desire or the need to live in the body can be just dropped. He dropped the body. So I can't say that this is the same disease which ordinary people suffer. The quality itself is different. The person itself is different. Because Bhagavan himself healed so many people. He has healed so many people. So there is no reason why he should suffer. He has just dropped the body. From outside, when we see it as the body getting cancer and disintegrating and falling into it. That's all. So, same way Ramakrishna. How many cancers he healed? And somebody asked Ramakrishna, why don't you heal your throat cancer? Why don't you just put your awareness on the throat for 2 minutes, it will be healed. And Ramakrishna says, fool, I have already given my mind to Devi and it is not there with me. How can I concentrate on my throat? He says, just uses the very word fool. He says in Bengali, Boka. And I have given my mind, how can I bring it back and put it on my throat?
But the process of healing through meditation, one person healing the other one, that does take place, that does happen.
You see, using the power of the mind, you can do that game. But in my healing science, the healing science which I am practicing and spreading, does not need to use your mind. You see, there is in the Reiki, pranic healing and all, you can use some symbols. Some symbol, some color. It does help, no doubt about it. But in that, the karma exchange happens. The karma exchange happens. Healer gets the karma. So surely, I think that is, I can say, the worst mistake. Worst mistake. See, anything done using the mind, both person will suffer. The person who got healed also has to, naturally he will get back the karma disease after that. Because the mental setup is not changed, you see. See, the symptom is healed, but the mental setup which creates the symptom is the same. But in the case of the master's presence, which is not using the mind, see, I am not using the mind, it's a presence. So naturally beyond his mind the healing will happen. His mind also will be healed. Means the
mental setup which creates the symptom also will be handled, which will be touched, will be healed. But usually when the simple healers like using emblems, symbols and colors, when they heal, they can heal only the symptoms. So naturally the problem is, one, the person will have the disease back again because he will create it again. Have the disease means not the same disease, he will create the disease again. Second thing, the person who healed, he will also have to suffer the karma. See, this game happens in a fourth layer, I can say emotional level. So it's very dangerous. I personally feel that it will hinder the spiritual growth of a person who is healing and the person who gets healed. It is better to sit with a person who does not have mind or who is enlightened, even if it takes little time. The problem is those healers will give an immediate result like a steroid. In my case, I can't give a steroid effect. It will take little time, maybe some week or some few days. But this healing does a big job, permanent job. Of course, if I start talking a little more deeply, it will be more like a promoting. I don't want to do that job. I just, okay, we'll.
You told that you are here to all of us realize, common persons like us
Yes.
realize.
There is no common person. Persons that are
Persons as God, that Godness within. And now you are telling that cancer of common people are different from cancer of so-called.
See, I am telling, in their case, that is the truth.
You understand? Please understand, I am here to make you realize that you are God, no doubt about it. But in the case of Ramana Maharshi, he realized he is God. Surely the other persons have not realized. Now if you realize you are God, like Ramana Maharshi, naturally your disease and the other person's disease will be different, that's all. You understand that where I use that word, the Ramana Maharshi and other things, that's a realized and unrealized. Here I am saying I am here to make you realize, that is true, no doubt about it.
See, Paramashivam did not have any disease. He just like that left the body. And if you read Paramashivan's biography, he just said very clearly, I think in half an hour I will be relaxing, please get ready. And he was attending a meeting. He was honored by the ambassador of Indian ambassador, some Sen, BG Sen or something.
Yes.
He was honored, and immediately he looked at the watch and said, I think half an hour more, I will be done. And he just said, and all the people are sitting around him, his disciples are sitting, he lifted the hand and did namaskar and left the body. That is the way he left. So you see, to tell you honestly, you can't judge those people's activity, their activities. But I can surely say for one thing, if Bhagavan wants, he could have healed his cancer. That much I can be sure. I can be sure. Other than that, you can't judge their activities. And one more thing, in the cosmic wave, these are too minor for these masters. How you leave the body and all those things are just too minor. To tell you honestly, what really matters for me, how many people have become unclutched by me, that's all. Nothing else matters. Not the centers and ashrams. People tell me, 1,000 centers. Center means what? In the devotee's house they are running. What is there for me? And somebody comes and tells me, Swamiji, I believe you. I tell them, by believing me, you talk as if you have done a favor to me. It's not. You are doing a favor to you, not to me. No, I run in my house, I run your center. I tell them, it's not that you are doing a favor to me. You are doing some favor to you. So nothing matters. There is nothing matters. How many people are unclutched? That's all matters. See, when you walk on the planet Earth in an unclutched way, planet Earth is blessed. Just planet Earth is blessed. So, how many more people are going to bless the planet Earth by walking on it in an unclutched way? It's the only thing. Nothing else.
Hamsa had cancer of throat. Then Swami Ramana Maharshi also had cancer. Swami Chinmayananda also.
I can give you a big list of cancer and enlightenment. I don't know why.
Could there be any correlation?
I tried to do some research, but I not find any correlation because there's a huge list of people, masters who left the body without cancer. No. Because I tried to see. I myself a kind of a person who constantly does this kind of researches and all these things. So I am not able to come up with any clear logic or a proof that cancer and enlightenment is some way connected.
Because this question becomes 90% this is a psychocemetric. When these great spiritual masters were above everything. So then little bit sometimes the question comes, why they suffer?
One thing, that's what I told you now. They had pain but no suffering. That's the first thing. Second thing, you see, it's like dropping the body. You see, when you, Ramakrishna says very clearly in 1886, January 1st, he says, today I dropped the will to live, carry this body anymore. Within 8 months, he left the body. See, when you drop the will to live in the body, when you drop the body, the easiest disease is cancer. And straight away it attacks and takes away the body. That's what I feel. Otherwise, consciously, I don't see any connection between the... cancer is related to Swadhisthana Chakra. According to Patanjali, cancer is related to Swadhisthana Chakra. Swadhisthana is the survival instinct, Swadhisthana Chakra. Spleen Chakra is a survival instinct. So, when these masters relax from the survival instinct, naturally the body is taken over by the disease and it disintegrates.
These enlightened souls having cancer at the last moment, is it not better explained by the theory of karma? The only difference being that since they were the enlightened souls, they realize that this karma is there, this karma has to be suffered. I mean, without suffering they have to be suffered. So let that also pass through. And the process they acquire more karma.
All right.
They allow this to be passed.
Do you want a social answer or honest answer? If it is just a social answer, if it is a public meeting, if you ask this question, I would have said yes, it must be, and left it. But I feel, I can honestly speak, it's a small group and now I have to bring my experience into the scene. See, there are some things which can be proved by somebody else's experience. There are some things which can be proved only by the personal experience. I personally feel an experience, there is no karma for enlightened person. There is no karma and there is no karma in front of me. I am very clearly able to see. The games which I am playing, the possibilities are there. If I am getting into the car and driving, the possibility for accident is always there. But I am very clear, before itself, all the possibilities in front of me, just because my inner space is so vast, where all the possibilities can appear and disappear, there is no karma binding me. You understand? Did I explain? I don't know whether I...
Maybe my own perception.
Maybe I can give you this one incident, please be seated. Nisargadatta Maharaj, you heard of this Nisargadatta Maharaj? Great master, very great master. Somebody goes to him and asks him, Bhagavan, enlightened beings do not have karma. Then how are you able to talk to us? He said, I am not talking to you. Then that guy says, no, you are talking to me. Is it not a karma? Then he says beautifully, I am just there in my pure space. Because you want to see me talking, you are seeing me talking. It's little strong. Because you want to see me talking, you see me talking. See, it's like nothing gets recorded in me, what I am talking, and nothing is prepared. A pure inner space, just what you are throwing, that waves and movements you are watching, you are witnessing. I can say, maybe put it in this way, there is no editing happening inside. There is no
You see, there is no interest to inspire you, or there is no interest to convince you. To tell you honestly, you may be from morning, last 2-3 hours of my act, you may be thinking I am interested in inspiring you, or I am interested in convincing you. I have to tell the honest truth. I am not interested in convincing or inspiring. It is just the overflowing joy, my overflowing excitement. I come out of my room and sit in the car. The overflowing excitement for no reason. Something I am sharing. The same overflowing excitement for no reason. Your question I am answering. It is just a overflowing excitement for no reason. If I am not sitting in this hall, if I am sitting in the ashrama, I will be same way, just excited, sitting with the brahmacharis or chatting something and doing something. So it is just a overflowing excitement. If there are no brahmacharis, I will be sitting with the trees in my room. And the same thing, there is no instinct or interest to do anything particular, intense excitement towards anything and everything. Intense excitement towards anything and everything, not particularly directed to one point, is what I call consciousness. So you just see some part of me reflecting to you.
Because of our preconceived notions, I have a Jainism background, and even in case of Lord Mahavira, we believe that when he attained the stage of enlightenment, he still had karmas to pass through.
No, when the disciples write biography, they will write like that. And one more thing, see, when disciples write biography, they have to make Guru God. The problem is how I experience myself as God and how he remembers me as God is a big problem. He wants me to have 4 hands and he wants me to have do all kinds of magics and everything. But in my case, you see, even intuition is a lie. What is intuition? Purified intelligence is intuition. See, when you have the intuition, it's not that against your intellect, you will have some decision you will follow. People ask me, Swamiji, don't you have intuition to tell something, to do something? What should I do? I tell them, exactly intuition means, it's not that according to your logical decision, your logic says you have to go now from here. But intuition will suddenly say from the deep, no, sit here itself. It never happens in that way. Your very logic will be refined, purified to such level, what decision it takes itself will be intuition. So it is just a simple flowing, but the disciple does not want that. He wants something extraordinary. He wants the aura around me. He wants 4 hands. He wants that I should put my hand like this, some light will come out, and that 80-year-old lady will become 16-year-old girl. And oh, what happened? Your grace, your energy. So he has to write the biography. You understand? He has to write the biography. That is what has happened in Ramakrishna's case also. When they wrote the biography, they started saying he took somebody's karma and healed and all those things. Ramakrishna himself answers in Kathamrita. There is a beautiful book called Ramakrishna Kathamrita. In that he says, fools, don't write like this and all. Don't tell like that. It's now nobody's karma. I don't have any karma. Vivekananda says beautifully, if you try to present me as a god, you imagine I'll come as a ghost and catch your throat. He says in one of his letter he writes, do not build temple for me and do not project me as a god as you want. Present me, experience God as I experienced. Do not present me as a god as you want, then I'll come and catch your throat. He says very clearly, I will come as a ghost and catch your throat. So this gap only is the problem. You see, problem is this gap. Let me describe in this way, this one story. You heard this Paramahamsa story that the swans, they lay the egg, and the egg, before even reaches the ground, it hatches and the swan flies back. It just stays there itself. It's the story from Ramakrishna, the Paramahamsa. I read from Ramakrishna, so that's all gospel it describes. You see, that swan is called Paramahamsa, enlightened beings. And suddenly the reflection of that swan fell on one tank and a small river and in some lake. When in the lake, when the reflection happened, all the fishes in that lake started jumping around that swan. There's some big fishes come. Some fishes started telling, one big white fish has come, and they all started jumping. Some other fishes saying, no, it is not a fish, it is something else. And some other fishes have started telling, no, it is not fish, not anything else, it's a bird. And all of them started jumping around and playing around that swan. One fish told, hey, stop, only I will allow you to go near that fish. And he became the chief disciple. And and some other fishes have started telling, no, wait. Let us have a small houses here around and live around this swan. It looks so pretty. And ashram is created. And this is the way the things happen. And suddenly one day, see, when the reflection falls on the lake which is in India, all the Indian fishes gather and ashram gets created. If the same reflection falls on in some other country, in some other lake, all those country fishes gather and create a ashram. The settlement happens. So all these things are happening. One important thing, sometimes some fishes jump on that swan and thinks, oh, this swan is so loving, caring, it is always hugging, so much of showering. And some fishes jump out of the swan and say, no, this swan is not like that, it is kicking me out. It's not loving and caring as it's shown. It's filled with hatred and violence. Some fishes write a reminiscence. Oh, this is a loving, caring swan. Some fishes write a reminiscence. No, it's a filled with hatred and violence. All these things are happening. One important thing, swan is not aware of any of these things. The original swan is not aware of any of these dramas. Some fishes jump this way, some jump that way. One more thing, all the biographies written by fishes are all about reflection, not about the swan. About the reflection, not about the swan. One important thing, the swan, the reflection happens for only one reason. The swan expects, suddenly some fish may think, no, it is neither fish nor swan, nothing. It is something else beyond reflecting, and the fish may look up and recognize the original swan. That is the only reason the swan is flying over the waters. It is letting the reflections to happen on the water. Otherwise, the swan is not even aware of the whole drama goes on. Suddenly, the swan moves out and the reflection is not there. It's all over. The fishes which are playing, now what they will do? Oh God, we missed. I always tell people, instead of playing around the reflection, look at the swan. Catch the swan till, see, when the reflection is not there, you don't know which direction to look up. Reflection is like living master in the body. Swan is the original master, the being. When the body is there for the master, he can easily show where to look. When you see the reflection, use the time and energy only to look up and catch the swan. If people are just playing around, some doing these, that things, finally what they will do? When the reflection disappeared, they may build a monument. They will bring some stones here and there. All the fishes will pick up some stones, bring it and assemble it and say, oh, this is the spot when the reflection, when we saw the reflection of the swan. In those days, we were all playing whole night with the swan. There was a moon, there was a Purnima in that beautiful scene. The swan was there. We were all jumping around. They can write reminiscences and stories and build monuments. That's all. And instead of trying to create reminiscences, stories, histories, monuments, intelligent few fishes look up and catch the swan. That's all. The whole drama I have solidified in one story. This is the one story, how the spiritual organizations are created, how the biographies are written, how the movements happen, how the religions evolve, how the whole thing evolves and lives. That's all.
Simple layman's language, what is unclutching and how does one unclutch?
Yes, this is a beautiful word. Let me answer this straight answer. When you sit, thought will come naturally. Some thought will come. The moment you see the thoughts some thoughts are coming, without giving meaning to it. You will give meaning only if you connect with your past. Am I right? Without giving meaning to it, just remember to unclutch and see what happens. The moment you remember that let me unclutch from this thought, means let me not give meaning to it, for a few seconds there will be a small silent gap. The moment you are aware that there is a silence, it will become one more thought. Then unclutch from that thought. You understand? Then again there will be just few second gap only. Then there will be one more thought. I am in silence or I am unclutching. Unclutch from that thought. Just that gap or the silence should become longer and longer. Over. And what will happen after that? Don't have to bother now. And naturally mind will say, after a few minutes, mind will go away somewhere, wander around. The moment you remember, mind has gone around, then unclutch then. That time unclutch. No need to have guilt, or no need to bother, mind has wandered, nothing. The moment you remember, unclutch. That's all. No. See, when I say, when I use the word banish the thought, stop the thought, you will start suppressing.
Distract the mind?
No need to distract. Just remember, let me unclutch. Let me not encourage this thought. Let me not empower this thought. That's all. I am not saying empower something else. I am not saying encourage something else. Just do not encourage what is happening now. You may say, how can it be possible? Just remembrance of this unclutching. Then any other thought comes, no, unclutching is one more thought. Unclutch from that too. In the initial level, it will be very grass, very solid. You may have to, like a fight, you may have to utter that word unclutching like a mantra. It may look like a mantra. But just few seconds, few moments, suddenly you will see. It becomes a subtle process. When I talk, it has to be grass process because I am verbally communicating. When you do, it will not be verbally this strong, solid process. This will become a subtle process.
Swamiji, many of us, have experienced that this, what you are telling, of course we did not use that word, but we have experienced that this needs a very strenuous mental exercise. And that is not very easy for the common human beings.
Can I answer this question? I am telling you, I am really honest. Please understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. I am really honest. This needs a strenuous mental exercise, is an idea put into your head. See, two things. You always lived with numbers. Numbers is not life. In your mind, you reduced your whole life into numbers. So if you are playing with numbers, is a strenuous exercise. Now, this technique also you are trying to make it like a number. How many times I have to do to make it as a life? You are trying to make numbers out of this technique. That is why the idea strenuous comes in the scene. The idea strenuous mental exercise is nothing but the number game. You understand? I tried 1000 times, I failed. That is why it is strenuous. The number game itself is a one more mental game. You understand? So without trying only, your mind says, you will believe the words of your mind, it's a strenuous mental game. Just try. Even when the mind says it is a strenuous mental game, unclutch from it. One more thought. Just a simple game your mind is playing, and try to play with it. Suddenly you will see this very courage puts your mind completely into silence.
Fundamental question. Why get all these thoughts arise? Is it because of the manufacturing defect in the mind? It is not necessary.
If it is a manufacturing defect, we will put the blame on God. So I can't say manufacturing defect. The possibility, see, the mind can be called as a manufacturing defect or can be called as a possibility to exchange. You understand? The manufacturing defect, you can blame the manufacturer, or the possibility for exchange is there.
So let us look in the angle of possibility for exchange to get the updated software. Maybe to constantly to remind you, you are not complete. The mind is put inside the system. Otherwise, you may not raise your frequency. You may not continuously be aware that you need to expand. You need to experience something higher. Ultimate right word. Use that word itself.
There's a literature available. What is your view on scientific reasoning on spiritual healing?
It's good in the initial level as an inspiration. To tell you honestly, science is not that evolved to touch spirituality. Please, I'm not, if I sound little strong, please forgive me. See, science is a bacha, 400-year-old guy. And spirituality is something like 10,000-year-old science. And one more thing, our masters are not something like a cheaters or superstitious guys or immature people. They lived such an intense quality of consciousness. They lived with such great quality of consciousness. So we don't have to use this ordinary scientist to measure our masters. This is too small scale. You understand? In the initial level, we too talk. I also talk in some places, science and spirituality and all, just to inspire the initial level people. And it's like the language in which they understand, I talk to them. Science is not evolved to touch the spiritual heights. You understand? Spirituality has reached totally different heights and depth. Science is just if you read the Albert Einstein's books, Einstein's literatures, you will see in the last days, he says very clearly, after this science cannot evolve, only the mystics can answer everything. Where science ends, spirituality starts. So, in the initial level, okay, it's like a bridging game. You also be there, we will also be there, let's help each other and all those things. The scientific reasoning, if it helps you, your shraddha, your sincerity, okay, have it. But the science is not that big to measure spirituality. There are thousands of things. You can, if it sounds too mystical, please forgive me. I have seen with my own eyes, these two eyes, I have seen yogis levitating and all those things. How will you define? Science can never justify. Can never, yes.
Self-congratulating oneself by saying spirituality is much bigger than science.
The moment this question comes, I have to become silent. Sorry. I have to become silent. You see, is it self-confidence or a spiritual experience? This is a very subtle line. If you experience what I am saying, then I can be authentically say it's a spiritual experience. You see, it's not only just mine, it's yours also. But till you experience, you always have a right to say that it's ego or self-confidence. You have the right to complain till I give you the experience. So now I don't have any reason or a logical justification. So I have to back.
You were writing the biography, and there is a God of the person whom you call master. I don't know what it is.
Yes, two things.
Now, what is the difference between the two, and what is actually God?
Yes. See, one thing, person who is feeling he is missing money in the life, who will be his God? Only Lakshmi, goddess of wealth. Person who is feeling he is missing knowledge in his life, who will be his God? Naturally, the Saraswati, knowledge of God, the goddess of knowledge. He will be constantly remembering only that deity. Whatever you feel is missing in you, you will project that, and fulfillment of that only you will feel as God. Whatever you feel you are missing, you will try to have it by meditating or believing or praying to that energy. So, a normal man projects his God out of his fear or greed. An enlightened being does not project anything. He just lives his very life. The very life radiates godliness. Exactly, if you want to ask the definition of God, whatever is, that isness, if you come, you see, it's like I was talking about understanding that both identities are false. Identity which you are trying to project to the outer world,
the identity which you carry in you as you. Both are lies. The moment you understand this and relax, what great inner healing happens. See, the moment somebody convinces you clearly, inspires you and says, you don't have to prove yourself to the world, or you don't have to prove yourself to yourself, what tremendous relaxation happens. What tremendous rest happens.
Tremendous feeling of relaxation.
That inner healing I call God.
Inner healing or tremendous feeling of relaxation. For ordinary person, I have personally seen, even old ladies going to the temples, they get similar feeling, which by unclutching.
Then surely they have evolved. Their devotion has evolved.
Following rituals also, they are approaching at the same level.
Yes.
And by following this part of unclutching and with consciousness, we are reaching to the same.
Yes. Both are reaching. See, both can reach the same goal. It takes little time. That's all. You see, Buddha is also reaching there. No doubt at all. What is the difference? There is no doubt. One thing. You see, I am not against ritual. If you come to our ashram, you will see the amount of ritual goes on there. I am a person, wherever it is possible, I erect temples and every day, continuously rituals goes on. I am not against rituals, or I am not against these basic traditions. Maybe I may not accept this statement. See, I am not against rituals. No, I am not against rituals. Usually, I am a great supporter of rituals, and I myself perform in a mass scale, like 1,008 homaguntas we place and do, and something like this Shivratri, if you come, 12 hours continuously rituals will be there in the ashram. March 6th whole night. So all these things are okay, but I don't say it is the easiest way. I can say if it inspires you to go to the higher level, it is easiest way, but sometimes it just perspires, not inspires. In that level, it's danger. See, who teaches you ritual is the main thing. With what understanding you do the ritual is the main thing. So I cannot say it is the easiest way. I don't feel it's the easiest way. With understanding, it can be easiest way. Not without that. So when you say that a few ladies reaching the same level, I can say by and by, the understanding would have been added to their being. That only raises them. Beautifully Shankara says in Vivekachudamani, even Kalpakala Pariyanta, one Brahma's age, if you are doing rituals without the knowledge or the understanding, you will not reach anywhere. In beautifully Shankara puts in Vivekachudamani. So I feel the rituals are okay to start. I am not against them. I myself practice, teach, and I keep the whole tradition alive. So that is not the thing. But we need the understanding part. We need to give a little more importance to understanding part. That's all I am saying.
The idea of decluttering appears to be self-contained. In this sense, and so many thoughts are coming into expression. If a particular thought you want to declutter, first we have to focus on that thought. Then only you will think about decluttering.
No. These are all too many. You are again bringing too many numbers into one process. You understand? You don't have to focus on the thought to unclutch. Unclutching does not need to be, after unclutching, you may have the focused consciousness. But for unclutching, you don't need focused consciousness. Concentration is a byproduct of meditation, concentration is not path for meditation. Dreams. Unclutching the dream also. It's possible. In the day, actually, your night dreaming is nothing but the reflection of daydreaming. Let me finish describing. Daydreaming means the whole day constantly oscillating. If you unclutch during daydreaming, that same awareness will enter into night dreaming. See, daydreaming and night dreaming is very closely connected. Daydreaming, if you reduce the daydreaming, night dreaming will reduce. The daydreaming reduction means unclutching in the daytime. Naturally, you will start unclutching in the night time. I have seen it happening in my own life. You see, the unclutching is such a powerful technique. It can reach to your subconscious and unconscious. Now insert it into your consciousness and start churning. And it will reach to subconscious and unconscious. It's like a Kshirasagara Madana. They call it churning of the Milky Ocean. Just like that. If you understand that story, the Meru, the hill, is the technique unclutching. And all the devatas are good thoughts. All the rakshasas are bad thoughts. Mind is the snake. The technique is the Meru, the hill. And the mind is the snake. Good thoughts are devatas and bad thoughts are rakshasas. And the Milky Ocean is your consciousness. Start churning. Guru is the tortoise, who is balancing the technique properly. And Guru is the tortoise. And start churning this side and that side. And you will see suddenly, first the Kalpadaru will come. All your desires will be fulfilled. The different energies will come. Siddhis will come. All these devatas who want that, they stop with that, that's all. And after that, deep depression will come out. That's alagala. Tiredness or depression. The mind, by churning, your mind will say, no, I am bored, I am tired. This is not going to lead anywhere. This Swami came and taught something, I am sitting and doing something here. This idea, it is arduous, strenuous mental process. That's a poison. Alagala Visha. That time, the person who comes and swallows that poison and gives you the inspiration is Master Shiva. He comes and swallows that poison and gives you the inspiration. No, don't bother. Churn again. And he is the Master, Shiva, again. Shiva appears as a Vishnu, tortoise, and maintains the churning process. And he appears as a protection, guide, during the depression, and gives you the encouragement. And finally, what comes out is Amrita, enlightenment. Till then, the churning has to continue. Unclutching has to be drilled continuously. You see, this idea, I have to continue unclutching also, you take now. Don't even have that idea. Just unclutch this moment. Just unclutch this moment. You will never feel bored by unclutching. If you start thinking about unclutching, you may feel bored. Not by unclutching. I have never seen anybody feeling bored by unclutching. They feel bored by thinking about unclutching. How long I can unclutch? What will happen? Why should I unclutch? When it will end? You will feel bored. You will have the problems. Just by unclutching, nobody felt bored. Every moment will be new. Every moment will be ecstasy. Every moment will be joy. Every moment will be excitement. Unclutching is a source of unending excitement. Ananda Spurana. The unending excitement and intensity.
Without mind, how do you think the great advances of science and technology take place?
All great advances and breakthroughs happened only when the gap between the mind happened. Please understand, not only Albert Einstein, I myself personally met one scientist, I forgot his name, just 3 years before in San Jose. He discovered laser and maser and got the Nobel Prize. I myself personally sat with him. I had a lunch with him. I was talking to him. How did you discover? Exactly describe the experience. How it happened. He said, Swamiji, it's a business secret. I can't tell. Then finally I agreed to tell. He told me, Swamiji, I was thinking, nothing happened about this. Suddenly one day early morning in New York, I went for a walk. And I was relaxing in the bench. I decided that I am not going to be successful. I am supposed to present this in a meeting after 3 days. So I decided that I am not going to appear in that meeting. I am not going to present. Forget about it. I relaxed. Over. Suddenly, I don't know how it happened. There was a big gap, silence in my inner space when I was resting in the New York Park. And end of that gap, silence, this whole formula was revealed. It just happened in me, in my logic. And one important thing, I know the result, but I did not know how I came to the conclusion. I did not know the steps. Now if I present the result in the meeting, they will tell that I have stolen the result. Because I don't know the steps. 3 days I sat and developed the steps, and 3rd day I presented Swamiji.
He says, I developed the steps and presented. Not only his experience, I myself personally studied many of the breakthroughs. Many breakthroughs. It always happened between the gaps, not by thinking. One thing, our masters have put all their attention and energy in the inner science. They did not bother about the outer world. See, they did not bother to build dams and bridges, but they bothered to build huge temples. To tell you honestly, surely if we did not build temples and build the dams and infrastructure and airports and dams, and we put the energy in the outer things, the way in which the West has spent the energy, we would have excelled much better. You see, please understand, do not measure India with the Western standards. They abuse us by constantly measuring us with their standard. Just see the depression rate, crime rate. See the depression rate.
Nithyananda used to say two things. There are few guys who say, I know what you say and I can do. There are few guys who say, I know what you say but I am not able to do. This is not the place for the second group. Not only you should know, you must be able to do. There are few guys who came and told me, Swami, give me courage, give me blessing, I must be able to do. I said, no, I don't need courage. If you have courage, I will try my best to discourage you. I will try my best only to discourage you. Beyond that, if you have courage and if you are able to do, be here, otherwise get out. I have no problem. I have big doors backside, 3 doors, open and run, that's all. And you go for food, don't come back, then there is no door outside. And that's all. I am not interested in giving you courage. Give me courage, only you should take care. All these things are just cheating, hypocritical idiots. If you can't get out, where you asking me to give power? I should give power also, and I should give you technique also. I will do everything, and you want what you do. And I am not interested in all this nonsense. Be very clear. Not only you should understand, you must be able to do. If you feel you are not able to do, there are so many brag centers, go and stay there. I have no problem. Be happy, be blissful. Of course, you will not be blissful, that is a problem. Anyhow, that I don't bother. The whole thing is done out of compassion, be very clear. All categorization, all creation group, or all techniques initiation, somebody being initiated or somebody being not initiated, everything is done out of compassion, be very clear. I just do not want to create peer pressure and make you do what I want to do. See, by creating peer pressure, I can make all of you do whatever I want. You understand? Because I have given enough money. Now I can just create a peer pressure. And naturally, people do other 100 people can say, no, simply they will do. But I am not interested in that. I want that you should blossom from inside. Actually, if you blossom from inside, even a simple growth straight away will explode. But if you don't blossom from inside, even a very big thing will not be useful for you. Understand? And you should, suddenly when I speak, you should feel like you have got a lightning or some fire has been put on you. The fire is put on the cracker, how it explodes. What happens? The same thing should happen when I say these words to you. If that happens to you, then the initiation is happening. Then you are connecting. If every word gives you that experience, oh, something is exploding in me, oh God, exactly is catching me, exactly this is what I want, exactly I feel connected, then that's a beautiful thing. If that doesn't happen, for the sake of others we are doing, I don't think it's a practice, it's not technique for you. It's not for you. By and by for long association, you might have taken me for granted also. Swami means like this only. Don't take me for granted. That's a very important thing. If you are taking me for granted, I will also act as exactly as you want. But then you will miss the real me. You will have only the image which you have about me. Be very clear. So, let me tell you one story. George Bucci, great master. I think in the modern days he is the master who made many people enlightened. Not only directly, even indirectly, even after he left the body, he created such a conscious bomb. It exploded in many places. Like see, submarine, how the submarine will not be seen superficially. But suddenly from below the bomb will come up. And you heard this in the Mars, they will use the submarine, submarine ships. So many ships will be standing, submarine will come down and they will put one bomb and all the ships will be gone. Something like that. He worked in the collective unconsciousness and made many people enlightened. He is a great master. In his ashram, he used to have some special technique. See, I am talking 15 days. He says just 3 days, not more than 3 days. If you want to become enlightened in 3 days, get out, this is not a place for you. He just drives them out. That's all, 3 days only. If you see him on Friday, weekend, Sunday, you have to become enlightened. And if you are not, you will get out. This is not the place for you, I am not the guru for you. There are so many outside gurus, go to them. And you will also be happy and they will also be happy. You can continue to be disciple, they can continue to be guru. And it will happen. Turn your nose, and turn your ears. And wherever you can turn. And you will be doing some kriya, some technique, something. And you will be continuing to be disciple and they will be continuing to be guru. And he said he is not interested in that. I am also not interested in that. One more thing, let me be very clear. You guys don't become enlightened. Let it be very clear. The beginning I want to tell you, this is the last time I welcome you all. That's all. It's the last welcome. Either you transform your life or you will never be welcomed again once more here. Be very clear. You are taking IAS exam. IAS exam only once you can take. Either think and take after 2 years, no problem. You can prepare. Nowadays SC quota price they are available. Here no SC quota. Be very clear. If you want, you can think, oh, let me prepare myself a little more and attend next year. Okay, no problem. But if you appear this time and fail, you will never be allowed any other exam. Because I don't want to waste my time. I have to spend with the 180 guys. If some party is less, I will be able to spend some more time with the 140. So my 15 days will be divided by 140. It will be much more efficient. The moment itself will do as we. Because here, the whole life I am putting, be very clear. I am spending the whole, not only my life, I am working so intensely. I do not want any insincerity or sleeping and all this type of nonsense. Not only sleeping, even unconsciousness. So, be very clear. Either take up the exam next time or pass this time. Otherwise, you will miss the whole chance. You will not welcome anymore. So, I wanted all of you to be aware before into what you are venturing. Into what you are venturing. Do not try to compare with others' techniques or don't even go and that's the reason I in those days they told that don't tell your technique to others. But I don't want to put you that restriction. I trust you all, you can whatever techniques I initiated you can tell others, no problem. But I don't know. You can tell only after 15 days. You should not tell now. Only after going outside, after finishing the program, after you go out. Generally first you will all be initiated. After the initiation, you can tell whatever techniques you have been given. Now, after these 15 days, you should not talk about your techniques to others. Be very clear. See, I don't want to keep secret. That is the reason I tell you can talk to others, no problem. But these 15 days, if you talk to others, you will start comparing your notes and you will create confusion for yourself and for others. So be very clear. Till you finish this program, till January 1st evening, you will not talk about the technique which is initiated to you or given to you, or you will not talk about the relationship between me and you. Be very clear. What instruction you receive from me. Let you all be very clear. In those days, that's the reason I think they told don't talk to others and don't tell others. Once Vivekananda was being trained in Advaita sadhana. Vivekananda was being brought up in Advaita sadhana. Advaita means monistic practice, non-dualistic. Ramakrishna's another disciple was there, Abhedananda. He was growing in a different attitude. Vivekananda went and spoke about all this Advaita and destroyed the mental setup of Abhedananda, confused him. Then Vivekananda, Ramakrishna calls one of the girls, idiot. Practically you did an abortion. He says, you will get now you have done abortion. I was creating him in a different mold. After, in the end, both of you are going to achieve the same thing. But he is being trained and brought up in a different level. But by you going and interfering and talking and sharing your notes, what have you done? You have done abortion. So be very clear. With each one of you, I will have a different attitude. With someone, I will always be hugging. With somebody, I will not even turn my face. Be very clear. Everything is purely out of compassion. Never think, only when I act, I give the compassion, or when I don't act, I don't give compassion. Every inch is the compassion. Only one thing understand. Swamiji is surely more intelligent than you. That much if you know, then you are qualified for this program. Then you are qualified for this program. And if you have problem in that itself, then there is a little difficult. So, one more thing. Either you are completely enlightened or completely whatever you know is useless. And never think, I know a lot, Swamiji, but a little more I want. If you can add the glass supply, I can manage everything. I know everything, only the last touch I want from you. Be very clear, there is no such thing as last touch. Here I do only pure sales, I don't do repair work. Anybody wants repairing, go to some other shop. Here I only sell the product, fresh product, not even second sales. Either you take the whole thing or you leave the whole thing. And no repairing is done here. We will clear outside, you should put a board here. No enlightenment repairing will be done here. No repair and services, enlightenment will be done here. Either I give the whole vehicle, means whole setup, whole enlightenment, or you don't get, that's all. So be very clear. If you know already, you know something, then better you start your own ashram. And start teaching whatever you know to people and add more confusion to whatever is existing. And it must be nice drama. In Kaliga needs little punishment also. These fellows are going too much here and there. So like you guys, there should be some gurus. So all of you very clear. Either you don't know anything or you know everything. If any of you know that you know everything, and you can sit up along with the gods. There are 7 or 9 you can. I put 1 or 2 more thrones over one, you can go and sit there also. And you don't have to attend this program. And if you think that you don't know, then completely be very clear, sit here and be completely open and available so that I can do something on you. These are all basic instructions. But I am repeating so that just to remind you. You shouldn't forget, just to remind you. confused about the context in which we can apply this truth about illusions that you mentioned. For example, all physical health problems are illusion of the mind. If I wake up with the neck pain, sprain is the pain illusion. Who put the question? You are waking up from the bed is illusion. See, you waking up with the neck pain and sprain, that is illusion secondary. You are waking up from the bed itself is illusion. In the sleep itself there is a level. If it's a 10 frequency sleep, you call it as a deep sleep. If it's a 15 frequency, you call it as a dream. If it's a 20, you call it as a waking state. One more thing. If it's a 70, only then you call it as a awakened state or something like that. One important thing. Even in this waking state, between 20 and 70, you are all in different frequency. Understand? You are all in different frequency. Don't think all of you are here waking state or same waking state. No. Some are in the waking state of 20, marginal waking state. Any moment you will slip into dream. 10 frequency. 20. 5. This is what you call, it's a deep sleep. Dream. This is a below deep sleep, this is a dream, this is a waking state. And the 70 is awakened. Maybe. One more thing, be very clear, just for understanding and creating. This doesn't have any meter. Some fool I don't is having a meter to measure the enlightenment. I don't think it's possible. Just to make you understand, I am creating this cause. In the waking state itself, it is not that all are in the same 20. Some may be in 50, some may be in 60, some may be in 40, some may be in 30. Some may be between the 90 and half or 10 and half. Any moment they will fall into the dream. Now so many are there in that state. Any moment you will fall, slip into it. So be very clear. Even you are waking. And one more thing. Every day you don't wake up in the same frequency. Whenever you wake up and have the body pain, the frequency is very low. When you wake up and the whole body is just fresh and alive, the frequency is high. So do not connect yesterday's waking up and day before yesterday's waking up and 10 days before waking up and create a shaft about your waking up. Again, is one more illusion. It's one more illusion. Your pain is an illusion. First thing, whenever you have some pain, you will be connecting that pain with the earlier experience. 10 years ago, you would have had the same feeling in that spot. 11 years ago, you would have had the same feeling in that spot. 9 years ago, you would have had the same feeling in that spot. Now, you are having the same feeling, but each feeling is an independent. When you create the idea of the same feeling, you name that as pain. And then you start thinking, I have pain now here. Whatever happens inside body, just look into it as it is. Do not name that as pain. See, it's unconnected, some things are going on, let me see what is going on. Simply you will see, the pain will not be there. Don't come and tell me, pain disappears. Swamiji, you gave this meditation technique, pain got healed. It is not technique to heal the pain. I am telling the truth. Don't use this as a technique. Then again you create one more illusion. This technique heals the pain. Cut the very root of the pain. Where you experience the painless being. Don't use this as a technique for pain. That's why we give pain to this technique. Don't use this as a technique. Understand, the moment you penetrate one pain with the clarity of unconnected, mind, with the clarity of your thoughtless or unconnected being, you will never have any pains anymore. Because you know, you are just unclutched being. There is nothing to connect and see. Naturally, you will really wake up. Yesterday you are waking up and day before yesterday you are waking up, but today you are waking up is not same. It is not same. But you connect and see it is same. Then create trouble. Create an idea. In the case of young children with genetic disorders, how is the illusion of disorder created? From the birth, they bring the karmas. They create that idea and bring it, express it through their body. One more thing, if you strongly understand this moment and break it, your body will become a new body. But till you understand completely that you are unclutched, the same shaft will be, it's like if you switch off the fan, 2-3 minutes it will be taking to stop that process. So, the kids, they bring the karma, even if they realize it takes few days to transform. Is Kundalini raising a symptom of dropping beyond mind or a symptom of connected thoughts, fantasy and maya? As long as you are experiencing something away from you, it is a fantasy and maya. If it is above your head, if it is above the experience, it is not fantasy and maya. It is pure. You should not have three things: experiencer, experience, and experienced. If the three things are there, it is fantasy and maya. Be very clear. If there is no experience, experiencer, and experience, then what is going on is a Kundalini rising, enlightenment. If there is an experiencer, experience and experience, it's illusion and fantasy, maya. That is why I never give importance to the experiences. When you said it is not you who heal that heal, that is an illusion, because the thoughts create illusion. I understand that it is truth for human beings. But what happened for the animals on the planet Earth? Plants, animal or plants, when you heal them, they have not the same system of thoughts that as Ananda Parama. Never think you are more intelligent than animals and plants. They also have the same setup which you are having. They do collect information from other plants, connect and see. They do spread news. They do spread and receive information. They do have newspapers. They may not kill human beings and make newspapers out of our skin. Just like we do. We kill them trees and make newspapers out of their skin. They may not kill human beings and make our skin as newspaper. But they do have newspaper. They do have relay system. They do have satellite. They do spread information among themselves in their language. If everything is illusion, then what is life? What you don't know, what is beyond illusion is life. Understand everything is illusion, you will realize what is life. Pain and bliss are one if we do not connect. They are not even one, because the idea of one, you will create one more connection. They are neither two nor one, non-dualistic. They are not monistic. The word monistic means one. Even the idea of one can exist as long as there is two. When there is no two, how can you even call it as one? See, there is a big river. One stick is floating. As long as the stick is there, you can say two rivers, two sides of the rivers. When the stick is lifted, can you say one side of the river? No. You can't even say one side. There is no side. There is no side. Astrology, fate, miracle, all are then not true Is it only concepts? Your very life is a concept. What are you talking about astrology? What is there in astrology? They say when will you get married? Your very marriage is foolishness. People come and ask me, Swamiji, bless me to get married. I tell them, fellow, if I bless now, you will be constantly running my blessing for next problems. At least if I don't bless you now, you will have less problem, you will come to me for blessings. Now with this one blessing, I will create a big potential customer for me. Who will be constantly behind me for blessings. What to do? Any of these fellows don't understand. I tell them whatever God wants, let him do. I never bless for marriage because it's a curse. I can't trust people. After all, I'm an enlightened person, I can't trust. I never trust people for marriage. Whenever they come, inside mind I take alright, whatever put, let it happen. If you are accustomed to connect the thoughts, then at least from this moment onwards, how to practice not to connect thoughts? Idiot, who is the questioner? Oh God. Why should we practice? You are already not connecting. Only connecting you are practicing. Just draw and understand. I will not connect over. If it mind again connects, don't even bother that you are connecting and seeing. Even your idea, I am connecting and seeing is because you connected and seeing. There's one more connecting and seeing. Don't do that. 10 times you connected and saw, now you are connecting and seeing. That's why you are saying, I am connecting and seeing. Don't even bother, you are connecting and seeing. If the connection happens, let it happen. Do not bother about connecting and seeing. If nothing is in control, then why are we struggling, fighting in our life? Because you think still things are in control. You can change it. Because you think you can change it, you struggle and suffer, fight. Try to convince one single idea to your wife, then you will understand. If you are intelligent, you will be from the beginning, you know that you can't convince and drop and relax. And if you are a fool, you will struggle, suffer, finally at the end of the day you will understand. That's all. If nothing is in our hand, what is the purpose of born and living in this world? There is no purpose. The whole thing is just happen. Understand nothing is in our hand. Then you will understand suddenly the real book. See, there is no purpose in the life, but there is a meaning for this life. You will understand the meaning when you understand there is no purpose. Purpose is goal, meaning is path. Purpose is future, meaning is present. When you understand there is no purpose, you understand the meaning. Whether thoughts can be stopped and start or permanently stops. It can neither be stopped nor be started or permanently stopping or permanently running. Nothing can be done by you. Nothing can be done by you. You can do only one thing. You can understand you are not thinking. Thinking is just pure connection. By your very nature, you are announcing and liberate yourself or continue to suffer. I am waiting for thoughts to act, how to overcome it. When I force and stop the thoughts, I am going blind. I can't be able to act. Why? Neither force and stop, nor wait for thoughts to become act. Both are, see, if it is a painful thoughts, you try to stop. If it is blissful thought, you wanted that to become act. Both are just connecting and seeing. Relax from both. In what way thoughts are useful to us? No way it is useful to you. And your idea of use and useful is just one more thought. Who is the questioner? Yes. A once only experience. Maintaining this requires constant renouncing and staying in the now. What was involved during the following 9 months after enlightenment? Be very clear. As long as you understand you have to maintain the bliss, you can never get enlightened. The moment you drop, you are not even bothered about maintaining the bliss maintains you. As long as you wanted to maintain the bliss, you begin suffering. Choiceless, something bliss happens to you. If you choose the bliss, again you choose only suffering. All choice is suffering. When you don't even bother about bliss, it just happens to you. What happened in 9 months? 9 months, nothing happened. I was just there without bothering about the bliss. The initial level, when you don't bother about mind, the body will not function. After some time, body will settle down. Even without bothering about the mind, body will just flow like a air, hollow bamboo. For that period only it took 9 months for me. I stopped bothering about mind. So body stopped working. Because for last 21 years my mind was trained, my body was trained to work with the mind. Suddenly when I stopped one mechanism, I did not bother about one mechanism. Body also stopped working. It lost. Then after 9 months, the body has learned a new technology of working without the mind. Then body started flowing by itself. That's what has happened in that 9 months. That's what I am trying to do in these 15 days for all of you. Swamiji, you are part of my being. Is that independent thought or connecting thought? As long as you think I am part of your being, I am not part of your being. Very clear. Be very clear. Your concept about me only is part of your being. If you are thinking I am loving you, I am caring for you, I am hating you, or I am ignoring you, all these things are just purely your illusions. You will not see anybody in this chair. If you just see emptiness in this chair, you are seeing it. If you just see nothing, not even nothing, just nothing of nothing, then you are seeing it. Everything else is a pure illusion. How do we drop to the core beyond mind? Who is the questioner? Again you miss. There is no how. Just understand, whatever is going on is from your source.
Swami, it's very hard to relax. I chose to be here, and choosing is suffering. I'm choosing enlightenment. And
be very calm, that is what is the suffering. Now, be very clear, you can't have enlightenment by your struggle. Let it be very clear, by your struggles. Be very clear, I can't give you. If I can give you long before I would have started a shop. Long before I would have started a shop, I would have made a store. Here at the cheap rate, quickly enlightenment will be given. In other shops, they sell it for higher price, I will give you cheap discount price. I would have started a shop. I can't give you. Be very clear. Nobody can give you. Anybody who says they can give you, they are doing the holy business, that's all. Pure business. Choosing enlightenment is ultimate suffering. You are already enlightened. Be very clear. You are already, your thoughts are just completely unconnected. What you think as enlightenment means no mind state. Already you can't have mind because every thought automatically leaves you. No thought can stay with you. Even if you wanted to hold them, see, you wanted to hold the thoughts of bliss, are they staying with you? They just kick you. They run away from you. They are not staying with you. By your very nature, you are announcing thoughts. And if you try to stay with suffering for a long time, can you stay? No. Automatically you will come down, you settle down, you relax. They are also kicking you and running away from you. Whether pain or bliss, constantly you announce. You are just flowing this way and that way. When you understand that, suddenly you drop from this drama. Suddenly you understand, right, this is what is happening, let it happen. If it's a pain, let it be pain. If it's a bliss, let it be bliss. Whatever is happening, let it happen. The mind is connecting and seeing, let it connect and see. It doesn't connect and see, let it not connect and see. Over. Just be. Just be. It is not even meditation. I am not giving you one more technique. Just be. Nothing needs to be done. Next, long questions from a professional seeker, Nithyananda. How can I drop the idea that connecting thoughts when it is not in my control? Who asked you to drop the idea of connecting thoughts? Just connect thoughts, okay. If you are connecting thoughts, it's okay. If you are not connecting thoughts, it's okay. Over. Do not think you are connecting and connecting. Only think, oh, I am constantly connecting thoughts and seeing. That's the one more connection which creates problem for you. Sometimes you connect and see, sometimes you don't connect and see. Who is reacting? Who is creating thoughts? That you cannot know. Only you can experience. What are thoughts? Words, language. It is words, language, everything. When you say understand this, is it really up to me to understand or not? Yes. That is up to you. Both these ideas are also illusions like that. Like all others, yes. They are illusion. But because you are carrying the illusion that you have not understood, you can catch the illusion you have understood and both will drop by itself. The illusion that you understood will just leave you by itself. And if I do not exist in reality, then who is to understand? When you understand only, you will understand that you do not exist in reality. Till then, you will be thinking that you are existing. Only when you understand, you will understand you do not exist. What's the source? And if the source already knows this truth, where did the complication begin? There is no complication. The complication is never begun. You are connecting and seeing the complication has begun. It's only beginning. There was no beginning. Just now understand. What is the complication? What is there? Nothing to be done. Earlier I used to connect and see. Now I know I am connecting and see. So I am not connecting and see. If I want to connect and see, let me connect and see. Nothing wrong. If I don't want to connect and see, let me not connect and see. That's all. Over. Even you are connecting and seeing unconsciously because you want at that time. Otherwise you won't connect and see. All you are connecting and seeing or unconnecting and seeing is because you want at that moment. This moment if you want to connect and see, you connect and see. Next moment if you don't want to connect and see, you forget about connecting and seeing. Again at that moment suddenly you want to connect and see, connect and see. Then you think, oh, I unconsciously started connecting and seeing. I started unconnecting and seeing. Nothing like that. This moment, because you want to connect and see, connect and see. Next moment, because you don't want to connect and see, don't connect and see. Every moment is happening because of your conscious decision. There is no unconsciousness in human beings. Be very clear. The idea that you have unconsciousness is a pure cheating. Earlier, the religious people used to cheat human beings, saying something is sin and something is merit. In modern day, the so-called spiritual gurus, they replace the sin place. Instead of sin, they say you are unconscious. Earlier, Christians used to tell you are sinners and put you in guilt. The modern day gurus, they start saying you are unconscious and put you in guilt. That's all. Both ideas are pure cheating and exploiting. Neither you are sinner nor you are unconscious. Every moment you are doing what you want to do. You have complete freedom to do. Understand? Just sit and close your eyes. Be characterless. Be personalityless. Your body to breathe, your heart to beat, your blood to flow. You don't need personality. Without your personality, your mind, your thoughts, blood can flow inside you. Your heart can beat. your lungs will function, breathing will happen. Let it happen. Just see how a cow breathes, how dog is lying, how in an animal the blood flow is happening, how a relaxing animal, when a cow is relaxing, how the whole thing is happening inside the cow, without a character, without a personality. Just see, same way it can happen in your body. There is no need for you to exist in your body for these things to happen. Just see how it is happening in your body. Let it happen. Your body is breathing, blood is flowing, your heart is beating. Everything is happening. You are not there. You are not needed. The idea which you have about you is not needed. Your character is not needed. Your personality is not needed. Whatever idea you have about yourself, you are a male, you are a rich man, or poor man, or male, or female, you belong to this place and you are working here. No idea is necessary. Your body is functioning. Just drop your post. Your body is functioning. For your body to move, function. No need for your personality. See, just like an animal, your body is inhaling and exhaling by itself. Your heart is beating by itself. Blood is flowing automatically. Just you are not there, that's all. Thank you for not reading any of my earlier questions. None of them matter anymore. From Ananda Matrisri. Swami had a fantastic few moments after the Sandhya Arati today. Because as those few silent moments were seen to stretch for eternity, the whole space in and around me seemed to be one. Merged as one. Huge ocean sky pulsating to one soft heartbeat. This seems to be similar to the experience of in Krishnalaya during the meditation around the fire. Today too, I just did not feel like opening my eyes after the Arati. It all seems so right. I just wanted to share this wonderful moment, Swamiji. Yes, Matrushri is getting into a little late, but at least she is getting into now. Well, when Master today under the banyan tree, you said no meditation technique is required. It is all happening. At the same time, you said I was meditating in the morning and someone intruded into my privacy. I told very clearly I was not meditating. Immediately explained. I was not meditating, I was putting this group into the silence. So I was not meditating. All these appear very contradictory and chaotic. Kindly explain. This is from Sri Ananda Kalpa. So I was not meditating, I was putting people into meditation. So don't worry, it's not contradiction. And again, if you wanted consistency, you are trying to connect and see your thoughts. Life is not consistent. It is just pure contradiction. It is not even contradiction because contradiction will become one more consistency. It is beyond contradiction. Swamiji Lord Shiva heartfelt gratitude for liberating from the birth, death, karma, God and Guru. Congratulations on successful operation on guinea pigs. What is the role for guinea pigs for your mission on earth? Pranams, Ananda Pavan. Ananda Pavan, just be unconnected. You will do my mission. That's all. Just be unconnected. That's the only thing. Nothing else needs to be done. You are speaking of samadhi, please grant us also samadhi state of yours. Don't bother. Do not expect that will happen. Just be with this. Simply what I call as samadhi is happening. There is no need for something else. So, just be unclutched. Everything else will happen beyond the body. Just be unclutched. You will do my movement. That is the only mission. Do not bother about anything else. Be very clear. For this itself, you guys are feeling like this. Then understand what is happening inside this body. 100 ASP I took. 100 ASP I conducted. Understand? Alone. Then understand the amount of compassion which is flowing. And still I am doing NSP. That is pure compassion. Now that will start happening in all of you. Now automatically the compassion will start happening. Now only the jnana is happening. Next jnana will happen. You will go beyond enlightenment. Now the enlightenment is happening. Let it happen. Let us not talk too much about the next step. Let it happen. Then it will settle down. And something more than this will happen. That's what as I told you. Enlightenment is ultimate, but not final. Now ultimate is happening. In every moment it will explode and it will grow. Enlightenment will grow into compassion. Compassion will grow into enlightenment. Nothing. Hardly 3 days. 1 or 2 volt current shock. And these fellows are talking about ASP is this, ASP is that. It means what? Last 3 years. What? More than 3 years. At least 100 ASP. Personally I took. At least 100 NSP. Personally conducted. And what is happening inside this body? Then what will you do about it? Next step will happen. I should not tell it should happen. See now, I never told what will happen to you all. Just I gave the idea, gave the clarity that you are unclutched. Now what is happening is automatically happening. I never said this will happen and that will happen. If I said and it will happen, it becomes sometimes in imagination. I never said what will happen. It's happening. So next step also what will happen I won't tell. It will happen. Why do you think I make you stay here for 15 days? Not 15, 19 days. And people are thinking, oh, 15 days, 4 days over. Suddenly today only they realize 15 days more is there. Usually from 15th to 1 they think that it's 15 days. It's actually 16 days and this time 31st is there. So 17 days and first night only program is ending, 18 days actually. Yes, Swamiji, today I got a wake up call at 5:30 this morning and back straight to sleep again. I woke up just to hear the puja song. To my surprise, I was not worried to be late. I prepared peacefully and reached the banyan tree just to catch the end of the ritual. I felt strong and secure even if you were present. I walked in any way, not afraid that you would see me arriving late. When I saw you, I did not see you. I saw existence itself, all compassionate, all loving, and my heart melted with gratitude. Thank you for me, for us, for Vadu, for the world. Ananda Yogini. Thank you, you are catching it. At the most, one or two people may feel bored, that boredom also will break. That's why I am just making everything stable. Now the boredom also will break, that phase also will break. You will learn just to be here with you. Not you will learn, again learning is connection. You will become. Dear Swamiji, I am so grateful, all my fears are gone. I was afraid of brainwash, but I am fierce washed. And I was afraid of being manipulated by gurus. But now I am sure that gurus will be afraid of me. They will be shaking. I was afraid of becoming crazy, but if being crazy is the way I feel, I would like becoming more and more crazy. Unclutched, irresponsible, and unreasonable thoughts. Thank you so much. I am so grateful. Nithyananda, you are getting into the madness, the real madness. Respected beloved Swamiji, kindly bless me with the appropriate Nithyananda name for me directing along your path with you until I leave this planet Earth. With you, beloved Master, you are super blessed, fabulous. Oceans and oceans of gratefulness join the hands to you. with you in me, hugs and love, Armit. Alright, I will take application from everybody. Later on I will get the application done and I will take the application and start working on it. All of whoever wanted, they can apply. But I wanted people to be very sincere about it. And again, sincerity is also this connection only. And I know how guys will be sincere. The hours of waiting under the many entries has fired the explosion of Almighty to fantastic bits of vibration of unconnectedness. Last night I did my Shridharana. I was showered sheer light and you completed me. Amit, thank you. You are getting it. Oh, again, our Mahananda Yetta, she is also asking for Nithyananda name. Oh God. All Mumbaikars are now. Zarin also is asking for new name. Oh God. So all three again first applications.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the visitors, viewers, Sarvangnapita Yajamans, Kartas, Shrimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedar, visitors, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Nithyananda Yogam participants, Nithyananda Hindu University students, Nithyananda E-Gurukul students and everyone watching live on Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Enlighten App, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, and two-way video conferencing having Nayana Diksha. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, we did the beginning of the Avatara Dina Brahmotsava by raising the flag, Dvajarohana. Brahmotsava Dvajarohana is done in Adi Kailasa. Blessings to all of you on this auspicious occasion. As living representative of Paramashiva and Parashakti, I bless you all. Let's all have the state, space, powers, being and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva and Parashakti's blessings be showered on all of us. We have started the 42nd Avatara Dina Brahmotsava today. Today's message from Kailasa purpose of my incarnation is to manifest Sri Kailasa with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, Ganapati, Nandi, Subramanya, Mahakala Bhairava, all the gods and goddesses of Kailasa. Understand? Let me explain what I mean by the word manifesting Kailasa. It means multiple levels. Manifesting the Maha Kailasa in Bhuloka as Sri Kailasa. Each one of us has to manifest Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva. Understand? State of Paramashiva means absolute unclutched. Gravity is never felt by you. Is state of Paramashiva. Understand? The food your stomach is digesting, the emotions your heart is digesting, the thought currents your head is digesting, all the three should not be heavy. So light you don't experience gravity. Understand? Gravity is experienced by you as heaviness in the stomach, heaviness in the heart, heaviness in the head. The food you digest in the stomach, the emotions you cherish, you digest in the heart, the thought currents you are digesting in the head. If all these three are light, does not make you feel the gravity, heaviness, load, you are unclutched. This is the definition. Understand? If the food in the stomach is not making you feel the gravity, you are Nitya Nirahari. Vyasa, after eating from Gopikas, he says, if I am on Upavasa, Nirahara, let this Yamuna part way and give way for me. And Yamuna parted. I tell you, if the food you take does not make you feel the gravity, heavy, means the quantity, quality and the way you take, you are Nitya Upavasi, you are Nitya Nirahari. The emotions you cherish in the heart does not make you shiver, send chills in your spine, sends strong fears in your system, doesn't make you feel heavy, then you are unclutched. The thought currents you are cherishing in your head is not making you feel sad, frustrated, depressed, then you are unclutched. Understand? unclutching. Unclutching. Intensely, sincerely, unclutching, unclutching, intensely and sincerely. Nothing can be compared to the ability of unclutching as a wealth to be earned in this life while you are alive. Understand? While you are in the body, the highest, greatest, best wealth you need to achieve is ability to unclutch. It is just my ability to unclutch, I am still alive. Understand? Please listen. It is just because of my ability to unclutch I am still alive. Otherwise, long before, I should have been gone. If I had mind, I would have had mental breakdown long before. Because I don't have one, I am not having breakdown. Ability to unclutch makes you a different metal altogether. And just because of the ability to unclutch, I am going to live for long time. 3-digit, that I already decided. 3-digit years. It's not 2-digit, it's 3-digit. I am very clear. Greatest blessing you can receive from Paramashiva is ability to unclutch. You should keep this as your first prayer. Prabhu, let me unclutch from everything and be in you. That's it. That should be the first prayer. Highest priority for all of you. I tell you, it is just because of my ability to unclutch, all the best things have manifested in me. So if you ask me the first word of my teachings, I'll say unclutch. Watch those satsangs. I started using this word unclutch First time when I gave the satsang on Ashtavakra Gita, the day my father attained Mahasamadhi, the way I uttered those words rang in the ears of my father, and he unclutched and attained Mahasamadhi. It was power of unclutching which is still keeping me alive. I tell you. Unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. That makes you a different metal altogether, especially if you unclutch. Because of my initiation, you just relax in Paramashiva. Rest in Paramashiva. RIP should have a new meaning. Rest in Paramashiva. Understand? Nothing like unclutching. Nothing like unclutching. If people ask me, especially our devotees ask, what should we teach first to people, to common man? Teach unclutching. If you have only 2 minutes to talk to somebody and you want to enrich that person's life, teach him unclutching. In every level, unclutching enlightens people, liberates people. Even trying to unclutch removes tons of fear strokes and loads of fears away from you. Watch the unclutching satsangs. Start living light where gravitation does not have influence over you. Understand? Only a non-violent person can be light. A cunning, violent, traitor, culnaries cannot be light. Feeling light and not being disturbed by gravity is a power of Paramashiva. Power of Paramashiva. Understand? It's power of Paramashiva. The first reason for my manifestation, for my incarnation, to manifest Sri Kailasa, first step for manifesting Sri Kailasa is each individual being manifesting the state of Paramashiva. State of Paramashiva manifests when you are unclutched. Space of Paramashiva manifests when you start living authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching life of completion. Powers of Paramashiva starts manifesting when you start living oneness. Start living in oneness with Paramashiva. is being, and Paramashiva's being and Paramashiva's super consciousness manifests in all of us by Diksha, initiation, Guru's grace and blessings. Understand? Kailasa is a space, but wherever Sri Kailasa, the space is imbibed and manifested, it starts happening in place also by the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti. Understand? When each one of you become Paramashiva, wherever you are, that place becomes de facto spiritual embassy of Sri Kailasa. Watch the satsangs about unclutching. Watch the satsangs about authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching and completion. Watch the satsangs about the oneness with Paramashiva, and oneness capsules can directly connect you with Paramashiva. Manifest the state, space, powers, being and super consciousness of Paramashiva. You will manifest Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully. Listen. Nothing can be compared to the spiritual depth you achieve and manifest in life. I want all my sannyasis to know so many sannyasis, adinavasis, devotees are sending messages to me through various channels. What can we do during this time, Swamiji? What can we do? How can we stand up? How can we protect the Sangha? I tell you one thing. Intensify the quality of your consciousness with more unclutching, more authenticity, responsibility, integrity and enriching and completion. More oneness with Paramashiva. Understand, more and more initiation and feeling connection with the Guru. Nothing can be more powerful than the spiritual strength. Many people, devotees, are saying,
Many sannyasis, brahmacharis, adinavasis, kailashavasis are sending message. They all feel they all have contributed directly, indirectly for this kind of attacks. They were all responsible by not doing what need to be done. So many were asking, what should we do now? This is the solution. Intensity of your unclutching and intensity of your integrity to Guru will be one and the same. Raise the intensity to unclutch. Raise the intensity of your completion. Spend time in completion with yourself and with everyone around you. More completion within the Sangha. More trust on each other. More love. More joy. Less negativity. The depth of the completion you carry, the depth of the unclutching you carry, the depth of the integrity you carry, the depth of the oneness with Paramashiva you carry, that really matters. If at all I expect anything from my sannyasis, disciples, Kailasavasis, devotees, I expect only this. Increase the intensity of your unclutching, increase the intensity of your AIRE, authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching, and completion. Raise the integrity with Paramashiva. Raise your intensity of oneness with Paramashiva. The moment you chant Mahavagya, you should be able to see him in your inner space alive. The moment you remember the Master, you should be able to feel the Kundalini in your being, in your superconsciousness. Increasing the spiritual strength is the real work I want all of you to do. That is the real Sangha work. If you learn unclutching, every gift I bring from Kailasa, Sri Kailasa, will start working for you immediately. Understand? I have so much already brought. Actually, to tell you honestly, the signs of Kalpavriksha, the signs of flowers and fruits from Kailasa, listen carefully. Signs of Parijata, Kalpavriksha, Kamadhenu, all are ready. I can make the DNA of Kamadhenu. I can make the whole root of Kalpavriksha. I can make the combination, the unique manifestation of Parijata. Everything is ready. I just need a few hundred people who mastered unclutching and who are ready to be integrated. I am just working for the whole humanity. Understand?
I can just put that signs in all of you and you can start manifesting. Just, I need few hundred of you evolved, absolutely unclutched. So I can, with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, bring the gods and goddesses of Kailasa to manifest through each of you. These great gifts of Kailasa to manifest through each of you. That is why I am telling, when you say you are Paramashiva, Paramashiva does not feel angry, irritated, threatened, violated, disrespected. No. He feels so happy. Now I am going to manifest in one more body. I tell you, Hindu God celebrates expansion. He does not feel threatened. There is no monopoly. There is nothing on the universe which is monopoly. I tell you. Catch this truth. Monopoly, exclusivity is false, deluded idea of Maya. Nothing is exclusive, including the state of Parama is not exclusive. Understand? This is the greatest declaration of Hinduism. Make this as today's statement. This is the essence of satsang. Nothing is exclusive, including the state of Paramashivatva. Listen. This is the ultimate declaration. Truth is, nothing is exclusive, including the state of Paramashiva. And Paramashiva is so happy if you declare you are Paramashiva and ready to stand with integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching as Paramashiva. He feels, wow, I have one more being through which I can manifest now. Hindu God is not jealous. Hindu God is not violent. Hindu God does not feel violated. Hindu God does not claim anything as exclusivity. This is the beauty of the principle of God in reality and in Hinduism. Hinduism is all about reality, I tell you. I wanted to reveal one more important secret. Each sampradaya in Hinduism has Kandana Mandana literature. For example, Shaivism has a set of books called Kandana Mandana books. Like they will deny, destroy all other arguments and definitions and explanations and establish only theirs as the ultimate. Same way, Vaishnavites will have a set of scriptures, books, destroying all the arguments and claims of the other sampradayas and establishing theirs as the ultimate truth. And same way, Advaitis will have one set of Kandana Mandana books. And Visishtadvaitis will have one set of Kandana Mandana books. Listen. All these Kandana Mandana literature should be taken as an inspiration to integrate you and intensify you in those sampradayas. Not to waste your time in window shopping. Get into work and get into enlightenment. Get into any one sampradaya to experience the reality. To push you towards the experience. These Kandana Mandana literatures are used. Do not take Kandana Mandana literature as truth. They are kind of a facts with a purpose. Facts with a good purpose can be used
for that purpose. But that is not ultimate truth. Be very clear. So, I want all of you to know, in Hindu tradition, each sampradaya has its own Kandana Mandana literature. Bauddhas have Kandana Mandana literature, Advaitis have Kandana Mandana, and Vedantis have Kandana Mandana, and even Vedantis and Advaitis differ. You will be surprised to know Vedanta and Advaita is not same. The Vedanta Sampradaya is different and Advaita Sampradaya has its own theories, and even inside Advaita Sampradaya there is a Sampradaya of Mayavata, Yeganmavata, Ajata Siddhanta, Vivarta Siddhanta. Each Siddhanta has their own Kandana Mandana literatures, and Buddhism has their own Kandana Mandana, Jains have their own Kandana Mandana, Veerashaivites have their own Kandana Mandana, and Dvaitis have their own Kandana Mandana, and Shaktas have their own Kandana Mandana, and Gaumaras have their own Kandana Mandana, and Ganapatyas have their own Kandana Mandana. So understand, the Kandana Mandana literatures means, Kandana Mandana literature is mostly like destroying others' arguments and insisting their Sampradaya is the ultimate truth. So listen, these Kandana Mandana literatures are created for the purpose of making you start travel in the path instead of just window shopping and looking around all the corners. You need to fall in love, deciding to fall in love. I have seen some of the people, just by their decision, they built love. It is not even like a unconsciously built, very consciously built. Very consciously built. Just by the decision they built. If you build the love by the decision consciously, you will be so stable. Consciously building love. Decision to build love. Not only makes you light, makes you intense. Intensity and being light is one and the same. A light being will be intense in the life, an intense being will be light in the life. Listen. Listen carefully. Depth of the being. Where the authentic Paramashivatva manifests is available in all of us. And if Paramashiva has kept that possibility to all of us, he expects all of us to manifest him. Paramashiva manifesting Paramashivatva is not exclusive. And he does not claim exclusivity, and he is happy to include all of you. He is waiting to welcome all of us. That is why Kailasa does not have gate. Kailasa is gateless space. This bloody Ravana who wants to take Kailasa goes directly and touches the Kailasa. Then he is not able to take, that is different. Actually, this Ravana, he went and asked the Swarna Bhavana, that built for Devi after the marriage, this Vishwakarma went and pestered Devi. Let me make a griha for you, beautiful house in gold with ratna and everything. Devi said, no, go and ask Bhagavan, Paramashiva, I don't feel I need anything. I just need only his lap and I am happy there. But this Narada fellow never lets anybody rest in peace. And this fellow goes and tells Devi, you are going to have now Ganapati, Subramanya, all the kids, where will they be? And you need to have a griha. Parvati says, no. I am okay, leave it. But this fellow, like a media. And he says, no. I will ask Paramashiva. Parvati says, all right, if you want to ask, you ask. When Devi was near Bhagavan, he goes and asks, let's have a Swarna Griha, Chintamani Griha. That is the exact word, Chintamani Griha in Kailasa. Paramashiva says, why? No, now kids are going to come, Ganapati, Subramanya, all of them. Paramashiva said, oh, today you don't have any other work. You have come to Kailasa. Narada says, Narayana. No. I just came. I thought I will do some good things in Kailasa, so I came. And Paramashiva laughs and looks at Devi. Devi was neither saying yes nor saying no, because Narada went and convinced Devi, and Devi said, I am not asking. Paramashiva said, all right, if this Vishwakarma is insisting, make it. They made, and there was a Griha Pravesa where Ravana came, and Ravana did all the rituals. And Paramashiva asked, you did all the rituals, and what is the dakshina you want? That guy was so enamored by the space and the ecstasy, joy of Kailas. He should have asked, oh Bhagavan, you manifest this Sri Kailasa in Sri Lanka. He should have asked that. But the fool thought that place is the reason for that ecstasy, bliss, without understanding that space. Bhagavan is the reason. Paramashiva is the reason for the bliss of Kailasa. Of course, Kailasa itself is beautiful. I am not disrespecting. But Paramashiva is the source of Kailasa. This fool thought this beautiful Chindamani Griha is the reason for the bliss of Kailasa, and he asked, give me this house itself. Bhagavan said, Tatastu, take it. And that fool took that Chindamani Griha and kept it in Sri Lanka. In 1 month, he realized it is his house only, back. Maybe golden house, beautiful house, but the space is same. How he is. He is not experiencing what he had in the Kailasa. That bliss is not there. Then he realized he should get that full space. And even then, he should have went and asked Bhagavan, Prabhu, you please bless me that whatever bliss I was experiencing here, I should have that always. Bless me for that. Whatever is said and done, Rakshasa. He did not ask. He himself strategized. Maybe that whole hill is the reason for that bliss. Come on, let me just go and pick that whole hill and bring it here and keep in Sri Lanka. Hey. கைலாசத்தையாடா அசைக்க முயற்சி பண்ணுவீங்க? ஸ்ரீ கைலாசத்தை அசைக்க முடியுமாடா? ஏண்டா? புரிஞ்சுக்குங்கடா. Anyhow, the fool goes and puts the hand and tries to shake Kailasa. And Devi looked at Paramashiva. Paramashiva just pressed through his thumb on the Kailasa. That's it. The fellow got cut inside and screaming, Bhagavani! And then started playing Samagana, begging Bhagavan to release him. After that, Bhagavan, out of his grace and compassion, released and let him go. All that is different. Listen carefully. Manifestation of Sri Kailasa means first Paramashiva should manifest in all of us. Then he manifests Sri Kailasa for all of us. First, the state, space, powers, being, and super consciousness of Paramashiva should manifest. The good news is Paramashiva is not claiming exclusivity or jealous. He is just waiting for all of us to declare and manifest through all of us. Even if you are half declaring, he manifests and helps you to completely declare and manifest completely. He supports us in our virtuous circle. With little 10% confidence and trust, you declare, I am Paramashiva, let me see. Then one miracle you cause. Yes, I have caused. I am manifesting powers. Good. I am able to move coconut. Then with 15% of trust you declare, yes, I am Paramashiva. Let me start unclutching. Then next power manifests. Wow, I am able to move the matter. Then, wow, with 25% of the trust and intensity, I am Paramashiva. Then more powers manifest, more state, space, powers, being, super consciousness, more joy. All that starts manifesting. Then more trust, intensity, more stronger declaration of oneness with Paramashiva. This is what I call virtuous circle. Paramashiva encourages this virtuous circle. He supports us in this virtuous circle. He appears in deities, Archavatara, in Guru, in Linga, in Sangha, and helps us in this virtuous circle. To help us in this virtuous circle, he manifests as Guru, Linga, and Sangha. He manifests as Guru, he manifests as Linga in Archavatara, he manifests as Sangha, the right friends who integrate you to Guru and Linga. Understand? Nothing can be compared to. Listen. Nothing can be compared to spiritual strength. If you want Sri Kailasa to manifest, you have to manifest Paramashiva. You have to intensely connect with him. Prabhu, Mahadeva, let me melt in you, Paramburule, Paramashiva. You please manifest in this being. Nothing is equivalent to the spiritual strength. If any of my devotees, followers, disciples wants to give any Guru Dakshina for my birthday, I will ask you to be more and more integrated to Paramashiva. More and more integrated to Paramashiva. Listen. Be more unclutching, more authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching practice, more practice of completion, more practice of oneness, more and more manifesting powers, living in the state, space, powers, being, and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. If you ask me, how can we stop these attacks, abuses? This is the solution. Be more stronger spiritually.
evolve with more integrity. If each of us can raise in integrity, completion, unclutching, we can destroy the collective negativity of the universe. What the small abuses? We can teach and reach the whole world. I tell you, Kailasa is a space which should manifest in our inner space, then naturally it will manifest in place. Understand? Each one of you should become Paramashiva and Parashakti. The place where you stay, understand, manifest Paramashiva in your inner space. The place wherever you are will become de facto spiritual embassy. I only want one thing from all of you. Have more and more, deeper and deeper integrity to Paramashiva. Integrity to Guru, Linga, Sangha. Intensely now connect with Paramashiva. Meditate on Paramashiva with 25 heads and 50 hands and 75 eyes, with Devi Parashakti in the lap, in Maha Kailasa. And let's pray to him to manifest in all of us and manifest Maha Kailasa in Bhuloka as Sri Kailasa. Let's connect with Paramashiva.
Agorebhyo, Agorebhyo, Gora Gora Taribhya,
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Sarvebhyo, Namaste Astu Rudra Rupebhya, जटाटविकलज्वलप्रवाहपावितस्वरे गलेवलम्ब्य लम्बिताम्बुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां डमड्डमड्डमड्डमन् डमड्डमड्डमड्डमन् डमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादमड्डमर्वयं चकार चन्द्रताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिवा शिवम् जटाकटाः सम्भ्रमं भ्रमन्निलिम्प निर्जरी विलोलवीचिवल्लरी विराजमानमूर्धनि दगज्जगज्जलल्ललाटपट्टभावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतिक्षणं मम नरेन्द्रनन्दिनी विलास बन्धु बन्धुरस्फुरद्दिगन्ध सन्तति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपाकटाक्षधोरिणी निरुद्ध दुर्धरापति क्वचित् दिगम्बरे मनो विनोद मे तु वस्तुनि रथाभुजङ्ग पिङ्गलस्फुरत्पणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्दूरस्फुरत्मकुत्तरीय मे गुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं विभ्रतु भूतवल्परि सहस्रलोचन प्रभुज्य शेषलेख शेखर प्रसून धूलि धोरणि विदूषणाग्रिपीठ भूभुजङ्ग राजमालया निबद्ध जाट चूडक श्रिय चिराय जायतां चकोर बन्धु शेखरम् ललाटकम्बरत्तलन्तनञ्जय स्फुलिङ्गवाणिबीजपञ्चसायकं नमन्यलिम्बनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमान शेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजकालमस्तु नः पंडिता जगत जगत जगज्जलज्जलञ्जया उनिकृतं प्रचण्ड पञ्चसायुगे धराधरेन्द्र नन्दिनी कुचाग्र चित्र भद्रक प्रकल्पनेक शिल्पिनी त्रिलोचनेन निर्ममा मण्डली निरुद्ध दुर्धर स्फुरत्मोहि श्रीमनीतव प्रबन्धवज्जगन्धरा निलिम्ब निर्जनी धरस्तनोतु भूमि सिन्दूरप्रलानिदानवन्धुरा श्रियं जगद्वरन्धरा पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मकान्तकं गजान्तकान्तकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयपद प्रविक्रम प्रभुजङ्गमस्वतन्विजङ्गमन्त्रमस्तुरत्करालबालाव्यवाद्यविद्यविद्यविद्यनन्द्रदङ्गतुङ्गमण्डलध्वनिक्रम प्रवर्तित प्रचण्ड ताण्डवः शिव शिवेति मन्त्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्यां शिवेति मन्त्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्यां शिवेति मन्त्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्याम्
नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवम् पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन् नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततम् हरे गुरो सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिम् विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनम् पूजावसान समये दशवक्त्र गीतं यहं शम्भुपूजन परं पठति प्रदोषे तस्य स्थिरां रथगजेन्द्र तुरङ्गयुक्ता लक्ष्मीं सदैव सुमुखीं प्रदिदाति शम्भुः
सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनात् मृत्योर्मोक्षे मामृता ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनात् मृत्योर्मोक्षे मामृता शिव शम्भु हे महेश्वर দেবাদিদেব ত্রিলোকেশ্বর তুমি আদি হে অনন্ত জটাধারী নীলকণ্ঠ তুমি প্রলয় তুমি সৃষ্টি ত্রিনয়নে কৃপা দৃষ্টি তুমি ত্রাতা তুমি দাতা তুমি মুক্তি হে বিধাতা ওম নমঃ শিবায় গঙ্গে নিয়ে ভস্য সারা অঙ্গে কর পালন নেত্রীভুবন তব অপার লীলা রঙ্গে ধরো ত্রিশূল নে হস্তে আনো শান্তি শুভ চিত্তে তুমি ত্রাতা তুমি দাতা তুমি মুক্তি হে বিধাতা Namah Shivaya. Om 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 Trayambakam Yajamahe सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनात् मृत्योर्मोक्षे मामृता ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनात् मृत्योर्मोक्षे मामृता ॐ नमः शिवाय
असतो मा सद्गमय दिव्यमत्वमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय नित्यतत्त्वमय मृत्युर्मामृतङ्गमय आदिजङ्गमय ममादतो शिवय
కణకణము శివగణమై పేరిని తాండవమాడెనురా నర నరము పంచాక్షర స్వరమై కొని ఆడెరా
ప్రణవ ప్రణవ ప్రణవోద్ధవ ప్రాణ శివ అభవ విభవ భ్రమనాశిత ధ్యాన శివ
మనసున ఆర్తి కార్తీకముగా నీకై వేచెనురా తన్మయ భక్తి సత్సంగమమై ఆహ్వానించెరా చూడరా దయ చేయరా హే సాంబదిగంబరా పరివారమై ధరి చేరరా పరమ కృపాకరా నడయాడరా మా నడుమనా నగజావర సుందరా విహరించరా మా వినుతిలో విశ్వంభరా శంభో శంకరా శంభో శివంకరా శంభో భక్తవ శంకరా శంభో శంకరా కణకణము శివగణమై పేరిని తాండవమాడెనురా నర నరము పంచాక్షర స్వరమై కొని ఆడెరా
शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय नमः ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय नमः
शंभो शंकरा शंभो కాశీపురాధీశ్వరా మా వైదికాంతి ప్రసరించరా సద్బుద్ధి వెలిగించరా మాలో మాం పాహి విశ్వేశ్వరా గంగాధరా గౌరీశ్వరా మా తలపుల్లో నలుపంత తొలగించరా పైకన్నుగా జడిపించరా ఐరుదన్నుగా నడిపించరా శివ ప్రధాన మనస్సు మామేకమయ్యేరా సౌవడి పూజా శంఖాలు పూరించని మా కనుల మెరిసే తడి నీకు అభిషేకమునరించని మా ప్రాణమే మారేడుగా నిడాలాక్షరి పదము సేవించని కురిపించరా విభూతిని అరుణించరా సమృద్ధిని జడ జగాన్ని త్యజించి ధరించు ధన్యత
శివ అభవ విభవ
न पारं ते परमविदुषो यस्य सत्कृषि श्रुतिर्ब्रह्मादिनामपि तदवसन्नास्त्वयि गिरः अथावाच सर्व स्वमतिपरिणामवति गृह्णन् ममावेश स्तोत्रे नरनिरपवादपरिकरः किमिह किङ्काय स खलु किमुपायसि भुवनम् किमाधारो धाता सृजति किमुपादानदिति च अदर्कैश्वर्ये त्वय्यनवसर पुष्पो भक्तियः उदर्कोऽयं काङ्क्षित करयति मोहाय जगतः किमवयवबन्धोऽपि जगताम् अधिष्ठातारं किं भवविधिर्ना कृत भवति अनिशो माधुर्यात् भुवनजनने परिकरो यतो वह्नास्वा भक्तमरवर सञ्चयति श्मशाने मा पीडा पिशाचसहचरः चिताभस्मालेपः सगपीडुकरोति परिकरः अमङ्गल्यं लीनं तव भवतु नामैनमखिलम् तथापि सर्गुणं वरद परमं मङ्गलमसि बहुलरजसे विश्वत्पत्तो भवाय नमो नमः प्रबलतमसि तत्संहारे हराय नमो नमः जनसुखकृते सत्त्वौद्रिक्तौ दृढाय नमो नमः प्रमहसि पदे निःस्रगुण्ये शिवाय नमो नमः बहुलरजसे विश्वत्पत्तौ भवाय नमो नमः प्रबलतमसि तत्संहारे हराय नमो नमः जनसुखकृते सत्त्वौद्रिक्तौ दृढाय नमो नमः प्रमहसि पदे निःस्रगुण्ये शिवाय नमो नमः महेशान्नापरो देवो महिम्नो नापरा स्तुतिः अघोरान्नापरो मन्त्रो नास्ति तत्त्वं गुरोः परम् दीक्षादानं तपस्तीर्थं ज्ञानं यागादिकः क्रियः महिम्नस्तव पाठस्य कलां नार्हन्ति षोडशीम् महेशान्नापरो देवो
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let's all radiate state, space, powers of Paramashiva. So from today, next 21 days, the Avatara Dina Brahmotsava, I'll be expanding on purpose of Sri Kailasa with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, and how to manifest Sri Kailasa in all of us and in Bhuloka with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti. So from today, I'll start the Tamil Satsang also. You can expect me coming for Tamil Satsang live. மீம்ஸு போடுற மாம்சுகளா, அப்யூசிவ் வீடியோஸாக போடுற அண்ணன்களா, தப்பு தப்பாக செய்தி பரப்புகிற தம்பிகளா, ட்ரோல்ஸு போட்டு ரோல் பண்ணுறவங்களா, எல்லாரும் தவறாமல் வந்துருங்கோ. நைட்டு 9 மணிக்கு தமிழில் சத்சங்கம். அன்பர்கள், பக்தர்கள், சீடர்கள் அழைக்காமலே வந்து விடுவார்கள். You can expect me to come for Tamil Satsang in the evening, 9 o'clock Indian Standard Time, 8 o'clock Indian Standard Time English Satsang morning, 9 o'clock Indian Standard Time in the night Tamil Satsang. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Enlighten App Live, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, and two-way video conferencing having Nayanadiksha. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Today, Kapila Sashti, the great Jayanti, fifth incarnation of Shri Bhagavan Kapila Maharshi, is the greatest Siddha. His whole biography is recorded in Bhagavatam. Let's first offer our respects to Bhagavan Sri Kapila Mahamuni in Adi Kailasa Bididi and in Los Angeles, both the places. Then we will enter into the satsang. Receive the blessings from Kapila Mahamuni by offering our devotion, then enter into the satsang. Krishna, when he declares his Parabrahma Swarupa in Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga as Paramashiva, from the space of Paramashiva he declares his glory. That time he says, Siddhanam Kapilo Munihi. Among the enlightened beings, Siddhas, I am Kapila. The greatest glorified incarnation of Paramashiva is Kapila. His philosophy is considered to be the oldest, older than the Vedas, Sankhya philosophy, and forms the basis for all thoughts and thought processes. Please understand, Sankhya is the pi of thinking process. Sankhya is the pi of thinking process. Is the greatest incarnation. Nothing like Kapila when it comes to presenting the greatest truths with the absolute clarity. So we offer our respects to Kapila, founder of the great
Mahanirvani Sampradaya and reviver of the Mahanirvani Sarvanyapita, because the Sarvanyapita itself was from Paramashiva himself, and Kapila revived it and created the whole Mahanirvani Sampradaya. Today I wanted to give the essence of Bhagavan Kapila's teachings. Understand, the whole essence of Kapila Maharshi, Bhagavan's Sankhya philosophy, is absolute unclutching, building your inner space based on absolute bliss. Understand? Basing absolute bliss as foundation. Basing absolute bliss as foundation. Developing. Basing absolute bliss as foundation. Developing your inner space is the essence of Kapila Maharshi's Sankhya philosophy. In 2 words, if I have to put it, be unclutched, be blissful. These 2 words is today's powerful cognition. Be unclutched and be blissful. I really wanted all of you to know my whole effort of reviving Kailasa, the enlightened civilization. If I have to put my whole message in 2 words, that is these 2 words, be unclutched, be blissful. Understand, unclutching makes you intensely powerful, I tell you. Unclutching extremely integrates you, because when you start unclutching intensely within you, the way you sharpen your inner space. Understand, the whole Buddhism is from Sankhya philosophy. That is why he is called Sakya Muni, Gautama Buddha. And you need to know, the word Gautama is from a Hindu Maharshi, and the city Kapilavastu, university city of the Mahanirvani Akada, where the Kapila's teachings were practiced, it was actually a university of Kapila's teachings. That's why it's called Kapilavastu, means content of Kapila. That's the exact meaning of the word Kapilavastu. That was the atmosphere, ecosystem from which Buddha was born, evolved. Buddha lived completely as the sannyasi of Sankhya philosophy, Mahanirvani Pita. Throughout his life, every line of Buddha's teachings I can trace it back to Sankhya system of philosophy. Whether the methodology they applied for enlightenment or the systematic sannyas sampradaya they followed, everything is from Kapila. Understand, I have collected and compiled too many wonderful things from all different sampradayas of Hinduism, but the core remains from Kapila. Even in Bhagavad Gita, if you see, Krishna gives 18 chapters. The first chapter is Sankhya Yoga, because that was what was on the top of Krishna's head. See, when you open your mouth, naturally whatever is in the top of your head only comes out first. When Krishna opens his mouth, the first thing comes out is Sankhya. Sankhya Yoga. It means fundamentally he is filled with Sankhya. The principles of Sankhya, powerful cognitions of Sankhya, the great truths of Sankhya. Nothing can be compared to Sankhya in liberating. Nothing can be compared to Sankhya in liberating. I tell you, extreme unclutching makes you extremely powerful. Manipatmeham. Unclutching makes your inner space into diamond. Intense, powerful. I tell you, if you want to make your inner space into the highest material, highest metal, the best metal, unclutching is the methodology. That makes you so powerful. Even now I tell you, I may be teaching 10,000 techniques. I might have taught, teaching, going to teach, I don't know how many thousands. But if I have to say, Chutamani, the best of all the techniques I revealed, revealing, going to reveal is unclutching. This is the essence of Kapila's teaching. Nothing can put you in highest samadhi like unclutching, and nothing can lead you to enlightenment like Kapila's Sankhya philosophy. Nothing else can be equivalent to Kapila's Sankhya philosophy, and nothing else can be equivalent to the powerful process of unclutching. Kapila is Kapila. Kapila is Kapila. Cannot be compared. Kapila is the person who introduced sannyas sampradaya to human beings. Till Kapila brought the science from Kailasa, it was practiced only in Kailasa. Kapila brought the science to planet Earth, making your consciousness highest, intensely powerful, and awakening all the 12 layers of your DNA through sannyas, celibacy. It was a technique, methodology brought to planet Earth for human beings by Kapila. Whenever you are cornered by life, Hindu tradition gives you the option of sannyas. Some traditions gives you the option of sannyas. Some tradition makes you terrorist. Some traditions makes you depressed. Some traditions puts you in the hospital, psychiatric hospital. Some tradition puts you under sedation. Whenever you are cornered by life, you feel cornered by life, the greatest solution you can have is sannyas. And that was introduced to human beings by Kapila. The concept of apat sannyas was brought to planet Earth by Kapila. And I also wanted all of you to know, Adi Shankara himself took apat sannyas only first. Whenever you feel your life is under threat, you are cornered absolutely, you take sannyas as a solution to have a breakthrough, to continue your journey further. Whoever takes apat sannyas also has to go to the Guru, and Guru will then guide you further. It's not that everyone who took apat sannyas will continue as a sannyasi. Guru will guide you to be either yogi or Rudra or Rishi, Muni, Siddha, any one order. Anyone takes apat sannyas inspired by me should reach Bididi, and after studying you thoroughly, Kala Bhairava will decide whether you are going to be part of the Yogi Sampradaya or Yogini Sampradaya, Rishi Sampradaya or Rishika Sampradaya, or Krama Brahmachari or Krama Brahmacharini, or Naishtika Brahmachari or Naishtika Brahmacharini, Swami or Swamini, Sannyasi or Sannyasini. All that classification will be done by Kala Bhairava after studying. First thing you need to do is intense unclutching and detoxification, cleaning up all the toxins by yoga and Ayurvedic Panchakriya, detoxing your body and mind. Once you detox, you will know very clearly what is the orientation of your integrity. Sometimes being artistic, you will manifest so much power. Then you should become Rudra or Rudraganya. Sometimes through sharp intellectual analysis, you will manifest powers. Then you should become Bhairava and Bhairavi. Some people may be completely grounded on the body intensely. Then you should become Yogi or Yogini. Which order you should be, Kalabhairava will decide. Anybody who takes Abhat Sannyas should reach Adi Kailasa and do thorough detoxification of at least 21 days. Intense yoga and detoxification. You know one funny thing, if you have to do something intensely 21 days, you need to do that 3 months. Only then, in that 90 days only, you will do something 21 days intensely. If you do yoga 90 days, then in that 90 days, some 21 day you would have done intensely. That is where the whole problem is. If you have to do the detox 21 days, 90 days you have to do. Only then 21 days will be intense. Because you are so intoxicated, deluded. You don't hold anything consistently more than 2-3 days. Then again collapse. Then it takes 2-3 days to get up and start again. Whether intense yoga or intense detox puja, only if you do 90 days, you complete 21 days. So 90 days time, at least 21 days intensely, you need to detox. In the detox process, all the physical, mental, psychological, emotional toxins will leave the system. You will develop more and more powerful cognition. Your inner space will be ready to live the life in Kailasa. Nothing can be compared to the lifestyle of Kailasa. Understand one thing. Kailasa is not only for sannyasis. It is for sannyasis, grihasthas, vanaprasthis, adhyashramis who don't want to fall under any sampradaya. They don't want to be brahmachari, grihastha, sannyasi, adhyashramis. All have place in Kailasa, even bhutas, ganas, all have place in Kailasa. Kailasa is for all. Siddhas, Muni, Rishi, Kinnara, Kimburuda, Gandharva, Gandhara, Yaksha, Rakshasa, Preda, Pichacha, Brahma Rakshasa, Bhuta, Vedala, all Devatas, all being can be in Kailasa. Kailasa is open for all beings. Nothing can be compared to the lifestyle of Kailasa. Kailasa is absolute bliss, absolute ecstasy. Today, on this auspicious Kapila Sashti, I will reinitiate all of you into this great, powerful method of unclutching. The most powerful method of unclutching. Understand? Nothing can be compared to the unclutching. I'll just put the whole unclutching in one line. Listen. Decide not to engage or continue, create, maintain, fight, destroy, play with any thinking process in you. That's it. Do not create, sustain, maintain, fight with, try to destroy, anyway engage. Do not do anything with your internal thought process. Just unclutch. And I tell you, it will develop such powerful will persistence in you. Such powerful will persistence. Extremely powerful will persistence in you. Nothing can be compared to the unclutching process. In the initial level, you may be a little deluded here, there. In few seconds, you will see you are not thinking process. You are beyond your thinking process. You will sit with yourself in a very matured way, highly matured way. Sit with yourself with highest maturity. That is pure unclutching. Pure unclutching. Let's start. As I committed from yesterday, from today, I'm going to lead all of you. Whoever is sitting in two-way video conferencing, I'm going to lead all of you into power manifestation. Today is the first power manifestation session. Sit straight. Close your eyes. unclutch. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Unclutch. Decide to unclutch. Disengage, unclutch from all thought process. Creating, maintaining, destroying, fighting, engaging, all thought process. Unclutch from all thought process. Just sit, be unclutched. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. I bless you all. From this space of unclutched, start manifesting the powers of third eye, or moving the matter, any power. You will see intensely you manifest. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Dear Swamiji, many thanks to you. And this banyan tree, this morning during Arati, I got the glimpse of when it was least expected. You can read my earlier questions for benefit of others. Sri Ananda Maheshwara. Maheshwara, you got it. Now, really you got it. Ananda Parama. Who is Ananda Parama? This is from Ananda Prasadita. Today, pranams Paramahamsa. Today, while meditating under the banyan tree, there was a blue ocean without waves. Suddenly, your hands came inside like a dolphin. The hands bore something. You placed it exactly in the heart center. It was golden linga seated on the two petal open golden notams. It was so glowing that could not be closed at all. It lingered longer. I can visualize it even now with a conscious mind. After this, there was a bright sunlight below the ocean. Leaflet trees silhouetted in the midday sunlight in my abdominal region. Soon I felt I am seated under real midday sun. What is this? I am not able to ask you anything. I feel I am the worst fool on this earth to ask this mighty sun, Nithyananda. Can't thank you verbally. Nice, but don't be stuck with this experience. Go. Allow this to pass you. Nothing needs to be done. Actually now nothing needs to be done. Just the grass grows by itself. Nothing needs to be done. Whether I sit here or I sit in my room, nothing needs to be done. That's why I sit in the room itself. If I sit here, one more connected thought. If I sit in the room, one more connected thought. There is nothing needs to be done. Something is going on. Something is going on here. Something is going on everywhere. And what is going on? Nobody knows. And simply people are going and eating and coming back. And what they are asked to do, they are doing. Neither irritation is there, nor something like a want is. Otherwise, such a big group, waiting for hours, nothing is there. Even if irritation comes, immediately what you guys do? Automatically unconnected. What is there? And automatically it drops. It simply leaves you. Now the bondages will be frightened of you. Now the Maya will be afraid of you. Because not only she can't bind, wherever you go, you guys will teach for others also. See, when your body is one more thing, if you are only talking that I am not the body, I am not the mind, and hypocrite, the others will simply find out how you are intelligent, they are also intelligent. Just from your eyes they will find out whether you are talking the truth or lies. Now your eyes will radiate the confidence. Your eyes will clearly show. Your eyes will show. If they come and tell you some relative has died, oh, is it so? All right, unclutched. Over. Nothing will be there. On your body language, your eyes, when it shows the confidence, the fellows around you will be shocked, will be shaken away. And naturally, you will be shaking them also, liberating them also. It will be like a ripples. It will be like a ripples. Constantly moving and expanding. It is time for us to create more and more people to bless the planet Earth. So nothing needs to be done. Just put some song and dance. What's going on? Just be, that's all. You don't even have to remember, you don't even have to connect and see, there is no need for practicing anything, na? Because you know, you are unclutched, unconnected, uncontrollable. All your goals will be now revised. All your idea of joys will be revised. All your relationships will be revised. All your lifestyle will be revised. All your house, everything will be revised. All your idea about how your life should be will be revised. Now whole thing will be revised. What to do now? And even if you try to, no, I will live the whole life. I cannot be moving. It's very, it's too much of, I can't give up all those things. Too much of fear. Simply you can't do anything. And suddenly you will realize all this fear also is unclutched, unconnected. Forget about it. And I told you now, you are entering the danger zone. You entered, now nothing can be done. Now no way of going back, because even in the dream you will be listening. Unclutched, unconnected, illogical, irrational, irresponsible. How many of you started having this type of dreams yesterday? Anybody in the dream started thinking like this, started having this type of words? I think it takes 1 or 2 more days to penetrate the dream. That's what actually, it's like a, in the dirty pond, if you put a handful of lime powder, all the dirt will settle down along with the lime. The lime powder will just take the dirt and they will all go inside and settle down. You will have the clear water. The settling will take little time. Just like that, day before yesterday I put that lime powder. Now it's all settling. Now in the conscious level, completely settled. Everybody has got it. And completely it is settling into the inner space also. Slowly everything is now unconnected, unclutched. That is what I say. You will never have dreams, I tell you. You simply will settle inside. The moment dream starts, you know, unclutched, unconnected. What will happen? So all you guys are eating whenever you want. In the kitchen they are providing. What they are providing? Food is there anytime?
But we are giving our usual time.
Alright. That's no problem. No. If you are eating in usual time also, no problem. You don't have to force yourself, but you don't have to force yourself to eat only in the usual time. Just understand it is just unclutched. So eat whenever your body feels like. That's all. But in 2-3 days the body conditioning, everything will drop. It's like once you switch off the fan, of course it will stop immediately. It will stop that. There is nothing. If it is there, it is there. If it's not there, it's not there. What is there? Again, both are unclutched. Grass grows by itself because you are not using the cutting machine. Constantly you are using earlier the cutting machine. Lawnmower. Now the lawnmower has been taken away. The neighbor asked one person was asked by a neighbor, are you going to use your tennis net in the evening? The friend said, yes, I am afraid I may play the tennis. I am going to play the tennis. I am going to use the tennis net. Then the friend said, can I borrow your lawnmower? I actually wanted to borrow your lawnmower only. If I ask the lawnmower, you will tell I am going to use. So that's why before that I asked, are you going to use the tennis net? Now I know you are going to play the tennis. Why don't you give your lawnmower? So your lawnmower has been now taken away. What all? From where all these jokes come? From where? Unclutched. One more thing. Actually, when you are unclutched, your memory will become so sharp. You will not be caught in any memory. And simply thought, if you want to speak something, if the divine wants to speak something through you, simply all the thoughts will come and queue up in a line. Otherwise, logically, if you analyze, I am hardly 28 not completed. So much, how can it express through this body? It can never from outside input. It can never be from the outside external inputs. Through eyes or through ears, through other media. Even if I have plugged myself 24 hours and the information has gone inside also, in 28 days it is impossible. How can this happen? Simply, the cosmic memory will start opening to you. Nothing needs to be done. But don't bother to wait for cosmic memory and all. Simply you just be unclutched. If it comes also, again you will tell, unclutched, irrational, what is there? That's what I tell you. Even Shiva comes, you guys will not stand up. You will tell, all right, unclutched, uncontrollable, one more thought goes, all right. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, when you saw Shiva, why did not you could have asked some boon, some dabbu, some this, that? I said, what is there to ask? Now you guys will understand really how I felt. Even if you see, what will you do? Unclutched, uncontrollable. Then Shiva will take his trident and run. No. Now these fellows will start teaching me. Even if you ask something, what is there? Again, even if you ask something, even if you get something, even if you enjoy, what is there? Unclutched. And suddenly, sometime, next moment it will be unclutched. It will not be there. Whether it is there or not, what to do? Any technique is just trying to make connection only. Whether it is a visualization or verbalization, all or what? Trying to bring your mind to the same thing, which is never possible. Impossible. Now you all understood it is impossible and liberated, that's all. Now nobody can sell any technique to you. You will tell them, what is there? All right, what is there? Come, we will tell you, unclutched. And that fellow will be totally shaken and he will run away. Oh, Nithyananda's disciples. Okay. Now all Nithyananda's disciples are separate emblem is there. The moment you see them, they will start unclutched, uncontrollable. And one thing, the moment you guys stop controlling the 1, 2, 3, that itself will be a very big liberation. Your Swadhisthana will be so relaxed. Your fears will not have base at all. And actually now you guys will have so much of compassion, care, because you know the purpose of the whole moment. You yourself tasted the fruit of the mission. So you guys will be much more intense and beautiful in all your movement. You see, when the compassion starts rising, and of course nowadays, now let us not go to that subject. Now let us first get into this completely. Let this unclutched tapas. It was not tapas, just I was picnicking. From outside only it was looking like tapas. I was nicely enjoying, that's all. How this Martin went all over the pole to pole, just like that I was picnicking. It was not a tapas actually. Tell you honestly, from outside only you guys all started thinking it's tapas. It was, from my side it was not tapas, I was just enjoying. Today only the biography, the first, an introduction alone has come out as a volume. Just an introduction to a 3-volume biography, introduction alone has come out as one book. Just today it has come after printing. Read that. That will give you the, I have spoken elaborately on how, what happened inside me. All these things very clearly I have spoken in that. All these questions have been answered in that, mainly. This happening. What I am saying. Now, Guru's grace, it can happen. Nothing is necessary. Guru's grace means what? He must be compassionate enough to empower you. Now, already I showered my grace. Now, there is nothing else to be done. You already got it. Even that is not now a point. Guru's grace was the only point. Now, that has already happened. So, simply you are unconnected, nothing to be done now. You are unconnected, unclutched, uncontrollable, illogical, irresponsible, irrational, independent, unclutched, causeless, reasonless, illogical thoughts. Last moment, if you are unconscious, don't bother about it. This moment, when you remember, you know you are unclutched. That's enough, that's all. Just be in the unclutched state. Even that was unclutched only. That's why you are in unconscious. See, if you are constantly 24-hour conscious and you become again clutched, even that is not possible. Sometime you will be unconscious, sometime you will be conscious. That's why you are unclutched. That's all. So, you are unconnected. So now I think I don't have to repeat. Now all of you know, it is told. Now only things are happening. Now all we have to do is just wait things to happen. Not even wait, just waiting is one more connection. And only thing, there are few guys who are a little afraid, if they go still deep, what will happen? So that fear will die by itself, just out of boredom, the fear will die. Because the fear is also unconnected. How long you connect, we can connect and see your fear. You see, how many are afraid? Please raise your hand. What is this? Nobody is raising their hand. Only one or two. Alright. Nobody fully raised. How many are still have some fear? That I am afraid to go a little deep inside. Alright, hold on to your fear. Try your best to hold on to your fear till today evening. Okay? Till today evening, try to continuously hold on to the fear. Be afraid. Have fear. Try. In 5 minutes, it will disappear. The 5 minutes, the fear also will be unconnected. What is this? Suddenly I forgot all the fears. What is happening to me? See, the moment you decide to get up and go and have a tea, means you renounce your fear. Unless you renounce your fear, you cannot have the thought, let us get up, let us have a tea. You understand? Maybe the moment after you get the thought that let me have a tea, then you can catch the fear again. Maybe after drinking the tea, you can again catch the fear. But even fear cannot be constant. Try your best, let you have fear 24 hours, what can be done? Try your best to have fear Nothing will happen. Suddenly you will realize, again it is unclutched. Again it is one more thought. Now Anandananda is writing in Air Force terms. He has written a letter in the terms of Air Force. Dear Lord and Master, dear Swamiji, you are the true firepower. What is this Anandananda? Firepower. Firepower in every sense. Higher power. Anyhow. Your words are the torpedoes. Right? Pronunciation? Torpedoes. Torpedoes. T-O-R-P-E-D-O-E-S. Okay. Torpedoes. Torpedoes. Run straight and pierces the beams with an explosive effect. Your body language is profound. It sinks deep within and explodes within the beings like a depth charge. Your teachings reach far beyond, span social borders, and ignites the beings like a surface-to-surface missile. Complete all the Air Force language. He's in Air Force, so your humor is a sure shot to shoot down even the high-flying egotistic being like a surface-to-air missile. Your techniques are tactical. The nuclear weapons that destroys even the most advanced karmas. To me, you are the sole superpower. With you, the very being is in safe hands. Anand, wow. You are getting it. Now only I saw. Now people are slowly entering into that. Actually, the complete turn is happening. Means all your 3 levels are now penetrated. Now, how many have started having this? The moment you get up, the unclutched, I am unclutched. Oh God. That's what. Now, the moment you get up from the bed, first thought is unclutched. Mind is a myth. What is there? And means you have started living your freedom. The moment early morning, first thought what comes to you is the thought for the whole day. Because that is going to decide your consciousness of the whole day. Means it has penetrated you. Oh my God. This was Nithya Omkar. It took us beyond everything to prove that we connect our thoughts for nothing. You are so new and clear. We have realized that there is nothing to fear. Meditation is no more the key. It feels so great to be free. Our mind has taken a flight. Without thoughts, we are so light. Oh God. Now we have no business with society since we are liberated for eternity. God. We find you cute and handsome. Oh my God, you are just awesome. What happened, Krishna? You are also in the same queue. I thought the male gazing club is different. Now it is coming too much. Male gazing club has spread far till Krishna. Now there is a hardcore letter. One letter. Swamiji, unclutched is the Mahavakya, the freedom to just be so simple, so beautiful, so innocent. I feel I am dancing, laughing and soaring at one and the same time. Are going nuts, I'm going nuts. That's nice. Even if you go nuts, you will be cashew nuts, you will not be ground nuts. Ground nuts. There is constant surge of gratitude happening all the time, totally undirected. Now you are getting the point. This is the truth. Not even directed to me. Be very clear. Now you are really getting. Now you are really catching. Even if the gratitude is directed towards me, there is an inch of bondage. There is an inch of fear. Oh, will I be grateful to him or will I leave her? You see, be very clear. Don't even bother to be grateful to me. Now I promise you don't have to be grateful to me. I liberate you all. There is no need for any gratitude. I have not given you anything. Be very clear. Even if you don't want, I am doing this. It is my nature. See, if I do something specially for you, you have to be grateful. It is my very nature. If you are not there, to these pillars I will be singing the same song. To these plants I will be singing the same song. To these trees I will be singing the same song. To these stones I will be singing the same song. Because you are here between me and the trees, you heard the truth. That's all. If you are not there also, I will be singing the same song to these bamboos. These bamboos have heard my song. They are alive. They became alive just because of my song. Even if you are not there, I am singing the same song to these bamboos. So I liberate you all. You don't have to be grateful to me. There is nothing you should be grateful. Just because you sat between me and the bamboo, you heard the truth. I am not responsible for it. I am not responsible for it. I am no way suffering. Be very clear. If I don't want, I don't even come and sit here. If I want, I come. Otherwise, I am stretching my leg. You think that I am doing some serious job? Nothing. I am just lying down. That's all. That is the truth. If you ask the people to take care of me, they will tell you. I am just lying down there. I have not taken any risk. I have not taken anything to teach you. I have not done anything. Just it is happening. Even if you are not here, I will be singing the same song to this bamboo, to this tamarind tree, to these plants, to these sandalwood trees, to these pillars, to all these things. So don't bother. You don't need to feel grateful to me. When the gratitude is undirected, then it is multi-directed. Be very clear. It is multi-directed. Then something to be constant. See, constant gratitude is what I call enlightenment. If the gratitude is just overflowing in you, undirected, you are enlightened. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to be done. There is no need to direct it towards me. Be very clear. If it is directed towards me, then still there is a speck. Still there is a something. There is something still clutched. Be very clear. Even that is unclutched. Even that is unclutched. When the gratitude is overflowing, happening, undirected, then you have done. Then now you are done. Totally undirected, just happening. This is from Nithyananda. I am enjoying you with so much of openness. It is just fantastic because the fantasies have dropped. Because fantasies have dropped, fantastic it is. How the hell did I waste 3 years simply foolish? Nithyananda letter, right? This is what I was shouting all these 3 years. Anyhow, you don't have to bother, at least now you got it. Okay. Why think of that when I am unclutched, irrational, illogical, independent, irresponsible, choiceless, purposeless, causeless, eyeless, by nature, lords of love, Nithyananda. Manishananda, you are really catching it. You are really catching it. Exactly she is catching what I call Nithyananda. Very clear. Nithyanandam is out of Nithyananda. Let you all be very clear. Nithyanandam is out of Nithyananda. Nithyanandam is nowhere related to Nithyananda. What you think as Nithyananda? Be very clear. Nithyananda is Nithyanandam in my level. In your level, what you think as Nithyananda is not Nithyanandam. In your level, what you think as Nithyananda is not Nithyanandam. If the gratitude is just flowing undirected, then you jump the last step also. Even gratitude, if it is towards me, there is one small guilt you have. If I don't feel gratitude, will this experience stay with me? Or is it not betraying? Be very clear. You cannot betray me because I don't expect anything from you. If I expect anything from you, only then you will betray. I don't expect anything from you. I don't even want your gratitude. You don't even have to feel grateful to me. So now I tell you, I declare hereby, I liberate you all from even feeling grateful to me. One more thing. You see, if I have done something with pain, which I don't want, then I naturally expect gratitude from you. But I have not done anything which created pain in me. I have not done anything by forcing. I have not done anything. This is the way I am. I am just singing my song. Because you are here, I speak in English. If you are not here, I am speaking the same in my silence language. With the trees, the language in which I am speaking. You see, constantly I am radiating me. With the trees, because they understand silence, I speak in silence. You guys, because you understand English, I speak in English. That's all. But even if you are not here, I am doing the same job. I am doing the same job. So I am not doing anything special. Because I am not doing anything special, I don't feel you are obliged to me. I don't feel you are obliged to me. I don't even want you to feel grateful to me. I liberate you even from feeling grateful to me. Then just you will gratitude. Just you will be pure gratitude. Not towards somebody or towards something. Only then you will realize what I mean by the word. Everything, everybody is Nithyananda. What you did mechanically in ministry, the end, falling at everybody's feet, that will become your solid experience. Of course, sincere people really did it, visualizing, not experiencing. Visualizing the other person as Nithyananda, you fell at the feet. Now it is become experience. Now it's the truth, you don't have to visualize. Visualizing is the ugly game. Visualizing is an ugly game, which is not there in superimpose. Actually, one guy came and he told me, Swamiji, everywhere I am seeing Rama, Rama, Rama. And Rama and me, we don't get along. That's another one big problem. And we have such a beautiful relationship. The moment I heard his Rama Bhakta, I got hold of him. Now come, hey, now I have fun. I told him, how you are seeing Rama everywhere? Oh, with the Shama, Komala, Dandam and all those Kodandam and with the big crown, Mukutalam and all those things he was describing. Aravinda Nayanam, Kamalaya Daksham, Ajanuvabam, Aravinda Netram, all these things he was explaining. Ajanuvabam, Aravinda Netram. So all these things he was explaining. All complete fantasy. Anyhow, he was explaining. And then that is the way I am seeing Rama in everybody, in every place. I told him, how long you are practicing this meditation? He was saying, last 30 years. Suddenly now I realized I am seeing my Ishtadeva, God. I told him, just for 3 days stop visualizing. He said, what? Why? You said that you are seeing him, no? He said, yes, I am seeing him clearly. If you are seeing him, you should be able to see even without visualization. Are you visualizing this is the answer of a roof? Are you visualizing this is the answer of a pillar? No. You just see it. So same way, if you are seeing Rama, really, you must be able to see without even visualizing it. Even if you don't, even if you forget to visualize it, go on, you should be able to hit that. That will hit your head. That should be the case. Then he said, yes. It is such a solid experience. I don't have to visualize. I told him, just 3 days don't visualize. Fourth day, fellow came and fell at my feet and started weeping. What have you done? You have taken away my mission. Rama stopped seeing. I have stopped seeing Rama. Now Rama is not there. Kodanda is not there. Aravinda is not there. Our Netra is not there. Ajamva, nothing is there. What has happened? You have done something. I have lost Rama. I said, fool. If it can be lost, how is it? Worthy having. How is it worth having? Again, is unclutched. Just unconnected. Be very clear. Seeing Rama in the form everywhere, that will not work. Suddenly something will flow in you. You will feel everybody is God. So much of gratitude. So much will flow. You will just feel everybody is God. Don't think seeing everybody God means you will see just like that. Everybody will be wearing a turban and with a long hair, with a big smile and with a rudraksha, all will be sitting like this. Nothing. These ISKCON books, they have put the photographs like that only. Did you see that? Have you seen ISKCON books? In that they will put that Krishna's face, they will put on the elephant on everybody, and they will put the Krishna's face. It can be done only in computer graphics. Don't think that is the way you will see God. Seeing God means a tremendous gratitude. When you see God, how the gratitude flows in you, that will flow constantly and directly. That will just flow. Your being will become gratitude. That is what I mean by the word seeing God everywhere. Because you see God in you, you are seeing God everywhere. You say, you sing to the bamboos, we are grateful that we happen to be here. When you sing, just to be there, to be, who cares whatever you want? Whether you want my gratitude, it flows as tears of happiness. When I think of you, but the you is not you, it happens anyway, anyhow. You said once that you idiots do not know the meaning of compassion. With all humility, I feel now, finally I do. It is a constant outpouring of joy and love for all existence and everyone who is in it, you too. By the way, I do not need Anandaganda. Thanks for the initiation anyway. All my love, my master. This is another further step. Now this is a further step. Whether you feel you want our gratitude or not, who cares? Yeah, just pour it. Because it is the way we are. See, that is what? A real overflowing. See, when I say I liberate you from giving gratitude to me, I don't demand, but I don't say don't give. You understand? I say I'm not demanding, that's all. But I don't say don't give. Neither I demand nor you stop giving. Is that ultimate guru-disciple relationship. That is where the guru-disciple relationship ends or starts. What a wonderful technique that you are given right now to become an independent being. The mind catches up everything and oscillating like a pendulum or string. You see, with any technique, you will lose awareness about the technique for 10 minutes. When you come back to awareness, you will have the guilt. You lost awareness. Always, whether Ananda Gandha or any Gandha or any technique, what do you do? Try to concentrate on Ananda Chakra for 10 minutes. You cannot. I know. That's why I gave the technique. That's why I gave the technique. How can you concentrate? Nothing can be done. Simply you can't. Nothing can be done. See, know any technique. You will fall unconscious. Somewhere the mind will go away. Then again you will try to bring back and give it. Now you see, you are neither remembering nor forgetting. Simply you know you are unclutched. Simply something is going on in you. Are you all remembering that you are unclutched? Anybody remembering? Anybody trying to forget? No. Neither trying to remember nor forgetting. Simply you know, yes, I am unclutched. Anybody ask anything? We are unclutched, irresponsible, irrational, independent, choiceless, thoughts. You see, now, whenever, even if you lose your conscious awareness that you are unclutched, when you come back, yes, I am unclutched. So what is there to be aware? If I am aware, okay, I am aware that I am unclutched. When I am not aware, okay, I am unaware, I am unclutched. Because awareness and unawareness, both are clutching. Both are connection. I am unconnected. What is there? The mind catches up everything and oscillating like a pendulum or swing. For the past 3 days, you are given shocks after shocks, but still nothing moves. You just accept and stays alert. That's all. You are a doctor, Anna, or a gardener. In your own way, you have done a great surgery and taken away the colons, and I have taken away all the tumors. Be very clear. In the website, I put what I promised I did in 5 days. Today is 5th day, how many remembers still today? Many have forgotten it. Today what day? 4th day. Hey, what are you talking? Somebody is saying 5th day today, somebody is saying 4th day. Okay. I think some are unclutched about the color. You have done a great surgery and taken away the colors, colons. The weeds have gone. it is new, it is now ready to catch up. That which is essential for the independent human being. Nor the heart is aching, the truth is showing up. Nothing is greater than the divine mind. No mind, not mind. Formally, tuning was hard. Yes, tuning was hard. Now it has happened naturally. Thank you for your mantra. I am unclutched, uncontrolled, illogical, irrational, irresponsible, independent being. Now the alchemy is natural in tunal transformation. Transformation. Thanks, Swamiji. All the songs make more, sweeter more to me now. It is dancing all over my being. Being my being always, as always, Nithyananda. Lot of pranams, love and regards. Sanatananda, you are really catching it. One thing, I don't know what is going on. See, such a simple thing. That's what the Zen masters say. One slap, suddenly the people became enlightened. That is not the only you guys can understand. How this all happened. Huh? When we read all these things, can you understand? No. Nothing can be understood. Now, everything is becoming true. Life, it can happen. It's happening. It's already happening. Every day I am receiving one letter. Hello, oh God, today my coconut broke. My coconut broke. And really, if somebody is from outside, they will think I will hypnotize you all. That's what they will think. And even you guys will be having one corner here. What is happening? If you hypnotize us all, what's happening inside going on? Be very clear, I de-hypnotize you all. Hypnotizing and de-hypnotizing is not three major differences. If somebody is hypnotized when he comes up, day by day he will become more and more dull. He will be more and more lethargic. He will be more and more sad. Person who is de-hypnotized will be more and more energetic, more and more intelligent, more and more blissful. What is happening in you? Is Sat-Chit Ananda happening in you? Sat means truth. Chit means consciousness. Ananda means bliss. If you are becoming more and more truth, bliss and consciousness, then you are getting de-hypnotized. Otherwise you are getting hypnotized. Now you know what is happening in you. What's happening in you? De-hypnotizing process. So be very clear. You are really having a good brainwash, not bad brainwash. Anybody who comes inside, because I see, if it's a small fire, then even to put a big wood you have to think. If it's a forest fire, throw your banyan trees, not banyan trees, banana trees, which will never burn. Banana trees will never burn. Even if you throw banana trees, what will happen? They will become bhasma. Now I have created the fire. Any banana tree any number of banana trees also you can put inside. They will become just ashes. However, Manmada could not stand in front of the third eye of the Shiva. See, Manmada is fantasies and Maya, which is not there. He could not stand in front of the third eye of the Shiva. Just like that, in front of you, no, nothing can stand. Whatever comes, what happens? You just say, unclutched. And tada! Manitya Samyamini. Yes. Every is so natural for me that I did not know what to say. It's only at that moment of getting conscious of hearing nothing to say, what I had, the revelation of what happened, and I found what I had to say. This happened the day of your arrival in Guadeloupe. This day I saw one of presentations, billboard for your conferences. I received such an electrical shock, like a nuclear bomb, when I saw your picture, without even reading the message. From that moment, everything seemed clear for me. I had no more doubts that I really knew what I had to do. I wanted to know who is the one who was upside down and who is in tune with my being. In a glimpse, I dropped everything without questioning. The following 5 days, I attended the 3 conferences, ASP, NSP and Healers Initiation. I did not ask anything. I feel that I just had to do it. That's all. I found my true being and I was doing according to it. I registered for the Nithyananda program without worrying, difficulty, costing, transportation, translation are the difficulty. Everything went fast. I achieved my goal. People who know me think I am crazy. When I saw the banyan tree for the first time, I had an experience which confirms that fact. For one, I was in unknown. Nitya Samyamini, you are getting it. You are entering into Nithyananda. This GV is writing to request a name for spiritual name. Alright, spiritual name. You can ask that. They can give the application. With both Nithyananda. One thing I know for sure. I am a serious. Somebody yesterday asked me, what is the significance of the spiritual name? The moment you ask that question, be very clear, the name is not for you. Another person wrote a letter. After all, name is also one more connection. Why should we have a name? Who wrote the letter? Not you, yes, you only. You only wrote the letter. If you can be without the name in the society, I have no problem with be. And when you go back to society, what they will call you? With your name only, na? I am asking you, ma. With your name only they will call you. Okay, that's okay. When you are in the society, they will be calling you with the name only. With your old name only, with your old name, the old relationship will be there. With the new name, first thing, whenever this new name is repeated, you know you are unclutched. You know you are unclutched. Constantly you know you are unclutched. Second thing, let the society know you are a new being, so that you will have less problems. I tell you, the society knows you are a new being. You see, I have always seen people who boldly wear the mala outside, they will have only 2 days problem. Third day, the whole situation will settle down for them. After a week, everybody starts respecting, oh, he is that type only. Let us take care of it. Let us come to an agreement. But people are hiding the mala. They will have problem for their whole life. Because still they have not put their foot down. They have not put their foot down and said, this is the way I am. Still, you see, you believe in wearing mala. You believe in spiritual life. But you are not wearing publicly, means you are sending a wrong signal to them. You are naturally allowing them to disturb you. You are naturally allowing them to talk and inspire their ideologies to you. By wearing a mala, you are sending a right signal to them. You see, I am this. What do you want? This is my name. Means I am now a new person. First 2 days you will have a problem. Third day what will happen? I tell you one thing, all professional people, they bother only the product which you deliver. They don't bother whether you come with a white cloth or no cloth or cloth. And who cares for all those things? And they don't bother whether you need a big mala, small mala, or all over your body you take Rudraksha. Who cares? Nobody cares. If they care, let them care. Who cares? We don't care. Be very clear. People who socially also put their foot down, they are safe once for all. Once for all you are safe. See, I always tell people, heart one side and society other side is the hell. Heart of the society, if it goes in one side, it is heaven. Now it is your time. Your responsibility to create Ananda Samaja. Your responsibility to create the society of bliss. He is suppressing something, all fantasies must be coming up. And that's it. That's the whole world. And these fellows these guys are disturbed terribly by the Gopis dance. And all these guys are going there. You will see something has to be done. And some guys just wanted to see it. And these guys went to Vrindavan. Those girls did not even bother about these old fellows. They did not even receive them. They said, you come, you go, what is there for us? And they were just playing their old game. And some rishis, what? We are Sabda rishis here. We are great rishis, we are here. You guys not even doing namaskar for us. We will curse you. Then one gopi asked, Rishi, You are the rishis. Constantly we meditate on God's lotus feet. That's why we are rishis. Meditate. Come, we are playing with him, we will take you to him. We are playing with him. Why to meditate? Unnecessarily. We have to remember him constantly. We are not able to forget what are you talking. If you have to still remember means what kind of rishis you are. We are not able to forget because we do a lot of other work. We are trying our best to forget and do the works. Then the rishis are really understood. Something like that. Only the fools who are closing the eyes and sitting and meditating. Those old people. Only for them, sound is shout should not be there, these there. For us all Devaganas. Ananda Ganas. Actually the machine, those guys will be afraid. What is going on inside the hall? So much of sound is coming. One thing I know for sure, I am a serious seeker. Of course I am now renouncing serious and identification as a seeker. I am renouncing the small ego I. Even the renunciation is one more connection. Be very clear. Don't even renounce. Just let it be. That's all. That leaves. I am just being. I am experiencing the peace of being, the joy and bliss of being. And these words are connected. Thoughts. I renounce these words also. Connected thoughts also. I think when you are writing at the time itself you are renouncing. What to write? You see, it means you become so aware. See, the truth you don't need to remember. Simply that way remember it. See, usually any idea you have to remember whole day. How many days it will take for you to constantly memorize? It will take months. Only then, early morning, when you get up from the bed and all, you remember. But hardly 3-4 days already, when you are out of the bed, first thought is, you are unclutched. And when you go to the bed, last thought is, you are unclutched. Actually, what is last thought only will come as first thought. If it is your first thought, that is the last, that was the last thought. So easily, so smoothly happening. Because it is truth. Somebody was telling me, Swamiji, what is this? You made enlightenment so easy. I make things as they are, that's all, nothing else. I have not made it easy. I just make things as they are. There are no words to convey my gratitude for touching this soul so deeply for the Zen Seva stick. What? Zen Shiva stick to guide me for the love and compassion, supporting each and every one of us to be the bliss. The thanks, dear Master, I sincerely give my gratitude. Ma Nitya Shika, full nothing is my full being, full careless is my full power, compassion is my weakness. I am an empty packet with empty mind. All happens. My dear awareness, my near awareness, only I am nothing to wait and I am nothing to watch. Whatever happens, I am aware of it. That's all. Amritananda, you are getting it. See now, there's nothing to be bothered. If death comes, okay, what can be done? Already unclutched. And let it happen. If pain comes, unclutched. See the pain. These are the major fears. If pain comes, what can be done? It's unclutched. Just see. If death comes, what can be done? It's just unclutched. Just see. Am I repressing something which I am not conscious of it? Don't bother. Even if you repress something, if it comes out, when it comes out, what to do? Unclutched. Now if some problem comes up, what are you doing? Unclutched. Go over. There also you are unclutched. Do you think when you go there you will become clutched or what? See, when you are unclutched here, see now you are afraid of that. What will happen there? That fear is also one more connection. Why are you clutching yourself to the connection? That's all. This fear, am I representing something? All these things are just one more clutching. Don't bother. Even if you are repressing, what is there? Again, one more clutched, one more connection. If you are not repressing anything, what is there? That's all. See, be very clear. Even if you are and it comes later on. You see, now, if something comes up, you know you are unclutched. Immediately, the moment you remember you are unclutched, the problem is just like a drop and disappears. When you can solve it now, why can't you solve at that time? You are afraid, no, maybe at that time I may forget. That's a fear. Even if you forget what is the then suffer. Suffering also is one more connection. Again, the suffering is not there because you are unclutched. It comes and it goes. It is there or it is not there. What is there? Now already, if you try to remember whole day, will you be able to remember? You can't. You will suffer, struggle. What is there? Why should you struggle? Why should you create? Simply you are unclutched. And be very clear. By struggling, never you can conquer. Because I struggled my best. Only when I relaxed, I understood. Never by struggling. Sometimes fools are not ready to relax there. That's why I make them struggle and suffer. Like Nithyananda's last 3 years. I don't really know how I feel, but I think I am full of gratitude, love, happiness. This is the real thing. I don't even really know how I feel, but I think the gratitude is happening around me. I am so happy to be here. I feel so good. The energy is so marvelous. The simple fact to be near the banyan tree, words are not enough to explain. So I love so much the moment of puja. It's wonderful. Okay, I give up all. Not any more attachments. The life that I had is finished. Now is my rebirth. I am so happy to have met you. It is so wonderful, fantastic, magnificent. I am illogical, reasonless, without connection, uncontrollable, irrational, independent. I am so happy. Thank you, Swamiji. Nithya Devati. Nithya Hadavati. Who gave this letter? Oh, Vedavati. Oh God, wow. Nice, you are getting it here. Since arriving at ashram, Wednesday, I visited the banyan tree. Always I had fondness for banyan trees. During this and subsequent visits, at early morning Guru Puja, I felt gentle tingling sensation starting at my root chakra and rising up my spine, dissipating at my crown. This sensation occurs at least 3 times in visit. And during the sessions here in Anand Seva, I feel unconnected and unconcerned about my problems at home. There is an assuring feeling that everything is okay. I would like to join your virtual ashram by becoming a Nithyananda in bliss, Ananda Namasya. You are getting into Namasya, carry on. Now I feel bored to say, that's what to do. There is no juicy question, you see. Actually now, the society is that everything is wrong. How many still feel that you are afraid that you will lose your wealth if you live just like this? Raise your hand. Now how many feels, even if I lose the health, it's okay, I have no problem. Oh God. And how many feel, really honestly tell me, because we have to go deep. How many feel that I am afraid that I will lose the wealth? Not even a simple person. What is this? Oh God. What's going on? And all of you are getting liberated. What is going on? I thought at least I will send these few guys to go and beg and come back. Actually, if you feel really that you will lose your wealth and all, just for 2 days live without wealth. Renounce everything. Don't bother. Go around and beg and eat. Sleep under the tree. Just live in the nature. Suddenly, tremendous confidence will raise you. I can be alive without anything. Then why should it stop me exploding? That's what has happened in me. I just said, if I have a fear, the wealth will stop, renounce, give up. That's why I gave up everything. Whatever fear was there, I just went completely all out. Suddenly I saw nothing is there. No fear is there. Complete explosion happened. And now everything is there. I have everything now around me. Nothing has been last. And you will just be in tune with everything. And now, see, now if you don't have fear, or even if you feel that this last, now not only you will have a will, you will not be bound by it. You will not be bound by it. Constantly you will not be bothered by it. There are so many people, if they lose their will, they commit suicide or they fall in depression, in the society. There is something called society outside this compound. Outside this compound, there is something called society. The planet Earth is there, 1 or 2 countries are there, and those guys, in the society. Just once in a while I have to remind you. In those days you all came from there only. In the society, people became sometimes mad, or people became depressed if the wealth is lost. Now you are immune to the wealth. You will have wealth, but you will not be taxed by it. How many of you really feel afraid that if you stay in the same state, you will not be able to take care of your relatives, or you will not be able to take care of your relationships, the family, house, daughter, wife, and all these things? Raise the hand. How many? 1, 2, that's all. Then just live without anything for a few days. Drop everything. What can be done? Alright, if death comes, what will you do? Are you sure you will not die? Can you go out?
You are actually a consciousness. When you think you are a man, you hypnotize yourself. When you think you are a body, you hypnotize yourself. Unclutch again, de-hypnotize, you will become consciousness.
De-hypnotize, I get it.
The whole process is de-hypnotizing, not hypnotizing. You already hypnotized yourself thinking you are a body and mind. That is hypnotism. Now I am teaching you to de-hypnotize yourself.
So when you heal people, you're not using hypnosis?
No. I am de-hypnotizing them. I am not hypnotizing them.
Swamiji, if we don't exist and you don't exist, who is asking the question and who is answering?
For you, if you exist, I exist. For me, I myself don't exist. Then how can you exist?
I know you're trying to say something, but I'm still not able to grasp it.
Beautiful incident from Papa Punjaji. Any of you heard of him? Punjaji from Pune. Papaji, they call him Papaji, Punjaji. Somebody asked him, enlightened people don't have karma. How are you working? He said, I am not doing anything. They asked him, no, you are talking to us. What about this? He says, I am not talking to you. He's talking. He's saying, I am not talking to you. And he says an important truth. That is a truth here also. You listen to me because you wanted to listen to me. You are seeking response. Understand? You are sitting in front of hollow bamboo. The sound you are listening is what you want to listen.
This is the exact same thing when J. Krishnamurti was very old and about to leave the body. He was trying to say this. I watched the clip and I still didn't get it. And I still don't get it.
If you have to get it, I think unclutching is the only way. See, even if once you touch the space of you are not there, then you will understand what I am talking. Then you will understand what I am talking. Even if you understand you are not there, that's enough. Actually, more than this, words also can't do anything. You understand? More than these words also can't do anything. And I can say this way, you are seeing this body sitting and both talking. You are there inside your body. So you think, I am here inside this body. You understand? That's a wrong. Because I am outside this body, I know you are also outside that body. Because you are inside that body, you think I am inside this body. Because I am outside this body, I know you are outside this body. You have to only experience what you can see. Who are you? You are now intellectually understanding and proposing the question. You understand? I am throwing the bomb as an experience, as an inspiration for you. Because you are inside that body, you think I am inside this body. I am not present here as you are present. After I die, I will not be absent as you are absent. You understand? I am not present here as you are present. After I leave the body, I am not going to be absent as you are absent. After I leave the body, I am not going to be absent as you will become absent. You understand what I am saying? Enlightened masters are seeing. Dead masters are not dead as you think. Living masters are not alive as you think.
Are you trying to say the energy is what is there?
Even the idea, energy, you have idea. You, at least you understand, you are not able to catch it.
Yes, I do.
Dead masters are not dead as you think. Living masters, see, now my absence as a body, after I leave the body or leave this place, my presence will not have the body. Now my absence as the body. When this body moves from here, my presence will not have this body. Now my absence does not have this body. When this body moves and goes out of this hall, my presence will be here, will not have this body. I am trying to give him at least one click. That's what I am trying. I am not trying to teach this truth to you. I am trying to give one click. If I give one click, one hit, the whole thing, zigzag puzzle will fall in place for you. See, now I am saying, my absence does not have this body. Means there is something beyond this body. So when this body leaves, that is after all going to be here. That is what I call my presence will not have the body. Got it? Contemplate on it. Now, see ma, people who are having the concepts, if the intellectually they open up completely with me. Straight away the energy goes. Because emotionally they don't have anything. It's emptiness. Just straight away it can go inside. The emotional blockage will not be there. People who are emotionally connected, for them, the intellectually they don't have any stuff. Straight away the energy will go inside. It's like a different kinds of connections.
So yesterday doing the meditation, and I was breathing in and out the darkness, and suddenly I had a thought that this is the body which is kind of doing the breathing, and I just started visualizing that the silence which is around are very intense. By the time part of that silence, and from that perspective, as soon as I saw that this body is taking the breath and leaving it out, the first thing I noticed is everything started falling. My hands, which were kind of little tight, they become suddenly like this. And then I'm just seeing it doing in and out. So up to an extent, in that situation, this body is there, but I am not with the body. I am in some sense outside of the body. Is it a similar expression, Swamiji?
I can say, you have a glimpse. Unclutched even from that will become a stable thing in you, expanding and deeper, different.
Swamiji, is this presence you talked about will be there everywhere where I go?
In Vedanta, they call it as ajata. Understand? There are three kinds of understanding in Vedanta. First understanding is normal man. World is there, I am seeing it. It's a normal man. Second level, a seeker. I am seeing the world as I wanted it. A seeker. The ajata, there is nothing to be seen, nothing is there. No seer seen or seeing. This is the ajata. See, understand? First, world is there, I am seeing. It's a normal. It's called jakrat. And world, I am seeing the world as I wanted. It's called vivarta. Vivarta. First, ordinary way, srishti, drishti. Then, drishti, srishti. I am seeing as I wanted. Then, above all, ajata. Means unborn, never died, never existed, it's there. It's like many buzzwords put together.
So if you're fully unclutched, you should see that. Nothing. That's when you know you're unclutched.
You don't even have to have that scale. Just continuously unclutch. Unclutching is the limitless continuum. Opening you to the limitless continuum is living enlightenment. I am done my job. If I open you to the limitless continuum, I am done.
Swamiji.
So you are just a thought?
Not even that.
Swamiji.
What do you mean by the relationship between me, the world, and God?
Jiva, Ishvara, and Jagat.
Finally, you will realize only God exists.
No, not even only God. You can say only world exists, or only you exist, only anything, or only you exist. When it's only, how can you use any of these three names? All three names are invalid. It's like if you merge all three states, you can't use any one state name. The other two fellows will fight. You have to give a new name. That's all.
Swami, the previous one, what I understand is, there is something spreaded everywhere.
Then, no, even that idea, spreading, everything.
No, what I'm saying, now I can connect with that through this body. Here, right? Okay, when I go to Australia, how can I connect with that?
You think this is not there in Australia? Australia is inside this.
No, I mean, how can I experience that connection? Now I can experience that connection through this body.
That is why this living around this body is little important. You are here, but that does not mean you can't connect. Now this connection, this remembrance is enough to connect you there also. Once the peacemaker is set inside, you can switch it on anywhere.
Swamiji, you become conscious of necessity for unclutching only when you feel that you are clutched, that is when you become restless.
No. Whenever you remember, be unclutch. Whenever you remember, just unclutch.
Remember the necessity of unclutching or the word unclutch, that's all.
No, whenever you remember the unclutching, remember.
Even if it's a desire, Swami, like I say, so I see something and say, oh, I can get something with unclutching, and then I remember unclutching, then I unclutch from that desire.
No. You don't have to unclutch from the desire. Try unclutching. If you unclutch from the desire, okay. Otherwise, if the desire stays, let it stay. See, do not use unclutching for decision making. Use unclutching as your lifestyle. When you use it for decision making, whenever your vested interests are disturbed, you will not want to unclutch. You will not want to unclutch. Just remember. And even without, it should not be used as a weapon to escape from the decisions which you don't want to make. It's like a consciousness pervading you, penetrating, filling you.
Regarding that bomb thing that you said, please talk about the Tribhuti Bheda.
Tripudi Bheda only I said seen, seer and the seeing. Seen, seer and the seeing act. When the seen, see when the seer relaxes from the idea that he is seeing, suddenly the gap between seen and the seer disappears and dissolves into the seeing. That's why I am saying the whole world is living. Continuously living. Living. That's all. Being. Existing. Omnipresent is one and the same. But you have an idea omnipresent, like a big ocean that idea is wrong. That and all, when I talk to you as a fact, in the factual level my biography is written, in the truth level my biography is different.
So nothing descended actually.
Nothing descended because nothing ascended. If something has descended as you, then something has descended as me.
So that means what I perceive as the world is the world then.
So you see, that is spoken in the level of fact, comparative reality. This I am talking into existential reality. Existential reality and comparative reality.
So then when we come...
See, when I told all those statements, that is a comparative reality. In comparative reality, my biography is written. In existential reality, see, understand, in comparative reality, I live and biography is written. In existential reality, the script is there, I am living.
Can I give you one example from yesterday's 2 days ago meditation? When we wrote our life, desires, fears, I had a strong feeling that so much has happened without my planning or designing, but through it all I suffered a lot, but it still happened the way it must happen, and it will continue to happen. It was a very strong
Then
feeling.
unclutching is the best way.
But Swamiji, here, again, this is maybe my mind. Here, how will I distinguish my mind, intellect and intelligence?
Understand, even if you get confused and do some mistakes, it's okay. That is what I am asking you as a Guru Dakshina. You understood whatever from me as intelligence, live with it. If you make some mistakes and lose something, think that is a Guru Dakshina given to me.
I want to share what I feel right now. I was telling the emptiness within me, and I see the world also, that everything is there but nothing is there. But there was a small fear because I was holding on to your thoughts and your form, that if I stop thinking about you, maybe I'll lose you. In a subtle way there was a fear. You just explained me that just unclutch and the juice will be there. I feel so fulfilled now.
See, my juice is much more deeper than my form. That is what again and again I tell these guys. But the initial level, these guys don't believe and don't understand. These guys don't understand. My juice, my essence is much more beautiful taste than what you think as me. That's a big problem I face with all these close devotees. There's so much clutch or hold on. I tell them, Are, I am much more deeper than what you think.
Yeah, so it really... Thank you so much.
You see, that when it happens is Mahabhava. That is Mahabhava. Till then, it's all Pava only.
Swamiji.
Pava means sin.
Swamiji, if we don't exist as we think we are, then who we are?
Ask
where we
yourself.
Exist, where we exist.
Ask yourself. I asked and I found. I am happy. Any answer I give will be my answer. My answer cannot quench your thirst.
Do we really exist? Will we really exist? Do we really exist
Yes,
if we don't
look inside. Sometimes you may feel you exist, sometimes you may not feel you exist. Whether you say you are a Sunya or a Purna, it's truth. If you looked inside and said.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, so what she was talking about, is that why when I first got here I had the sensation of I feel much closer to you at home than here with your form?
No, I don't think you will feel distant from me if you are in the farm. Then I don't think that will happen.
You can feel closer to me, how you feel, the same way everywhere. But I don't think when you come near the farm, the distance will increase. No. No, maybe that is also a starting level love. Starting level. See, sometimes when being near, many things in you has to be altered. See, when you are just around my photograph, you can do anything you want. But when you are around me, some decency need to be maintained. Some distance need to be maintained. Some kind of attitude needs to be maintained. That is where the distance starts.
Swamiji.
Right. Okay.
Even you see, when you are near my photograph, you can look into my eyes, but directly you cannot. You will not be able to. Like that, the subtle distance starts. And you need to take care that the attitude which I maintain towards you is not disturbed. See, the attitude which I maintain also needs to be disturbed. It needs to be taken care. And with my photograph, the photograph doesn't have any attitude towards you. You are the king. What attitude you maintain, you imagine that photograph is also maintaining the same attitude. But when you are in the present, I have one fence. I have one fence around me, and I play the game in a the socially polite game. So that is where this feeling of the distance starts. And Krishna would have had the same problem.
So, Swamiji, if that's the case, if there's only existence exists, then why when we come near you or when we go to a banyan tree and all that, we feel a bit connected or some kind of energy?
In the little better fact. You understand?
It's the same thing everywhere, then why can't we feel it everywhere?
See, the same thing everywhere only when after you experience. You see, the statement, the same thing everywhere is truth. The banyan tree exists, I exist, is a fact. You are connecting, mixing these two. You understand? You are bringing that, you take that as a supposition and ask question from this plane. It's like you say, if I get into the train, I'll reach Chennai. And you are sitting in USA and say, I am getting into the train, I am not reaching Chennai. That word, every existence is everywhere, belongs to different country. And this word, banyan tree exists, I exist, is a different country. So, if you say that, if you get into the train number 12B, you will reach Chennai. This statement is true in India. And you get into the 12B train in USA. Can you say, I am not reaching Chennai?
Swamiji.
Different plane.
Swamiji, if there is one existence, why do we all have individual identities? Like, why do we really
just again, only you
why
have,
it is so real?
If you look inside and ask why I have identity, you will see it is not there. It's not there.
Thank you, Swami.
Swami, are you always in the total state? Zero thought? All right. So
Sahaja.
All right.
Sahaja. No time, no action moves me out of that.
Now, if you say to me now, you are with me wherever I go, that means that higher thing
yes.
is with me.
The cosmic Nithyananda.
Right. So will you be doing that to me?
What?
So you will be with me every time. That
yes, when I give that word, I mean it.
Okay.
See, the cosmic Nithyananda uses this body as a microphone, just like how you use that microphone. You use that microphone to reach me, what do you want to tell me? Same way, I use this microphone to reach you, what do you want?
Everything you say from the cosmic...
Microphone can never claim it is speaking. That's why I say, I can never claim I am talking.
Swamiji.
That's what I told him, I am not talking. He is not believing what to do.
Swamiji, Swamiji, here. You say certain things happen in the presence of the master, right? So that is also in this plane, isn't it?
I can say.
Why they don't happen over a distance, or is it because only when you're doing a process there is that necessity to be?
When it comes to this process, this is the way. But if you want like miracles and all, many places, in many houses, in Malaysia, even now I am sitting here, in Malaysia, even in San Jose, many places, many devotees' houses, out of my photo, Vibhuti is coming, Kumkum is coming. That and all is presence only. So different process, different level. You understand?
So
the same process which we are doing, it may not happen if you are sitting in other country, because not that I am not available there, you will not be available there. You will not think I am available there. You understand? See, now you think I am available to you.
Yes.
An enlightened being is available. You will not think the same thing sitting in your bedroom, sitting in front of my photo. Even in front of my photo, if you think I am available, the same process can happen. Mind is not such a small mechanism as you think. You use the simple word. As if, oh, mind.
No.
Swami, when the cosmic energy is speaking through you, everything you do is the cosmic energy, because sometimes...
Everything. That is why no mistake can happen.
What was the question?
If cosmic energy is talking through me, is everything you do is cosmic energy. That is what. No mistake can happen. Looks too much, na? Foolproof.
Now, you already promised that you are going to be with us always. If that is the case, why should we try to unclutch? We will just start living.
No problem. You can live without unclutching. I'll continue to be with you.
Yeah.
Whatever you are doing, I'll enjoy seeing it. Over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why should we worry about unclutching and everything? We will think.
See, this
you are always with me.
This understanding is enough. Nothing is required. Actually, if this understanding does not happen, unclutching is required. If you have this understanding, that is enough. You will see miracles happening in your life, around your life. Continuously miracles happening. If this one clicks with you, just have that click, that's enough. Keep that click in your heart as if you got the best treasure and enjoy it. That's enough.
Thank you, Swami.
Cherish it, that's enough. Any one click which hits your heart, cherish it. That's enough. You are living enlightenment.
Swamiji.
Swamiji, why is the...
You expressed that you are in Mahabhava. Could you
No, I can't say, I'm not saying Mahabhava. When you feel completely connected, the juice of me, somebody is in Mahabhava. Tell me what you want to ask. Mahabhava.
Yeah.
Mahabhava means, you see, how you feel, you are to you. Same way you feel, master also to you. It's Mahabhava. How you feel yourself, you see, everything is secondary to you, then you. That intensity, if you feel with the master, it's Mahabhava.
So it is different and much better than, say, Maitri Bhava.
Yes. Maitri, Mathura, all bhavas. See, there are 5 bhavas, major bhavas. Dasa bhava, the Matru bhava, Vatsalya bhava, Saka bhava, Mathura bhava. You will go through now. In the next BSP, you will go through all these things. You will learn all the bhavas towards the existence, and you will learn everything. All these bhavas put together and much more is Mahabhava. Means straight feeling. If somebody touches this skin, how I will feel. Same way, if I feel somebody touches your skin in Mahabhava.
Swamiji. I'm sorry, Swamiji. Why the individual identities have to be created, first of all, which creates all the trouble?
All the 3 questions which you asked is the same. See, understand, the answer needs to come from a different plane. And question is in different plane. You think can any time the matching happen?
No. Yeah.
See, answer needs to come from the creator. But the creator is in different plane. The logic with your questioning is a different, it's like one ant is asking the elephant, why are you and me same color? Why did you make yourself black? Don't you know I am also black? You should have changed your color. Will that elephant answer?
No way. No way.
The elephant will not even hear the question.
So the ant
same way, your logic from which the question is arising is totally different. And the logic in which the existence is creator is staying is totally different. So raise your logic. That is the only way solution.
So the ant has to realize.
Ant has to become elephant. Only then your question answer, logic, argument, romance, anything can happen.
Okay. Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji.
Here. So then the second part of my question would be, how does that get equaled out? What I feel away
Sorry.
versus...
Second part?
Well, you all went on and raised more questions. What's the process that happens so that what I feel when I'm not here in your presence, in your form, is the same?
The process is same. Your response may be different. Process is same. The process is same. Your response may be different. Now when you are in my presence, the process which I am doing is same. When you are away, the process which I am doing is same. But here you may feel different response. There you may feel different response because of your faith. Whether you are in front of me or not, based on that.
When I think about being connected with you on an omniscient level, and I drop the body, and everything dissolves, I think about it being like going to the cave last night in the woods, where there's nothing but just peace and existential energy, but there's no manifestation of that. Is that what it's like?
There is no manifestation of that. When it is needed, it will manifest. Relax. Manifestation doesn't have to be the, you see, do not have any attitude or anything, process for some manifestation. Just have the process. What manifests, enjoy. All right. Now let us unclutch. Understand? Let's enter into the practical part of initiation. Now we had a theory part of initiation. Then we'll go into practical part of initiation. Then Viraja Homa. Then the actual initiation. Means directly touch from the master. So 4 levels of initiation. We call it the Sambhashana. Sambhashana is this. Then Darshana, seeing. Seeing does not mean seeing me, seeing inside. Then Sparsha, touch. So Sambhashana is over. Let us start Darshana. Understand? Now I am describing the essence of unclutching. When any thought rises in you, any idea rises in you, just remember, idea unclutching. Be unclutched or unclutch. Then naturally, the thought will disappear. After a few seconds or after a few moments, thought may come, something may come. Then again unclutch. If nothing is coming, be there. If you have the thought nothing is coming, again unclutch from that. Unclutch from that. If it is gap, you don't even know if it is gap, enjoy. If you know it is gap, unclutch from the idea of gap. If there is gap, you will not even be aware it is gap. If there is a gap, you will not even be aware there is a gap. Understand? So if you are aware there is a gap, unclutch from the idea that there is a gap.
Before entering the introduction, I want all of you to do a simple meditation. The ASP and MSP in those days I used to keep your mind outside and try to listen to the complete open mind and all those things. Here these are all not instructions, it's a compulsion. Unless you are with a complete space, open space, whatever I am going to speak will harm you, be very clear. See, the ASP, either you are helped or not. With NSP also, either you are helped or not, that's all. But here, either you are helped or you will be harmed, be very clear. You will be helped or you will be harmed. Because it's an operation. It's a straight operation. I'm going to empower you. Please be very clear. The truth empowers you. You'll become powerful. See, if you know the secrets of the mind, without intelligence or compassion, energy, you will become a cunning fellow. If you know the secrets of mind, with intelligence and compassion, you will become an enlightening being. Empowering human beings to the truth is a very dangerous thing which happened on the planet Earth. Whoever has failed to create enough of intelligence and energy, when you know the secrets of the mind, only they have become great criminals. Hitler is a great Vedanti. Any of you know? His Bible is Manusmriti. On his table, the great book of Manu, which created this Indian tradition, that is the book which he used as a Bible. On his table, always a copy will be there. Whenever he finds time, he will read few pages. But perverted Vedanti, not a real Vedanti. He was empowered with the truth, but he missed to touch his being, to create energy and compassion from his being. Be very clear. When you are empowered with the truth, and if you are not ready to realize, you will become a dangerous guy for yourself and for society. I am not interested in creating few more Hitlers. Let you all be very clear. I am empowering you all with the truth. And you don't know the power of truth. It will just completely transform you. An important thing. Truth is silence. Once I give, even I can't take it back. Even I can't take it back. Once you are empowered, power that's all. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. You can see in Indian mythology, in the Puranas, Devatas and Rakshasas, demons and gods, both of them are empowered with the truth. Along with the truth, if you awaken your intelligence and it becomes experience, then you will become Devatas. Compassion, you will use the energy, bliss, compassion, everything. But you are empowered with the truth, you did not touch your being. You did not realize it, then you will become a demon. Be very clear. Ravana, Kumbhakarna, Gamsa, Hiranyaksha, Sisubala, all these fellows have done a tremendous tapas, sometimes much more than rishis. The penance did by, or the meditation practiced by Ravana, Kumbhakarna, Sisubala, Hiranyaksha is much more than rishis. Then what happened? Where they missed? What happened? Where they missed? Why somebody has become enlightened rishi and somebody has become demon? The big problem is, whenever truth is given to you, you try to modify it and stop using it as you want. Instead of putting yourself into the truth and letting the truth work on you and transform you, you try to transform the truth and use it as a weapon. I have seen people having sharp logic, getting sharp intellect, and using that just like demons. Just like demons. Be very clear. Now I am going to empower you with the basic truths of life. It's almost like the delivery time. The great possibility of one more life happening on the planet die. Always at the time of delivery, the possibility of mother's death is there. That is why so much of pain and agony. Here, at the time of delivery, the possibility of death and possibility of life, both are there. Same way. Now it's a delivery time. There is a possibility you guys can have a life and share life with the whole world. And then there is a possibility that can become demons and use this truth for disturbing others. Anybody who is empowered with the truth but did not become enlightened, only they became pandits, and they are the most dangerous species on the planet Earth. People are empowered with the truth, did not realize. See, if you are not empowered, if you don't understand, then God save you. You are also not disturbed. People are also not going to be disturbed. But now, the time has come, you are going to listen to the truth. And it is going to work on you. So naturally, if you are not going to completely open, available and understand the whole thing, realize it, then naturally, there's every possibility you become demon. That is why after enlightenment, to settle into the body, it always takes a lot of time. Only then you will be able to come out to the society and share yourself. Now you guys are going to have I can say, only listening to this enlightenment. And I am just going to take 15 days more so that you guys will settle into the body properly and go out as devatas. So that all your questions will be answered. You will go deep and touch your being and experience the source of life. See, once you experience the source of life, you will be always for life. You will never be against life. If you have not touched the source of life, just you are empowered with the truth, then you will become against life. Before entering into the introduction means that is the end also. Here there is no introduction in the final session. This session which I am going to give is the introduction and end. From tomorrow onwards, I am going to make that as a lifestyle for you, that's all. The truth is this only. And I am going to make you live in every inch, every moment. I am just going to churn your being with this truth. And it should become your lifestyle. Your body, mind, relationships, your ideas about wealth, your idea about spirituality, everything should be flooded with this one truth. And whatever is shaken, it will be shaken. So here I am creating an atmosphere, loving atmosphere in which you can shake. And the truth will become part of your being. It will become your very being itself. Before entering, just close your eyes. Visualize you are a lotus bud. Feel you are opening your petals. You are opening yourself completely to the Master. Visualize clearly you are a big, beautiful lotus bud. Step by step, visualize you are opening to the presence of the Master. Master is a sun, shining, radiating. Feel very clearly. You are opening inch by inch petal by petal. You are opening your whole being. Make yourself completely available to the Master. Your emotions are open for Master's love to fill. Your being is open for the Master's presence to flow. Completely open yourself. You can open your eyes. Just feel your lotus in the presence of the Master, letting him into your being. Invite him sincerely to all corners of your being, to stay in yourself completely, occupy yourself fully. All of you should understand the basic thing about life. By your very nature, you don't have something called ego or mind. By your very nature, you are an independent being. By your very nature, you are an unclutched shaft. Be very clear. What you think as you, what you think as mine, is purely connections which you make. For example, if you think your life is filled with sorrow and suffering, the suffering which came 10 years ago, the suffering which came 9 years ago, the suffering which came 4 years ago, the suffering which came 1 year ago, you are connecting all of them and creating a chain. Seeing that chain, you are making a decision. Your life is suffering. First thing you need to understand, your life is an independent, causeless, unconnected, illogical incidents. Please, you can open your eyes and listen completely, because many things are expressed through body language. If you miss the body language, you will miss a lot. Let it be very clear, your life is illogical, causeless, uncontrollable, independent incidents. I have added one more word, uncontrollable. You may drive it properly, but there is no guarantee the opposite guy also will drive properly. Uncontrollable incidents. By the very nature, your life is uncontrollable, illogical, causeless incidents. And by the very nature of your mind also uncontrollable, illogical, causeless thoughts. Please be very clear. Whether your thoughts are the incidents of the life, simply you can't help it. You can't help it. Neither you can change the outside incident, nor you can change the inner thought structure. One more thing. You all think the outside incident and inside thoughts have got a connection. No. Let it be very clear. What creates joyful thoughts in you, the same incident can create painful thoughts in somebody else. What creates painful thoughts in you The same incident can create joyful thoughts in somebody else. The external incidents are uncontrollable. Whatever can be controlled, you already control. Wherever you are struggling, you are not able to control, that's all. You are not able to accept the truth that is uncontrollable, first thing. Next thing, by the very nature, your mind is completely independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. If you think you are having thoughts of suffering, you try to reduce or break that chain, break that link. If you think you are having pleasure or a good memory or the right thing, you are trying to elongate that memory. Please be very clear. The suffering or the pain which came to your mind 10 years ago, the pain which came 9 years ago, the pain which came 1 year ago, they are all independent thoughts. They are no way connected. But because your mind needs to keep all these things as a file for future verification, you keep all of them as a file. But you forget an important thing. You started keeping all of them as a file just for your reference sake. By very nature, they are now no way connected or related to each other. For the sake of reference, the pain which happened 10 years ago in South India, the pain which happened 9 years ago in North India, the pain which happened 4 years ago in United States, all these pains, for the sake of reference, you have kept in one space, one place. By and by, you start connecting all these things and start thinking, creating an idea. Life is a pain, or life is a bliss. The moment you start connecting and creating an idea, either you create an idea life is a pain, or you create an idea life is a bliss. Both are illusions. If you create an idea that life is bliss, I have to teach you all meditation just to give you the idea. You see, when you come here, you come with the illusion you are having pain. So I have to give you one more illusion that you are having peace. If I tell you directly you are having peace, you will not believe. So I make you guys sweat, half an hour jump, and half an hour. By the time you become tired, your mind will become ready to listen to me. Then I tell, Om Shanti, 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 you are at peace. And you believe you are having peace. Let it be very clear. Because you are coming with the illusion, you are having tension and problems and stress. I have to give you the illusion, you are having peace. Whether that illusion or this illusion, both are just bondages. Let it be very clear. I am empowering you with the basic secrets of life. The idea, if you think you are stressed, you are tense, the tension which came to you 1 year ago, the tension which came to you 9 months ago, the tension which came to you 4 days ago, all three of them are no way connected with each other. They are independent, causeless, unconnected incidents, unconnected thoughts. When you connect all three of them and decide, I think I am too much stressed, I am having problem, that is why I suffer constantly, I think I am stressed too much. Then you create an illusion, you are stressed. The moment you create an illusion you are stressed, your body starts reacting in the same way. You come here with that illusion. Here if I tell you directly you don't have stress, that is just 4 separate incidents you are connecting it and creating an illusion. You will not believe directly. You will think I don't know anything. So I make you nicely sweat, empty your packet and tell you do all these things. After 4 days when you are tired, when I tell you are having peace, your mind is ready to believe. It is just purely I am replacing one more illusion. Let you all be very clear. If you understand this one secret, you can design thousands of meditation programs. In the ASP and NSP, I was giving a meditation program. The US initiation I taught you how to heal. Now I am giving you the basic technique how to create meditation programs. Simply can create meditation programs because it is nothing but just an illusion, that's all. The fellow is having already an illusion that is stressed. Now you need to give him one more illusion logically. He is relieved, that's all, nothing else. All meditation techniques, all meditation programs are only this much worthy. If you are capable of creating an illusion in him that he is relieved or peaceful, you will become a guru. That is what all these fellows are doing who are in the field. Be very clear. Who are in the market. All the fellows they know only this one secret. They are empowered with this one secret. That's all. These fellows are starting their business, nothing else. Let you all be very clear. If you start connecting all the tension, the incidents which created stress in you, thoughts which created stress in you, and decide that you are stressed, you are in depression, you are in problem, you are in low energy, you are in low mood. First illusion is this idea that you are in illusion. You are in low mood. You are in depression. You are in stress. Immediately what you do, you start trying to break that shaft. You start trying to break that chain. You will never be successful. Let me be very clear. Not one ASP or one NSP. Attend 100 NSP, you will never be able to get peaceful. I tell you. Attend 1000 ASP. As long as you are having the illusion that you are stressed, you can never escape from the stress because the very idea, connecting and seeing all the different incidents is the first original sin, original illusion. Once you have done that, nothing can be done. No ASP, no NSP, no irrespeciation, no Acharya training, nothing can help you. Let me be very clear. At the most, when you do this type of programs, I will give you one more illusion that you are peaceful, you are blissful. Now what you will do? Because you have the 10 energy darshan, the 10 blissful moments. Ramakrishna is telling, whenever I speak the truth with an unqualified, in front of an unqualified group, my throat chokes. Maya catches my throat. She will not let me speak. Now again I am feeling the same. My throat is being kept caught. My tongue is. I have never bitten my tongue. I am speaking hours or years. Now my throat is being caught. I know there are idiots here who are not qualified to listen this truth. But there are few beautiful people who are qualified to listen the truth. For their sake, I am uttering. For them, I am speaking. So, They are worth listening. There are few people who are worth listening this truth and realizing this truth. For their sake, I am uttering an opening. Whoever can catch and liberate yourself. When these guys attend so many energy sessions, I give them the one more illusion. Because after all, I am much more stronger than their illusion. Even if you create a strongest illusion that you are under the stress and tension, because by very nature I am powerful than your illusion, I give you one more illusion, you are blissful. All the illusions which is given to you at the time of energy sessions, you connect and start seeing your life is blissful. The illusions which our first time you created illusions, life is stress. Same day, you create one more chain. Life is blissful. The first chain, life is stressful or suffering. You try to break that chain. You will never be able to. Same way, the second chain. Life is blissful, illusion given by me. You try to elongate that chain and you will never be able to. Again and again I am asked after energy session by people, Swamiji, how to retain this bliss always? I tell you honestly, you cannot. I don't know the technique. First of all, I myself can't retain. Let you all be very clear. I myself can't retain. I am very clear. I am clearly opening the truth. I am telling you what exactly happens in enlightenment. What exactly happens. Be very clear. Nobody can retain the bliss forever. Only one thing. When you understand this chain, the bliss illusion chain cannot be elongated. The moment you understand and you stop the process of elongating or anchoring, suddenly you drop from the process and you are liberated. That bliss only can stay forever. Please understand, you should be very clear about what I am speaking. Now the bliss which you are experiencing or experienced, if you try to elongate, you will never be able to do. You will never be able to do. Why? Because there is an illusion. 10 energy sessions, what you see. The ASP what you experience, that bliss. The NSP what you experience, that bliss. Or realization what you experienced. Or energy sessions what you experienced. Or an Acharya initiation what you experienced. They are all independent, separate thoughts. Unconnected, independent, separate thoughts. You try to connect all of them and create an idea. This Swami's programs means bliss. And you try to bring that bliss back to your life, retain it always. You will never be able to do. Again and again and again I am asked, Swamiji, how to retain this bliss forever? Please give us some technique. No technique can help because I myself don't know any technique. It can come and go. It will come and go, that's all. Nothing can be done. But the moment you understand it comes and goes, you cannot elongate. You just break from the process of trying to elongate it.
Homa creates such a wonderful smell. What we use is pure herbs. That is why this smell is so beautiful. We used 108 herbs. If you have cold or anything, just smell this air. That's enough. It will completely be healed. This temple, puja, rituals, all these things are my entertainment, my passion.
So I put lot of energy and time. That is my like my entertainment. There are some of the murtis I personally carved. If you see our Dakshinamurti under the banyan tree, that Dakshinamurti and Los Angeles Venkateshwara, both murtis, the face I carved personally. I spent little time on this. Even our Anandeshwara face, I made the model personally. This is not carved, it is made out of metal, our Anandeshwara. But the face, they will make a mold out of wax. I personally did that. I spent a lot of time in this temple puja ritual things and taking care that things are very pure and authentic. This smoke is very good. I have always seen whenever there is some breathing difficulty or the cold or this kind of problems, just go and sit in the homa. You will be completely healed. Your whole lungs will become clean. You feel as if you can take more oxygen now. In this there is a Gauri Shankha, means the big Rudraksh, the Shiva and Parvati together, that Rudraksh is there inside. And there are one or two traditional things which will be kept, a small Shivalinga like that. These are Rudrakshas. Rudrakshas, which was materialized and given to me by a great yogi. If you see my biography, you will see Raghupati Yogi. He materialized and gave. It was 108 Rudrakshas. We have another one part is there. Here only I am wearing, I think, 30. 30 or 30 or I don't know, you can count. So this Rudraksha is a witness for my tapas and enlightenment when wandering. This was the one mala travelled with me throughout my wandering. Many times I have given away many things, but this has never left my body. It was there. So it's a witness for tapas. That's why.
Swamiji, Swamiji, what is the significance of the number 108?
See, in the Shiva Sutras, there are 108 meditation techniques. So it's like 108. I don't know exact what is the significance, but in all the traditional literature, the techniques, method, everything will be 108. So maybe the first book, Shiva Sutra, opens 108 doors for your enlightenment. 112 sutra and 108 technique. So from that, the 108 has become an auspicious number. And there are some more significance I found, like the distance between sun and the moon and distance between the earth and the moon. These are all 108 multiples of 108. So it's very coincidence.
I was going to say, even the Catholic religion, the rosary is 54, which is half of 108. Also, you had mentioned that you were going to dispel some of our folk beliefs of enlightenment.
Some of? Folk ideas.
Of enlightenment.
Whenever I am talking, I will talk. I can say miracles itself is a folk idea of enlightenment. That see, only if you have the materializing or that kind of power, you are enlightened doesn't mean. The powers are not directly related to enlightenment. Sometimes you may have enlightenment, not have powers. Powers may not express to you. Sometimes you may have power but not enlightenment. Sometimes you may have enlightenment and power both together. You may decide not to express. Any kind. So that is not a scale. These kind of folk ideas.
Going towards the fire when we were gonna throw the, I don't know the name.
What is that?
The durva, when we were going to the fire. I experienced the same, like when you do the energy darshan from the fire. It was like very alive.
It's intense energy in the form of fire. The mantras are chanted and the master's energy is invoked.
Swamiji, can a normal person have Narmada Shivalinga or any Shivalinga
Yes,
at home?
why not?
Without doing any puja?
No need. Shivalinga, anything blessed by the enlightened master doesn't need a puja. They become independent intelligence. So it doesn't require everyday puja.
Thank you, Swamiji.
See, our deities also doesn't require everyday puja because they are Swayambhu. Our main deity is Swayambhu, uncarved.
Doesn't need everyday puja. For our satisfaction we do. That's all. It doesn't require everyday puja. The big temples like temples where the enlightened masters have put energy. Pratishtha is done by an enlightened master. Like Arunachala and Palani, Tirupati and Madurai. These are all the places enlightened masters have did the Prana Pratishtha. So those temples doesn't need puja. It is done out of respect and devotion. Even if you don't do puja, the energy will continue to radiate. All these temples, many times the puja got disturbed because of the Muslim invasion and all these, there are many records, the Venkateshwara Utsava Murti was taken away somewhere and kept preserved somewhere. Oh, Srirangam was brought. Came to Tirupati, yes. So many times like this the invasion happens, puja gets stopped, but that doesn't mean the presence or the energy comes down. The Swayambhu Murtis are the energy installed by an enlightened master. Those temples doesn't need puja. It just radiates. Maybe for our respect's sake, we do puja, that's all. Our devotion and all those things. So Manalingam is a Swayambhu Lingam. The Narmada Shivalinga is a Swayambhu. It's uncarved, you know that? It rolls in the river and gets molded. That and Kantaki Salagrama, that also doesn't need puja. You don't need to do puja. My dream state and waking state. Slip back and forth when I sit. I slip into a daydream, sometime based on what we are doing. Someone handed me tea and I physically reached for it. I did not take it because I don't like tea. You are in the right zone. Relax. Are you enjoying it? That's enough.
Swamiji, what is the significance of the linga that is coming up here?
This Shivalinga?
The big one.
Not there, this side.
Okay.
It is actually made out of Navapashana. The 1008 herbs. See, there is a temple in Tamil Nadu, Palani. Any of you visited the temple? That deity is made out of Navapashana, 1008 herbs. So any water or milk poured on the deity becomes a medicine to heal. So with the same medicine, same combination, we made this. I can say, this is made, if the water is poured on that Shivalinga, it will get filled in the tank. If people take bath, the skin diseases will be healed. This is made specially for taking bath. Especially skin diseases will be healed immediately. The hill itself is considered as Shiva. So it's embodiment of Shiva. So you go around that to pay the respect. When we go back, is there any auspicious occasion day I can perform Guru Puja on my own? Whenever you feel auspicious, and that set is for all of you. Please, you take it. It's yours. That set is yours, and they have took it back just to wash it. They'll wash it and keep it here. Every day you can take, and whenever you feel like, you can do. Not only here, you can take it back. Whenever you feel like, do it. But don't do when you don't feel. Don't make it ritual. Don't make it ritual. Whenever you feel that you are really feeling like doing it, do it. Actually, it can be done as a technique. When you sit and do, in the end you will feel that you are in a different space, but don't do as a ritual. Not only Mayan calendar here,
right.
Even in Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam's description, 2012 is marked. Even Agastya's Nadi, 2012 is pointed.
Right.
Everything points 2012.
Okay. And
they are all working.
Right. And the significance is, will there be any form of calamities? Or?
No. I don't see calamity. I see suddenly a big conscious breakthrough. The many countries will be ruled by an enlightened people or people who are seekers.
Right.
Suddenly the race will start happening. The conscious race. And more people will start seeking. The more and more people will gather towards the more of this juice will become part of life. It will become a mainstream. See, this enlightenment, seeking, spirituality, all these things are now only, it's not mainstream, like a movie.
Right.
Like a movie industry. This will become a mainstream. Now only the religions which are talking non-violence and the traditions which are accepting Many gods or all gods are going to survive. All right. Let us start. Understand now. A simple key. Unclutch from your breathing. Understand? First what we did is Annamaya Kosha, physically unclutching. Now unclutch from your breathing. When the air is going in, don't think you are inhaling or air is being filled in you, exhaling is happening. Don't remember any of that things. Just unclutch. Whatever air movements is happening, let it happen. If it does not happen, if it slows down, if it stops, if it completely stops, don't bother, don't have worry, you will never die. You are not holding the nose. Don't hold. A subtle way, the prana movement will happen because of the innate intelligence. You neither involve in inhaling or exhaling or holding. Don't involve yourself in the breathing process. Just unclutch. Whenever the intention to breathe starts in you, please understand, naturally when you unclutch, the intention to breathe will start. Whenever anything comes, just unclutch. Don't suppress. Don't hold forcibly, but unclutch from that intention. When any process happens, even while you are unclutching, suddenly you may breathe, inhale or exhale or anything. Unclutch. Unclutch. Continuously unclutch. Any doubt? See, when you are inhaling, there will be a subtle intention to do that inhaling. Unclutch from that intention. That will, whether it takes place or not, you don't be afraid. You don't bother. Surely you will not die. You are not going to hold the nose. Don't hold the nose. But intention, unclutch from it. Then you will suddenly see the breathing pattern changes. Sometimes it may become strong or slow or mild, whatever it is. Just unclutch. Just unclutch. Now put your awareness on breathing and do the unclutching. See, now you are learning the unclutching in a different way. This whole 2 days you are going to only learn unclutching, nothing else. Only learning unclutching. Even if it looks like a chanting, okay. But don't do it like a chanting. Because once you say unclutch, there will be gap. Awareness. Chanting means continuously doing without giving gap. Here, there will be enough gap. Sometimes the gap will be too much also. Even for 2-3 minutes, you may not even need to remember that unclutching. That peace will continue to prevail, exist.
Swamiji, is it like witnessing your own breathing? Watching the breathing from the outside?
No, not even watching. Watching means just letting it happen. I am telling unclutch. There will be change in the breathing pattern. Repeat whenever the intention to inhale or exhale or hold, any intention comes related to breathing, unclutch.
During the session on Pranamaya Kosha, my respiratory rate slowed remarkably. I became aware of my heartbeat. This is not palpitation as the heart rate was normal. This awareness of heartbeat has been there for the last 2 years. After the session, I felt my TPS has dropped and stayed low for a long time. Is this okay, Swamiji? You are right. Wonderful.
So many things you will become aware. You will become aware of even blood flow. When you become aware, everything starts getting balanced. And to begin with, I was getting sleepy, as if entering the dream state. Then something happened. With either my breath was stopping or the breath pattern had a sudden change. As a result, it was elevating my awareness. Who? Can unclutching from the breath take you straight into bliss? Yes. Stephen, you are right. How can one come out of the sleepiness when meditating? Just unclutch from the idea that you are having sleep. If you fall asleep by unclutching, it's okay, nothing wrong. Unclutching is the key. After the animal meditation, it's not animal meditation, Mrigasarira Vasa. Mrigasarira. You live in the Mrigasarira. Suddenly during unclutching, during breathing unclutching, suddenly I noticed the different eyes watching breathing. It was so clear, this experience, that actually surprised me. It was also very strong feeling of the eye, almost physical with no physical boundaries. And then I lost it. You are right. You had a breakthrough. Who put the question? You had a breakthrough. When I got the Shivameru in 2007, I was told that puja must be performed daily. The only requirement that came with it. Yes, see, if you got the puja meru, prajna, you should do it. You see, meru and all is a created form, so it has to be worshipped. Anything natural only doesn't need. No doubt it has been a huge blessing for us. Even on a day when it began as a ritual, it ended as seva. The one who sat for puja was not the one who get up from the asana. Thank you for being with me in this way. Yes, it means you are doing right puja. Thank you from my heart for the Pujacharya training. It has created such a transformation in me and has become such a blissful passion for me to offer seva in the temple. It's flooding over into daily life with unclutching spontaneity, etc. I'll speak few words about the Kumbh Mela happening in 2009. Oh God. We will all go. Whoever wants can join. That's all. It is going to be in Haridwar. It is going to be in Haridwar. See, it's like an Olympic race. The skull of Kapila, the first person who started thinking in the planet Earth, he is the first philosopher, Sankhya philosopher. Maybe I can say 25,000 year old. His skull is preserved in a kumbha, in a golden pot. And that will be handed, you see, 3 years they will walk from one place to other place, that group will walk. And it will hand over that skull. For example, now we had a Kumbh Mela in Allahabad. From Allahabad they will start walking. They started walking actually. Now it takes 3 years for them to reach Haridwar. They will reach Haridwar 2009 and hand over that kumbh, that pot, to the in charge in the Haridwar. They will take that pot and put it in that water for 21 days. Totally, in Allahabad it will be 48 days, I think, 48 days. In Haridwar they use 21 days. And that during the 21 days people will take bath. That whole water is sacred. After that Kumbh Mela, again that kumbh will be taken out. And they will start walking. It will go to Nasik. So 4 places are there. I think one more is Prayag, Ujjain, Nasik, Haridwar. 3 years. 3 years they walk. And they will have Kumbh Mela. So once in 12 years, they will have all 4 Kumbh Mela. This is the basis of Kumbh Mela. Nirvani Akada owns that kumbh, that golden pot, which carries the skull of Kapil Muni. Kapil Muni is owned by the Mahanirvani Akada, means our Akada. We belong to Mahanirvani Akada. And there is a lot of arrangements, organized, and politics, everything is there. And the Mahanirvani Akada, the people who are in headquarters, Haridwar is supposed to be headquarters. There is a 5 city, Haridwar, Rishikesh, Kulu Manali, Uttaragasi, Gangotri. The 5 cities are there. These 5 cities, it's called Panchapuri. Panchapuri. In that 5 cities, we have more than 100,000 registered ashrams. Huge ashrams. Not small one. Huge ashrams, where every day rituals goes on, the teaching goes on, where all the spiritual activities are going on. 100,000 are there. They think that they are the headquarters. So anybody outside that 5 city, they are all given only secondary level respect. So they are the headquarters people. Yeah, next Kumbh Mela is going to be in headquarters, so naturally it will be attracting too big crowd. And we will also be participating. After all, we belong to Nirvani Akada. See, there are different levels. Nirvani, Niranjani, Juna. Nirvani means our tradition. We can wear clothes only when we come out for teaching and preaching. If we are away in the forest, we are not supposed to wear cloth. Niranjani can wear just lion cloth. And Juna Juna can wear single piece. Like that there are traditions. And there are Mahavagyas, different ways of teaching, learning. All those differences are there. Each Akada has a deity. And there is a huge Vaishnava Parampara. They are called Bairagis. And Ramayats, Lingayats, and Jatadaris. These are all different titles. Different groups. And Nirvani is supposed to be very famous for their spiritual power and austerity and the academic excellence, the intellectual excellence. And Niranjani is supposed to be very famous for protecting the Dharma. They entered into fight and all when the Muslim invasion happened. They were protecting the country. Juna Kada is very athletic. They do all kinds of gymnastic things like walking with the thorny shoes, lying on the thorns, and all kinds of tapas they do. There's one more CD. I told these guys, now it is ready. Maybe tomorrow, day after tomorrow, I will tell them to show, which is a broader version, which shows lot more details. This is an edited version which was published for outside. We have a broader version. Maybe you can see people sitting and doing Panchatapas. Here you saw only 1 or 2 glimpses. You will see a lot more. So, they are very famous for this athletic things. And each Akada is popular for something. They do all kinds of things, and above all, the Jain Akadas are very popular for feeding the whole Kumbh Mela. See, in 40 days, maybe I think the floating population is 40 million, I was telling. But total crowd gathers on the main Snan day, main bath day, holy bath day is 91 million. 80% of the food is supplied by Jain Akadas. Jains have that great quality. And you do not know, you see, don't think they feed means they feed like they ill-treat you. Or they just do it like that. No. All the rich ladies, they themselves will come and sit and cook. I have seen, per day they make 1,000,000 rotis. Some 600, 700 ladies will be sitting, the old ladies. Para, like a machine. Taka. They will make the aloo is the potato and onion. They will cut and cook and mix it, make a ball. 10 roti and 1 ball. They will hand over. People will be standing in queues and they will have something like 20,000 counters. You should see, only then you can believe. 20,000 counters they will have. And millions of rotis will be made. I saw that aloo gudon, that itself is almost like a hill. Where the thousands of people are sitting and peeling the potato. And it's unimaginable. Jains take care of that feeding. They have a great quality of that giving food. Anybody from that community? They do a real good job. In Haridwar Kumbh Mela and Allahabad Kumbh Mela or Ujjaini or Nasik or any Kumbh Mela, they do a great job. You will be surprised that 90 million people gather, no restaurant. That whole Kumbh Ghat, no restaurant. And even inside the city, all restaurants will be closed. They are not allowed to sell the food for that 48 days. Either give free or shut down. No sales. It's a tradition. See the power and strength of this tradition. This country, the whole country is dedicated for Jivan Mukti. Nothing else happens here. That's why nothing happens except Jivan Mukti.
Big Bang.
Yes.
What do you want to know? It's actually consciousness exploding and converting one part of it into matter. Anything else you want to know?
And
Ask me the
time,
specific questions, I'll answer.
time will be the another part of consciousness?
No. From consciousness only, matter, the space and time gets created. Out of that space and time eating with each other, matter gets created. From the matter, the planets get created. From the planets, the life starts happening. Okay? Then?
Swamiji?
Yes.
In regards to the question you just asked, I read in one of the spiritual books, and I know you're saying I'm comparing, but I'm trying to understand. It said that when God, after Prayala,
Pralaya. Pralaya.
Yeah, Pralaya. Did I say it right?
Yes.
Okay. So, from what I could understand, it said God wakes up, finds nothing around him, and then
Not God, Brahma wakes up.
Brahma.
Yes.
Okay.
Because if you use the word God, it may confuse. The God is the ultimate consciousness, who is source even for Brahma. Brahma only can sleep or wake up. God cannot sleep or wake up.
So out of God comes Brahma, who wakes up.
Yes.
And finds nothingness, and then begins to
Then
remember.
he creates. That's all. That's where creation happens.
So Brahma is part of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, but Brahman is God.
Yes. Brahma is part of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. Brahman is God. Right. You are right.
Okay,
You got the point.
and in the Upanishads, when it talks about realizing the self, that's the Brahman.
Yes, that is a Brahman, not Brahma.
Okay.
Not the Puranic four-headed Brahma.
Swamiji,
Yes.
how to develop bhakti in ourselves?
Bhakti. Bhakti you can't develop, it has to happen. I am creating all the process and space where bhakti will happen. Don't worry.
Thank you, Swami.
Swamiji,
Yes.
I have a question about unclutching. When I try to do unclutching, the first few thoughts I can easily unclutch, but sometimes I get stuck on some deeper thoughts, and then it takes me on a wild ride. And then I realize
That is the moment you really need to unclutch.
Yeah. I realized it after a while, and then said, "Oh, I need to unclutch," so I come back.
Yes, that is enough. When you realize if you unclutch, that's enough.
Okay. Then after a while, like 15-20 minutes, my brain goes, it's kind of dead and it's kind of feeling sleepy. Then I wake up and then try to do unclutch again.
Okay.
Is that okay, Swamiji?
Yes, that's okay.
Thank you, Swamiji.
By unclutching, if I decide to do something else or nothing, I feel I will be less useful to mission due to progressive decline in contacts. Out of sight, out of mind. This is my concern. Please comment. Next question. My mission is to make you unclutch. Nothing else. Let it be very clear. I am not a missionary. I am not a missionary to do anything else. My mission is to make you unclutch. One more important thing. By unclutching, if you don't support the mission, you should not support. See, let me be very clear. Many people involve themselves into my mission for various reasons. For various reasons. If you unclutch, because of that, if your involvement is less, or you being productive to mission is less, never bother about that. That's good for you and good for me, good for the whole mission, good for everybody. It will be good for everybody. If you are being productive to the mission is due to the enlightenment experience which you had, satori which you had from this unclutching truth, that will be the right help, that will be the right service. So I feel if you completely imbibe the truth which I am teaching, that will be the greatest service for the mission. Is it possible to be still doing what I am doing and still live an extraordinary life in an ordinary way? One thing, I cannot assure it will be possible for you to be doing what you are doing after February 7th. That I can't assure. I can assure that in NSP, ASP and DSP and all those things, somebody has written a letter. Self, ego, mind are put together with a shaft created from thoughts. Thoughts are independent, unconnected, random and illogical. Ahankara versus mamakara conflict causes the problem. All of this you have covered with LBP and NSP. What is new? Writing down the thoughts also we did in NSP. What is new? I'll tell you before the February 6th. Whoever has put this question, guarantee this fellow will not be same again. You fellow, you will not go back and do your routine. Live your life. Who put the question? Khan. Doctor? You see, in NSP or ASP you heard. Now you will see what happens. Now, actually I had my eye on him already. Now, without even knowing that I already blushed. Now nothing can be done. Now it is between you and me. Whether I am successful or you are successful, let us see. See, knowing words is totally different. And you being boiled, you will see it. Actually, that's why I am telling you, all the programs which I did is more it's not spirituality. See, there I tell all these words, but what for? Just to create a little bit of health or feel-good feeling in you. Not to take you to the depth, you understand? I never took you to the depth of those words. It was all these things were told and you had little consolation. Again you are asked to run. You are put in the same thing. But now I am not talking all these things for that purpose. What word I utter is not important. For what it is being uttered. There the purpose itself was totally different. Just to fix you into the society, those words are uttered. Now, these words are uttered not to fix you into the society, to give you the truth behind these words. Even prior to knowing you, I always felt and voiced that all our possessions, house, property, social status and professional license can be taken away any time if one is not careful and exercise discrimination. I always said when somebody praised our house that we are only trustees of the trust, residing temporarily. You know, in America, bank owns the house. Bank owns the house. Even if house is paid off, failure to pay property tax will result in eviction. If this thinking, unclutched state or not, understand, it is only clutched state. Because you are clutched to the house only, you are thinking so much about paying the tax and paying off. The unclutched man, I do not know whether he will pay or not, but he will not think about it. That's what I know. Whether he will pay or not, that I don't know. That you will see after February 6th. But he will not bother about all these things. That much only I know. This question not a challenge, just a doubt. The ego and mind are the shaft created using thoughts. So there is no me and no you. Nithyananda, yes, that is true. Then nobody is there to be enlightened and nobody to enlighten. That's also true, no doubt about it. But this body and mind does not experience the bliss you describe. Why? That is where I am needed. Understand? The first three statements which you made are only assumptions, not experienced by you. Now we will have to work on it. Now we will have to grind that. Once it is sent inside. One more thing. Let us analyze it even in the other way. Who is the person who says that bliss is not experienced? When there is no you, no me, then who is there who is telling the bliss is not experienced? Then there is you. Am I right? Then you can't say the word. There is no you, there is no me. There is you, only there is no me. Understand? There is no Nithyananda, but there is a doctor. Okay? He is only writing, na? The bliss is not experienced. It means, no, I found out by the handwriting. There is no Nithyananda, but there is doctor. So naturally, when you say that this body and mind does not experience the bliss you describe, I never feel that this body and mind belongs to me. That's why I'm blissful. The moment you say this body, mind, means you are there. So naturally, you can't say there is no me, there is no you. You can only say there is no Nithyananda, but there is a doctor. Now we'll work on it. We'll work on all these funny things. One thing, understand. Now you know the basic truth. You are unclutched, illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched. Now just sit and see whatever is happening. When you are unclutched, why should you respond to any thought? Tell me. Why should you respond to any thought? Why should your mind, why should your body follow any thought? There is no need. You are unclutched by your very nature. Am I right? You are unclutched by your very nature. You all understood. Now it is time just to experience. You all know you are unclutched, unconnected, illogical, independent, irresponsible, and totally unclutched. Once more I am repeating. Unconnected, illogical, independent, irresponsible, and unclutched. These are the thoughts. This is the things which are, this is the thing which is happening in you. Now what are you supposed to do then? Is there anything to be done? No. Just be unclutched. Just be unclutched.
Are thoughts useless?
Are
thoughts useless?
Thoughts?
Are the thoughts useless?
Are the thoughts useless? What use you found from thoughts?
99% thoughts are totally useless. So.
That's all. You yourself realized it. Yes.
So, what is it within us is telling us that it is useless?
What is this?
I mean, there has to be some faculty within us that is telling us this is illogical, this is unconnected. So again, the mind is the
one. So you say there is a faculty?
The mind is the one that has to decide whether it's illogical or logical, isn't it? So again, we are using the help.
Okay, see, mind is the one which is supposed to decide whether it is logical or illogical.
Correct.
That's the truth. So what is that mind?
Bundle of thoughts.
Bundle of thoughts. That's what now you saw.
Right.
Now what is the bundle of thoughts? No.
But again, in order for you to know, it is illogical. You need to have something to tell you that's illogical. What is it that within...
What is it that telling? That you should ask yourself. See, you are asking from what scale you can tell whether it is illogical or not. I tell you, you can't even call this as actually illogical because you don't have any other word, you are using it as illogical. It is not even, it can't even be described as illogical. It is logically illogical or illogically logical. You can't even describe, it is illogical. As doctor told, it's right. You can't describe it as illogical. If it is illogical, then what is logical? We don't have any word, that's all. Because of that, we are using the word illogical. Now only one by one, everything is coming out. You are God, I am God. Who said I am God and you are God?
You said you are only 30.
Who told you this? I told you. Long before. Now completely it is unclutched. How can you say that Nithyananda only is sitting in front of you now? Let's have a little fun. God is everywhere. Why go to Kumbh Mela? Who went to Kumbh Mela? And why Anandeshwar temple? Who said there is a temple? I don't know. Who put this question? I understand. You are God and I am God is a word now which you need to digest. Just be unclutched. You are God and I am God will become experience to you. See. Now let us analyze. You say I am God and you are God. Next moment itself you are suspecting it. That is why you are putting the question, why Kumbh Mela? So this means your thoughts are not consistent. Am I right? You say, I am God and you are God. If you keep quiet, then okay. But the next you put the question, then why go to Kumbh Mela? It means your thoughts are not logical. Am I right? They are not logical. First you are telling one and the second you are telling something else. It means your thoughts are unconnected, illogical, independent, irresponsible, unclutched. Just realize that. And the third word, why Anandeshwar temple? Now you are bringing the God also. The fight is after all between you and me. Why are you calling the poor guy? He is somewhere sitting happily. First thing, the logic with which you are asking the question has no base. Has no base. First, look into yourself and see how you are. Then ask any other question. This very question shows you are independent, unconnected, irresponsible, illogical, unclutched being. Thoughts are so illogical. Then which thoughts do we pick up? Is it based on our samskaras? What happens after enlightenment? You don't need to pick up any thought. Why do you need to pick up any thought? You don't need to pick up any thought. Is it based on our samskaras? Where is samskara? Samskara is also one more thought. One thing I am so happy. that I wanted that a certain level of confusion should be created. By seeing the question, I am very clear that is created. Now we can go deep. Now we can dig the whole thing. What happens after enlightenment? Why do you bother about that now itself? You are asking no random thoughts at all. Let me be very clear, no thoughts at all. Forget about random thoughts. You are sitting in front of a person who is speaking without thoughts, who is speaking without thinking. That is why I am able to speak for so many hours without preparing. If you are preparing and talking, if you are already prepared the lecture and bringing it and you are delivering it, two things. You need time to prepare the talk, and the second thing, and then after delivering you will repent that you missed so many points. One more thing, there are some intelligent guys, they don't need to prepare outside, but during the talk itself they will mentally prepare and start talking. Even if you do that, you will become tired after talking 1 or 2 hours. You can't be talking hours after hours. One more thing, person who mentally prepares and talks will be bored of talking the same subject second time. If you are a teacher, you know. If you are a teacher, you know. But I am talking almost the same thing for last 4 years, 4.5 years now. Now, in 5,000 hours DVD, practically I am telling the same thing. Because I am not thinking and talking. When we think logically, are we not connecting thoughts? What you think as logic itself is illogical. You connecting thoughts is not actually connection. What you think as connection, you bring the nearer possible, the nearer concept thoughts. It's like a, let me describe it. Ajada Veda, there are 2 kinds of Vedas in the Veda means differences. Ajada Veda and Svagata Veda. Svagata Veda means by the quality itself it is 2 different things. The difference between cow and the monkey. By the very birth they are 2 different. There is one more Veda. The difference between your hand and your head. It's by quality it's the same body, but inside the body, like a subdivision. This is Ajada Veda, means by birth, by jati, they are not 2 different. The earlier division is totally different between cow and donkey, cow and monkey. By nature they are 2 separate things. The second kind of Veda is by nature they are not 2 separate, same body but 2 different parts. But there is a difference. There is a difference between your hand and head. Your hand's job is different and head's job is different. So, when you think logically, you may not connect the thoughts with Svagata Veda, but even then your thoughts are got Ajada Veda. You understand? There is a minor division. Even what you think as logic is not completely connected. Between every thought there is a difference. There is a quantum jump. There is a quantum jump. You may not observe it clearly. You may not understand it. If you look, even with alright, whatever you think as logic, just see when it goes on inside you. It won't be logical. It will only jumping. It will only jumping. Your logic is also not enough logical. enough logical. What do you think as logical? See, for example, let's analyze this one logic, nyaya. There's a two kind of nyaya, logic. In Nyaya Sutra means about logic in India, there's a big darshanam, means a big tradition which teaches the logic. There's a two kind of logic. One kind of a logic is like if you read the two statements, you can come to the conclusion of third statement. For example, all men have got one head. Socrates is a man. Now you know the third statement. What is the third statement? Socrates has got one head. This is one kind of logic. There is another kind of logic. Here, this gate has got two doors. First statement. Second statement, one door is open. You can't say the other door is closed. But now, before I uttered this word, your mind has come to the conclusion? Is it not? Yes. The moment I utter the word, there is a two door. One door is closed. What your mind says? How can you say that? So this is the life logic. Life's logic is not logical. It is not logical. Many times, you see, you think by connecting and making everything by generalizing. But when you live in a very small, narrow way. Your thinking happens in a different play. Your living happens in a different play. That is why so much of suffering. So much of suffering. For example, if you hear the news, your friend is loving somebody, immediately you come to the conclusion, you are not being loved. But the quality of love is such that you love more number of people, you are more open, you pour yourself so much, you know how to shower yourself. But your logic does not agree with that. Life, the big problem with the life and logic is, in reality, nothing is logical. But in thinking, you are trying your best to connect everything and put everything into one logic, so that you can manipulate it. Whatever is logical, you can manipulate, you can manage. But fortunately, life is not logical. Whatever you try to do, it is not possible. Could not unclutch last night. I am not able to unclutch is also one more independent, illogical, irresponsible thought. Why are you bothered about it? Let it come. Unclutch from that, over. Were you already working on this? I observe the inward and outer me, and that those are unclutched. And there is duality I have been trying to identify. But I have not felt this change in perception. What holds me back? Nothing holds you back except your idea that you are not able to perceive. Now you say you are having an idea you are not able to perceive. Just unclutch from that thought, over. Just unclutch from it. Who is saying you are not enlightened? You. Just unclutch from the thought, over. Why are you clutching with it? That's all. I don't know what I want, or where to live, or what to do. That's nice. That's the way to live. Only if you are living. Person who doesn't know where to live, what he wants, what to do, he is the only person who is living his life. Everybody else is living their desires. Their desires are living through them. If you have a desire to live in this ashram, That desire is expressing itself, fulfilling itself using your body. You are being cheated. Understand? If you have the desire to live here, that desire is now fulfilling itself by using your body. That is the truth. You are not living, your desire is living. If you don't know what to do, if you don't know what you want, you are living. Why are you bothered about it? You are the right person to live on the planet Earth. I prayed and you have all the answers to each specific prayer. Yet I fear I am missing something still. If I can't find a way to make the quantum leap now, the easiest way I have ever heard of, does that mean it won't happen? Can you give me the maturity I need? Now I am giving, take it. Now just now I told you already that you are the right person. So forget about wanting to do something, wanting to live in somewhere, wanting to do anything at all. Then you may think after February 6th, who will give me food? Don't bother, I will teach you begging also. In Nithyananda, I equip you completely, not only by giving the truth, by after the truth, what all side of it will happen. I train you for that also. It's a complete course. After the training, the job is also assured. And I do the placement, everything. Just like placement guarantee. I do everything and send you. So don't worry about that. Now unclutched, that's all. Some of us are planning to do Ananda Tapas after this. I told you, all your plans after February is a nonsense. First unclutch from that. You seem to indicate that we either do Nithyanandam or Ananda Tapas. Is Ananda Tapas just another marketing gimmick? Should we not doing it, or would it be icing on the cake, or we should just do it? Now unclutch, okay? As we are mode of illogical, unconnected thoughts, again connecting it, see. Even the illogical, unconnected thoughts, they create a mode. Mode means what? Connecting that also. And having an umbrella. It's a nice way of... how did we manage to get trained in our professions? Are we not responsible people? Who told you you are trained in your profession? That has not become part of you, that is only your skin. That is only your superficial layer. It has not become part of you. If it has become part of you, you don't need vacation. The moment you are becoming tired proves that your profession is not your part. You understand? Are you feeling bored or tired, exhausted at some point? Then be very clear, you are not trained professional. How did you choose to come here to this course? That you only will know, I don't know. What is the difference between so-called normal people and mentally retarded? Are mentally retarded people unclutched? They are not unclutched actually. They are over-connected. See, in your case, you are connecting at some point. Somehow you are able to manage to unclutch and rest. Those guys are not even able to manage that unclutching during sleep or during the boredom period. See, in your case, after a certain boredom or tiredness, you know how to unclutch and change and do something else. Those guys were not that intelligent and they were not able to do that. That's why they become mentally disturbed. There is the outer space of voice coming from. Oh, somebody is saying, don't bother, that's a translation going on. Actually, there are few who don't know English. So the French translation is going on. Somebody is writing. There is outer space voice. I don't know what the word. Disturbance of voice coming from the lady's side. It's actually translation going on simultaneously. If the mind can be aware of only one thought at a time, is it possible the mind is the one thinking it is body and mind, then thinking it is enlightened. See, if you are thinking, then it is not enlightened. Is enlightenment product of the mind? No. And dies with the brain? No. Your mind is much sharper, with great imagination. Oh, this is a nice question, challenging me. Now it's time. Let's. It's from the same person. I think from doctor only. Now I know. Understand? This is a very deep question. Sharp mind will not radiate compassion. The more your mind becomes sharp, you will see more you become logical. The more you become logical, you will be more violent. Logic means separating. It will never give deep fulfillment to you. One more thing. Staying with one body is impossible. Staying with one thought is impossible. Here is saying, if the mind can be aware of only one thought at a time, it can be aware of only one thought at a time, but that thought cannot be same continuously. That's the first thing you need to understand. Any thought cannot be consistent or same continuously. Second thing, he is asking, the mind is the one thinking it is body and mind, then thinking it is enlightened. No. Mind is the one which is thinking it is body and mind. When that dies, you don't think you are enlightened, you are enlightened. People ask me, are you enlightened? Let me be very honest. The moment I became enlightened, the idea, the doubt whether I am enlightened or not has disappeared. Same way the idea I am enlightened also disappeared. I neither have a doubt whether I am enlightened or not, nor I have an idea or clarity that I am enlightened. I neither have a doubt whether I am enlightened or not, nor have idea that I am enlightened. Simply it is there completely unclutched, because all the masters use the word enlightenment to denote this state, to mention this state. I am also using that word. I am also using that word, otherwise that word has no meaning. Is enlightenment product of the mind? No. In a way it is product of the mind, because after it happens, after the mind disappears. So indirectly it can be called as the product of the mind. Maybe enlightenment is side effect after mind's death. Enlightenment is a side effect of the mind's death. Is enlightenment product of the mind and dies with the brain? No. It is neither the product of the mind nor it dies with the brain. Your mind is much sharper with greater imaginations. No. Actually, I don't have imaginations. That's the big problem. I don't have imaginations. I can say only one thing. I appear to be very sharper because I know all the games which your mind can play. You may ask how I know all the games your mind can play. Because my mind has played all those games with me. I managed it. Because I played with my mind, I can play with anybody's mind. The other day, after some program I came and told, there was a guy who was trying to play, was trying to behave very intelligently with me. Then after everything I came and told. I told him that you are playing with mind. I played with the mind itself. Understand? You are playing with your mind. I played with the mind already. So whatever your mind can play, I know because my mind played much more than that. Before death, your mind will do its final drama. It will open all its cards, or I can say, it will open everything. It will do its best. That's what it means when Buddha says that before enlightenment, Mara came, he tried to seduce me. Means what? All the things which is inside is coming out. If somebody has become enlightened, he has seen all the games of his mind, then naturally he can face all the games of your mind. So my mind, you can't say my mind is sharp or with great imagination. No. I don't have imagination. One more thing. Maybe you can feel my mind is sharp because I know all the sharp dramas played by your mind. Otherwise, my mind is not what you think as sharp. How have we managed to create disease in our bodies? Or does this have nothing to do with our thoughts? It has something to do with your thoughts. How can we turn this around to help us? First thing, understand. Every moment you are having new thought. Your body is created by your thoughts. Because you believe you have a consistent personality. You are connected. You have a connected shaft in you. You start creating the body also in the same way. And do not allow rejuvenation process. Now understanding that you are unclutched, you will allow the rejuvenation process which is constantly happening in you to happen in a natural way. Unclutching is the best way to allow your body to heal itself. I have heard, I have a hard time with the two personalities. After Nithyananda, I will have third personality, which will be better. God. After, already you started thinking about after Nithyananda. Who said you will go out with a third personality or with any personality after Nithyananda? First thing, stop planning about after Nithyananda. Stop planning about, drop all your plans about after Nithyananda. What will happen to those two personalities? And there is, I have so many dustbins outside. Why don't you throw the two personalities there? Will they come back after 1 month? If so, how do I deal with it? Will it be better for my wife to do Nithyananda? So that she will be able to understand me better. I don't need to answer. You all have answered now. Understand? What you think as your personality, what you think as you, what you think as your ego, totality, it is nothing but the collected past. Am I right? Selected informations from collected past. Understand? Selected informations from collected past. It is not total past. Total past does not stay in your memory. It is only the selected informations which you want to select. You select them, connect them, and create the shaft. You understand what I am saying? For example, if you think your whole life is a suffering, you will collect all the thoughts which gives you suffering, connect them all, and create a shaft. Think your whole life is nothing but a suffering. Your whole life is nothing but pain. You have your own thought. You connect all of them and come to an idea about you. First thing, you thinking you are male or female itself is a shaft. Because many times you have been told you are female, you connect all those ideas and think, create a shaft, you are a female. Or you are a male. You create a shaft. With that shaft you constantly try to work. Try to be active. The big problem. The moment you create the shaft that you are a male or you are a female, you stop allowing many energies which are natural in your being. Not only that, any shaft will exclude something else. Any shaft you create, the other part will exclude. Whatever is excluded by you will take revenge on you. That's what is happening. Will take revenge on you. The suppressed part will take revenge on you. It will shower its vengeance on you. Why you choose particular set of thoughts and create a shaft also no reason. Just for fun you start doing and your thoughts suddenly meet. That's the truth actually. When you started doing, you never thought it will end up in such a mess. And only after ending up in such a mess, you start thinking, "Arey, why did I start doing? Why did I start doing?" Now don't bother about all those things. Don't we have to pick and connect thoughts for any meaningful task? For example, to attend this course. To attend this course, till you attend this course, you need to pick and connect your thoughts. Now it is time to drop. Now, nothing more is this. Your mind and body has done a big service to you by landing you up here. Now it is time to give them gratitude and send them, give them good farewell. And you are asking, we had to connect many independent thoughts like booking ticket, registering next, for etc., registering for the course, etc. Now you landed already here. Is it not? All right. One more. You say you can connect the thoughts. All the thoughts logically. Now I tell you, all right, connect all your thoughts logically and sit there. Let us see whether you are able to do it or not. Will you be able to connect all your thoughts logically and sit? That's what I am saying. Then why are you trying to do which you can't? See, Dilip is asking a question. I have to connect my thoughts logically. Only then I can do my work. I am telling you all right. Please sit straight. Now connect all your thoughts logically and be there. How long will you be able to do? How long will you be able to do? Dilip? You can't. So you know you can't. That's what I am saying, then don't. Understand? See, if I tell you to be unclutched, you say I am not able to. If I tell you to be clutched, again you say you are not able to. Neither be unclutched nor be clutched. You are already unclutched. Understand? Neither you need to unclutch because you don't need to unclutch. You are unclutched. Try to be clutched. You are not able to. Then just be. Look into yourself. Understand? Now I am talking an important truth. It's one of the important revelation. You will not be able to do any single act without contradicting thought happening in you. Anybody who says that I have done a single act without a contradicting thought happening in me, tell me. No. You can't. Not a single action is outcome of thought. Actually, we do not know what is the cause of the action. That is truth. That's the truth. Always you will have contradicting thoughts. Why you will execute this thought and you don't execute that thought, we don't know the reason. We don't know the reason. We don't have logical reason. That is what you executed. That's all we can say. Why you did not execute the contradicting thought and you executed that thought, we don't know. Understand? This understanding will create a deep clarity in you. A very deep clarity in you. You are suffering. You are torturing yourself by trying to find the reason for all your past actions. The main suffering, main cause for your suffering is you trying to find reason or justification for your actions. Your actions are not done with a logic. First understand that. Your actions are not done with a logic. You give the title or the name to that actions either as a good or bad based on the result which comes after the action. You don't have intelligence. Who told you? You have. There is nothing called intelligence. Let me be very clear. There is nothing called intelligence. You trying to find a reason for the whole is just a uselessness. Actually, there is no intelligence running this world. There is no intelligence. There is nothing. It is just accidents happening. From your birth to your death, everything is accident. Simple accidents happening. That's all. Simple accidents happen. Why? You also don't know, I also don't know. Nothing. That's all. And these shocks. Now these shocks.